Hello and welcome to 90.5 WASU, the App FM. My name is Great Dane Maggard here with 90.5 WASU. We have a lot going on. Events are starting. Cooper Foster is wrestling Gylan Sims right now from the Citadel in Mat 2. So many matches are starting right now. And I'm here with Trey Dog Blake. How you doing, Trey?
I'm great, Dane. I'm here, and as we say it, Cooper Foster gets a takedown on Gylan Sims, a guy he wrestled just weeks prior, an NCAA qualifier. Cooper did sit down with me and you, Dane, talk about how he's got to have the mentality. He's the best wrestler in the SoCon come out, and what a way to prove it in your first ever time in Asheville in the SoCon championships, going up against an NCAA qualifier in Gylan Sims.
Yeah, Gylan Sims is the championship from last year. And Cooper has a takedown on him. Cooper Foster from App State versus Gylan Sims of the Citadel. Cooper already has a takedown, up 3-0, goes with the mat return. Sims trying to stand up. Cooper returns him, keeps him on the offensive, and keeps Cooper on the offensive, staying on top, collecting riding time around 25 seconds for Cooper. But at one point on mat 3, we have an update as Presbyterian's Fernando Dominguez versus Cooper Flynn. Cooper Flynn, I believe, just pinned Fernando Dominguez from Presbyterian.
Yeah, that's not surprising, Dane. Coming in as a number one seed in this 125 weight class, you knew Cooper Flynn was going to come out hot, gets it going, sends Dominguez to the lower bracket. If Cooper can keep Cooper Foster from App State can keep wrestling this good, I think we could get a Cooper on Cooper matchup tomorrow in the 125 finals.
Oh yeah, Cooper on Cooper. Who knows? But Cooper Foster's doing right now, keeping his top steady defensive pace or offensive pace right now, just keeping Gylan Sims at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what we saw in their last matchup. Cooper did a really good job of going the entire time, really wrestling a really good match, but then he hit that final minute and a half, and it felt like he just ran out of juice, ran out of speed, didn't have it. The veteran, even though he's a sophomore, Gylan Sims, has the experience a little more than Cooper Foster, did what he needed to do, got the win over App State's true freshman from just right down the road from Boone in Newland, not from Asheville.
Cooper Foster trying his hardest to keep Sims from escaping. Cooper almost tried to go for the high crotch, but can't keep it up there. John Mark Bentley on the sideline here. Sims has the escape point, makes it 3-1, 30 seconds left. Cooper almost had that ankle pick right there, but Sims was very close and sprawling and keeping it neutral. 3-1. 3-1, 25 seconds remaining. They're going to call a potentially dangerous for hand fighting. That's a little bit odd, but no man did get good position, so it is a good chance to go back in neutral for both men. Cooper fighting for wrist control. Sims kind of snaps Cooper down. Cooper Foster for App State is wrestling Gylan Sims of the Citadel. Gylan Sims is the reigning champion of the SoCon in the 125 weight class. And that is going to be the end of the first quarter for Cooper Foster, up 3-1 against Gylan Sims.
Yeah, I think he wrestled a really good period there, Dane. Gylan Sims just reminds me so much of Vince Robinson, and we saw a lot of success in Cooper's first ever duel against Vince. I mean, it was an 11-2 scoreline for Vince, but hey, that's the best you can do against a national champion, a true freshman, Vince Robinson in himself last year. But I think Cooper's wrestling really good. He knows what he needs to do. We sat down with a bunch of wrestlers, like I spoke about earlier. Cooper just said, hey, I had a bad end to the season, the regular season, but hey, when you come into SoCon, seeds don't matter. And that was the whole preface point of that entire App State team, and Cooper Foster was really at the head of that.
And Sims gets the escape point to make it 3-2. Cooper Foster's lead of App State is only up by 1 now. Both men are hand fighting. And on mat 3, we have a bit of a medical thing happening right now. Looks like a little bit of trouble with some head room. Then on mat 1, we have Waylon Rogers and Tyson Lane wrestling right now. Gylan Sims goes for an ankle pick, and Cooper Foster of App State goes for the sprawl.
Cooper still sitting at about 1.2 minutes of ride time right now, so he has that in his back pocket if he needs it. I don't know if he's going to be able to get on the offensive possession with just 1 minute and around 8 left in the period, Dane, but He's got that in his back pocket if he needs it. He's wrestling pretty decent as we go to a stalemate, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Cooper right now.
There is a stalemate right now, and I do believe Cooper has a minute of riding time right now. And with his up 3-2, and one of Cooper's mistakes from one of his previous losses was thinking he had a deep cushion and losing overtime to that cushion. So I'm sure he knows by now that he needs to do everything possible to not rely on anything. And Cooper defends the takedown against Sims. Staying in front of Sims, got to go for that headlock, but Sims has the 2-on-1 on Foster. Foster has the pin up on the head. Cooper tries to go for the, escapes it. Still on Sims, has the side cradle. And they're going to call a takedown for Sims, making it 5-3. And Sims has that side cradle, and Cooper trying his hardest to defend it and not being flipped over. Sims trying his hardest to flip him over, but Cooper just staying bridged up on one side. And Cooper is on. Foster's on his back. Sims, after being down, has Cooper Foster Vapstate on his back. And that's a pin for Jelon Sims. And no, it's not a pin. That's 4 back points. And that is the end of the period, saved by the bell.
That is the story of Cooper Foster. He always seems to get saved by the bell in this late period. Jelon Sims turned the heater on, young man. The end of that period, he just absolutely owned Cooper Foster there. That's that true freshman coming out of Cooper Foster. He wrestled so good that first 5 minutes, Dane. Just the last 30 seconds came out of that second period. He just had nothing to do against the NCAA qualifier.
And Cooper Foster was up 3-2, but after getting a takedown by Sims and 4 back points to end the period, making it 9-3. Cooper Foster of Appalachian State down by 6. But he gets the escape point to make it 9-4, and Cooper needs to get working, as it is his final period with 1 minute left, or 1 minute 30 remaining. Cooper Foster goes for the takedown. Sims defends it and stays on top, staying in front of Foster. Foster stands up, tries to go back to hand fighting. About 1:10. Cooper Foster down 5 against Guylan Sims of the Citadel. And Cooper almost spun around, but Sims grabs the leg, pulling Cooper's body towards himself. 50 seconds left in this match. Cooper's going to have a miracle to win this match or even come close to getting a tie. And we're going to go to a stalemate with 40 seconds left after both men were north and south, grabbing each other's legs, just pulling each other.
Cooper kind of goes on the ground there, kind of just collects his breath. Just another thing, he cannot stay enough in the match. You know, that seems to just be the theme of his season. He just cannot have the energy. He doesn't have anything else left to go when we hit about 1 minute left in the third period every time. He's down 5 right now. I said earlier that Cooper might meet Cooper Flynn in the finals. The winner of this match will actually go on to face Cooper Flynn, and it looks like it's going to be Guylan Sims. 5-point lead with about 20 seconds left. Cooper unable to really do anything right now. I just think Cooper's going to find himself in the consolation bracket. And Guylan gets another takedown. Look to have back points. Nothing less left. It's 12-4, 6 seconds left. The Citadel fans are on their feet, and Guylan Sims wants more. He's not going to get it, though. 12-4. Guylan Sims moves on to the semifinals for 125. Cooper Foster goes to the consolation bracket.
And Cooper Foster in the first round, after having an upsetting first round, he was up for 2 periods, and just what a side of a coin flip, and you can tell he is mad. As the reigning champion fights off after being down, a takedown and getting taken down first by Cooper Foster of Appalachian State. And Cooper Foster will lose 12-4, and what I believe will be a majority decision for Guylan Sims.
Yeah, that's huge for team points as well. You know, there are individual champions, but App State has basically ran the team champions at some. Sorry, this microphone, Dane, I apologize. App State's really ran the team championships when it's come to it. So a major decision is huge for the Citadel, especially for a guy like Guylan Sims. You know, has ran the SoCon last year. You know, a guy like Cooper Flynn from Chattanooga takes his spot. It's going to be a really good match next time. That's going to go in the semifinals later on today, but no App State wrestlers on the mat right now. But you look in that back corner, Dane, there's Jarvis Little getting ready, one of 3 App State wrestlers ranked heading into this tournament.
And right now, wrestling is Waylon Rogers and Tyson Lane of Gardner-Webb and VMI having a head-to-head match on mat 1. Both tied 4-4 in the final period of 2 minutes left in the final period. TK Davis of Gardner-Webb is also on mat 2, facing off against Cody Tanner of VMI. 2 Gardner-Webb and VMI guys fighting on 2 separate mats. And Brady Jolling of Davidson is fighting Joe Calvin. And Brady Jolling just got a stalling call, which will give Joe Calvin a point.
Now, I know you're talking about the mat 1. It's super close, 4-4 heading into the third period. But if there's a guy to look out for in this entire tournament, it's got to be TK Davis. Pound for pound, the best wrestler in the SoCon. Stefan Moncherie, Tomas Brooker, other guys, AJ Rollo, the heavyweight from Bellarmine, might have some things to say about that. But rankings-wise, TK Davis easily the far and away best. Thomas Snipes as well might be pound for pound the best wrestler. You know, Dane loves him some Thomas Snipes, but TK Davis, an absolute dog. I'm really excited to watch him here in Asheville this weekend.
I'm excited to see a lot of wrestlers here today, especially from Appalachian State, as we are the Appalachian State Student Radio. But we're here to cover the SoCon championships as a total. So not just Appalachian State this time. And TK Davis is up 6-1 against Cody Tanner. Tyson Lane got an escape point in the final period versus Waylon Rogers, VMI. And can you talk about how important, how close Tyson Lane and Waylon Rogers are, Trey, in their bracket?
Yeah, I think they're both coming in at the 4 and 5 spot, and that was really hard because if Cooper had won his matchup, he was going to take, the 3 and the 6 spot. Cooper was going to take that 3 spot, or Gylon Sims would have taken the 3 spot. Cooper would have taken the 4 spot, potentially putting him up against Tyson Lane. But Tyson Lane did not show Cooper Foster any love in the Gardner-Webb matchup. It was straight up bad blood going on there. I'm excited. This is a really close match coming down to about 40 seconds in. Looks like Tyson Lane's going to do it. Waylon Rogers not really I'm going to say heavyweight. Of course, it's 125. He's not really a heavyweight in the division. So Tyson Lane honestly should be winning this a lot more convincingly. He's not right now, so a great position from Waylon Rogers right now. But hate to say it, Dane, I don't think VMI is going to get a lot of love in this weekend.
And VMI had a 28-6 loss, I believe, to Appalachian State. And near the bottom of the SoCon, near the mid, right there. But many of their wrestlers are looking to make an impact in the tournament, but Waylon Rogers of VMI had a very good double leg, but a very good escape from Tyson Lane. And Tyson Lane, after escaping, gets the takedown after Waylon Rogers fights him off. Waylon Rogers goes for the takedown in overtime, and Tyson Lane does the Una reverse and wins 8-4 against Waylon Rogers to advance. And now, more App State news, as Jarvis Little will be going against the Citadel, Talon Vasquez.
I'm going to be honest, Dane. I feel like this has got to be a momentum builder for Jarvis here. I think he's got to come out, do what Jarvis does best. He works best off chaos. He needs to cause this chaos. I've been saying that all season. Hasn't really felt like he's done that when we need him to against like TK Davis, other guys. He was really good against Redding from NC State, really good in the SoCon all year. He comes in at the 3 spot. You know, when you're behind guys like TK Davis, can't be mad at it. Also behind guys like Urachuk from Chattanooga. These are really good guys who, honestly, if any weight class in the SoCon probably deserves 2 bids, I would argue that it's 33. So Jarvis Little being that in that 3rd spot, not a bad spot for him. But Talon Vasquez, it's a good spot for him, but I would just like to see him build that momentum here, like what I said earlier.
And Jarvis Little for App State facing off against Tegan Vasquez. Jarvis deep on a single leg. Vasquez has that front headlock in the front wing, but Jarvis is persisting, goes down to the ankle, has a Jarvis with his wide wingspan going across Vasquez. Vasquez trying to go on the outer side, so no takedown will be given, but Jarvis is trying his hardest to keep a couple feet in. But around 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, Jarvis trying to stay inside, but Tegan trying to circle back around to try to get a takedown of his own. But Jarvis has that grip in, and he doesn't look like he's going to let that go. And Jarvis, and they're going to call a stalemate and go back in the middle. And Jarvis Little being the number 2 seed here, or number 3 seed, excuse me. He's facing off against number 6, Tegan Vasquez.
TK Davis with the tech fall on the middle mat. If Jarvis wants his get back, we talked to Jarvis. Jarvis wants that TK Davis matchup. He's got to get past Vasquez first. Vasquez wrestling really, really well right now. Interesting to see. I'm pretty sure Jarvis absolutely destroyed him in their 33 matchup against the Citadel, but really good wrestling from both 33s right now from the Citadel and App State.
And Jarvis has the takedown against Tegan Vasquez. Tried to go for a fireman's carry, but just resorts to the single leg takedown. And that'll make it 3-0 with a minute 15 remaining in the first period. Jarvis trying to go to a side cradle, trying to take control of Vasquez's left ankle to try to keep him from getting up. And Little driving his head in Vasquez's armpit to try to flatten him out and have good positioning for his head, as Vasquez will try to sit out like that and try to pull him back. But Jarvis going out of bounds. That went all according to plan. Vasquez fell for the bait, exactly what Jarvis trying to do. Jarvis tried to put his head into Vasquez's armpit to try to flatten him out, and Vasquez will eventually try to sit out and try to look for that, but Jarvis just wants to flatten him out. And Little trying to go a mat return on Vasquez, but just shoos him away to try for another chance to take him down. Now 3-1, 40 seconds left in this first period versus Jarvis Little versus Tegan Vasquez of the Citadel.
What I love about tournaments like this, Dane, is you have guys like Randall Diabe, Paul Bianchi in the corner of Jarvis. You usually have Coach Bentley yelling at you, but probably good to hear another voice than just your head coach, what you hear all the time. Obviously, Jarvis has that single leg right now. Both wrestlers actually have a leg in, but looks like Jarvis about to get a takedown there, and he gets it. What an offensive mood from Jarvis Little there, but, you know, Randall Diaby and Coach Paul Bianchi have to be happy about that one.
And Jarvis Little went for the takedown, and Tegan Vasquez grabbed his own leg, had a little bit of north-south position, but Jarvis Little just rips his leg away for the absolute control and gets the takedown, making it 6-1, and that is the end of the first period for Jarvis Little of App State and Tegan Vasquez of the Citadel. Jarvis Little up 6-1.
That's exactly what you want if you're Jarvis Little. Get this momentum, head in. You know, you're going to get the 2 spot, which is probably Juracek coming out into the semifinals. You want that. You don't want Juracek. You're looking ahead of this. You want TK Davis. Jarvis Little been ranked for about the second half of the season, most times. He needs this momentum builder. I'd like to see, hey, go for it. Let him up. Go get that tech fall. Go get more points. Get App State more points on the board. Get yourself more momentum. But he's wrestling really, really good right now.
And you were talking a little bit about Ethan Orchuk earlier, and he is winning 13-2 against Luke Passarelli of Davidson.
Now, I said you want TK Davis. Ethan Juracek is no slouch. He's a dog. Like I said earlier, if any division in the SoCon probably deserved 2 spots, it's 33. So Jarvis has a lot cut out for him, but he's making, honestly, quick work of Tegan Vasquez right now. Only 6-1, but it's been absolutely dominating as Jarvis started on top. He's already built up almost 2 minutes of ride time right now at 1:45.
And what a close match happening on Mat 3 right now. Logan Hale from Campbell and Trace Ekman from Bellarmine are having a very close match, 4-5 going into the last period.
And it's weird. You usually see these Campbell wrestlers top of the bracket every year. Maybe more of a mid this time. You know, there's a 65 guy that
they are 1-7 in their duels, but some of their wrestlers are good individually, but they are not great as a team in total during their times in duels versus all these teams, with them being 1-7, with last year being co-champions with App State. What a turn! But a lot of their wrestlers are looking to make names for themselves as
rather than the team.
Mm-hmm. But we're a calling stall on Tegan Vasquez of Jarvis Little of App State versus Tegan Vasquez of the Citadel. Jarvis Little up 6-1, but a stalling call on Vasquez as Jarvis is working on top and Vasquez is laying there. The absolute worst thing to see is the wrestling coach.
Jarvis looking to turn him here, but Vasquez, what is he supposed to do? Jarvis, absolute control right now. Vasquez just doing as Jarvis grabs the face mask a little bit. That's kind of crazy. I've never seen a wrestler do that. Jarvis, again, just doing what he needs to do. Almost 3 minutes of ride time as we head into the third period. And Dane is right. This third mat going on, Logan Hale and Trace Ekman, an absolute barn burner right now. About a minute left in this third period, 5-5. Guy will move on to the semifinals, and they're going to face TK Davis. So I don't know if they want to win, but they're definitely trying to go for it. DK Davis, not an easy match for anyone on any team in the country.
And Jarvis Little gets the escape point after choosing bottom in the last period with his matchup against Tegan Vasquez of the Citadel, making it 7-1. Jarvis Little looking to get his first win of the day.
Mat 1 seems to be the App State spot. Aldo Hernandez going to take over for Jarvis right when this match is over. He's going to go up against Dyson Dunham of VMI, one of Jarvis's couple wins, I believe, he had throughout the season. Aldo really going headfirst into this postseason play, had a really good showing against the Citadel, against Gardner-Webb in that last matchup of the year. So really excited. App State looking to pick up some convincing wins heading into semifinals. And that's where App State wants to be. They want to be in these high pressure matchups. That's what Coach Bentley and these wrestlers live for, and that's all you're going to get while you're here in Asheville.
And as Jarvis Little is wrestling, 2 Campbell wrestlers are wrestling on mats 2 and 3 as Logan Hale gets the final takedown, 8-5 in the period. And he's going to put his fist in the air and say, like, stalling, like he wants that stalling call.
Straight at the Gardner-Webb fan section.
Yeah, straight at the Gardner-Webb fan section, even though he was facing a Bellarmine wrestler.
Yeah.
And looks like Logan Hale will face off, and he will be the winner and he will face off against TK Davis. And Jarvis Little right now is deep in a takedown attempt. He's in between the barn doors trying to circle and trying to turn back around to Vasquez to get total control, but Vasquez has control of the ankle, and Xander Verchiros gets pinned by AJ Rollo of Bellarmine on mat 2.
Yeah, quick work for Rollo. You know he's one of the best 41 guys in the conference. Aldo Hernandez, huge win against him, in the season, but if anyone is the favorite in 41, I'd say Rollo. I think Aldo has a good chance, though.
And speaking of App State, Jarvis has a 6-point lead in the final seconds. And that is the end of the third period, and Jarvis Little will win 8-1 after a stalling point will be given to him after another stalling on Tegan Vasquez. And it looks like that that Jarvis Little will go to the next round of the 133 bracket in the winners section, and another App State wrestler walks on the mat as one walks off. As Bianchi was coaching Little, and now it goes to Bentley. It goes to Bentley and Schott for the coaches for Aldo Hernandez here. Aldo Hernandez will be facing off against someone who he's faced off of in the Citadel. From the VMI, Dyson Dunham. And it goes on. It starts the match. Aldo Hernandez looking to get wrist control here from Dunham. Dunham separates. Aldo engages in the hand fighting, tries to snap down, but Dunham goes for that. He posts on his right arm on Aldo's shoulder. Aldo trying to snap down and circle around, goes straight back to the middle of the match and not go out of bounds. 2:30 remaining in this first period of Aldo Hernandez of App State versus Dyson Dunham of VMI on mat 1 in the SoCon Wrestling Championships today.
Aldo, one of those younger guys, redshirt sophomore, but he was at the championships last season, the first time it's been held in Asheville. App State took that trophy home. He's been here. He has the experience. I don't believe he got out of the semifinals last year. I think he went into consolation semis and lost before heading to consolation, or before he could get to consolation finals. But Aldo, he's just locked in right now, and that's something that's really good for Aldo. He's always been, I'm not going to say he struggled mentally, but he's someone that has, I don't want to say that he struggled mentally, but he's a very mental wrestler. He goes hot and he goes cold, and he's hot right now, and he needs to take that momentum all the way into what could be the finals in Asheville, as only one guy from each weight class will qualify for the SoCon. And you know, Aldo wants that bad. Everyone from App State wants that bad. Everyone here in this tournament wants to go to Cleveland in a couple weeks, but no more than Aldo Hernandez from App State.
And Aldo Hernandez having 1:30 to work with in this first period left. Both still 0-0, about 1:15 remaining in this first period, going back and forth. And to update everyone else on the other mats, on mat 2 we have Nate Higley from Bellarmine facing off against Yuta Otero from Chattanooga. Both still 0-0 going into the second round. And on mat 3, we have Hunter Mason versus Thomas Termini. Hunter Mason from Chattanooga and Termini from the Citadel. Mason is up 3-1. And Aldo tries to go for a takedown attempt, but Dunham separates, and they both go out of bounds.
And while they were going out of bounds, Aldo gets a stalling warning there. That's huge to look forwards to later in the match. Aldo needs to just keep going on the offensive for the rest of this fight.
And Aldo with 40 seconds left, staying on the same level as Dunham. Dunham went to all fours, so Aldo matches his level. And Aldo separating, goes for a fake shot attempt, tries to circle around. Both still hand fighting, grabbing for wrist control. Both just matching each other's level, trying not to give anyone a clear advantage in any way. And that'll be the end of the first period. And that'll be still 0-0, but one stalling on Aldo. And they're going to go to App State, defers to Dunham, and Dunham will choose bottom to try to get that escape point.
Felt like a huge feeling out period. You know, Aldo threw a couple fakes in there. Dunham never really got his chance to get on his offense. Aldo did what he needed to do, just had that unfortunate stalling warning, and he's going to get a caution here. I think Dunham actually got the caution on the start, but expect Aldo won't necessarily ride out the period, but put more on the offensive than just a couple fakes in this one.
And immediately as the whistle starts, Dunham tries to stand up. Hernandez trying to mat return Dunham. Aldo puts in a leg and tries to leverage that way to make the tree fall, but Dunham stands right back up. Aldo grabs the waist, trying to go for a mat return, and Dunham tries to stand up, and they go out of bounds. And Aldo staying on top, grabbing 23 seconds of riding time. And Nate Higley gets an escape point on mat 2 against Yuta Otero for Chattanooga. And on mat 1, like the big announcer said, still scoreless. And Aldo goes for a mat return to go out of bounds as Dyson Dunham keeps going for that escape.
Yeah, Aldo just not giving it to him. Aldo wants to stay. It feels like he really wants to stay on the perimeter rather than bring it into the middle. He's doing great work. Dunham just somehow always is able to get out of bounds there, and he gets back to the middle of the mat. But Aldo, I said it, I don't know if he's going to ride out the period, but he's shown really, really good mat returns, really, really good defense of stopping Dunham's defense himself. Done a really good job as he gets another mat return there. Aldo just taking the words out of my mouth, proving me wrong. I mean, just great wrestling this far from the redshirt sophomore from Asheboro.
And Aldo still 0-0. He's staying on top, grabs a minute of riding time, a minute left in this second period. Aldo tries to separate, goes more out of bounds to pick up him out of bounds, and a lot of fans are trying to go for a stalling call, possibly.
I mean, I don't understand.
Nothing has been called, and a little bit of a controversy on mat 2 happened a bit ago as Chattanooga's own Hunter Mason, Yuta Otero almost got a takedown out of bounds, and a lot of people thought that he had control and out of bounds, but the referee says it was still neutral and goes back in, and it's the final period left over there, about 37 seconds left, and a lot of Chattanooga fans right sideline are not happy about this referee.
I didn't see it, Dane, but a really good match we got going on right now at the middle one, like we were talking about, 1-0. Is Chattanooga almost had the takedown there. Oh my.
And Aldo with 35 seconds remaining, and it looks like Nate Higley from Bellarmine almost got a reversal, but surprised the stalling call isn't happening from either person, and their fans are calling for it. And a reversal for Aldo Hernandez with the final 15 seconds in that second period to make it 2-0.
And Aldo wants a challenge.
Aldo wants a challenge, but he did seem for a little bit I saw, it did look like he was on his back for a couple seconds.
It's just going to be an escape. They're going to go neutral.
And they're going to go for an escape.
Call out of bounds. I think we might get a review here. Interesting.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a review.
What I was saying earlier, though, Dunham wasn't wrestling for like about a good 45 seconds. He just wants to get to the perimeter. I understand you are technically wrestling. You're moving around the mat. You're moving your body. You're attempting, but you're not going at the opponent. That's got to be a stalling warning at least, Dane. We've been a bit of victims to the stalling problems in Boone a little bit. I guess they're just traveling back to Asheville.
And on mat 2, it's really going on right now. Both men are fighting. It's a 1-0. Nate Higley from Bellarmine is up by 1 against Yuta Otero from Chattanooga. And it's the final couple seconds here. Yuta needs to get an escape point fast if he wants to survive. They start. He tries to stand up. Oh, never mind, I read the time wrong. He has 1:40 left. I was reading the writing time instead of the actual time. Thought he had 2 seconds. I was like, dang, he needs to get up fast.
Oh, what a bridge there.
And Nate Higley has the near side cradle, has 3 back points, and Yuta tries to stand up. And is a little bit of a neutral position, and they're going to call stalling on Nate Higley.
That's interesting. They call a takedown for Higbee, but then the Chattanooga wrestler gets out of it, and then they call a stalling on Higbee himself. I'm not going to lie, Dan, I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm not going to lie here. We still have no action going on in the Aldo Hernandez match. This Otero match is the 4-5 slot in the 49. They're going to face up against the winner of Heap from Davidson and Sly from Gardner-Webb. Heap, the one seed. Sly getting the big win over Phillips from Campbell and the Pigtails to move on. He was the last and final seed heading into the Pigtails in the regular season for the SoCon.
And Hernandez down with 10 seconds left, and they reviewed it, and they confirmed that it was an escape point, and it'll still be 1-0. And with the final seconds left, Aldo is going to choose to go on bottom to get an escape point of his own, and Aldo has 1:45 of riding time here. So if Aldo gets an escape point and no points happen, they're going to give a point to Aldo. But if Aldo, and wow, what a decision. Looks like VMI's conscious of that and just gives him the escape point and then starts out neutral and ties it 1-1.
That's an interesting decision. I'm going to say it right now. That's not one I like from Dunham there and VMI's coaching staff. I would have liked to see them attempt to get it. Hey, you're giving Aldo Hernandez that attempt to get a takedown here as he almost got a single leg in, and the takedown himself doesn't get it though, but he looks like he's got to get it, and Aldo gets the takedown. That's 3 for Aldo Hernandez late in the match. 1:35 left on the clock. Middle one with Higley and Otero going to the wire. Looks like Higley's going to take that one, but I hate that decision for VMI. You have the ability to ride out Hernandez the entire time and then just take it to overtime. Doesn't get it. Aldo goes straight in for him. Knows that Dunham's on the back foot and takes the points. It's 4-1 Aldo now. 1:22 left in the match.
Well, yeah, that is an interesting decision indeed. Instead of trying to ride Aldo out to try to eliminate that riding time, and you have that 1-0 lead.
Exactly.
And to try to mention your top skills, but it looks like VMI's coaching did not have confidence in their wrestler to be able to ride out Aldo Hernandez. And Aldo has a mat return as we see a Granby roll, but Aldo stays right along with him. That was absolutely nasty by Aldo Hernandez.
Been saying it, Dane. He is locked in for this weekend and a potential berth to Cleveland. He wants it so bad. There was questions. They brought in Joe Fangaro from Rutgers in the offseason. What does Aldo do? He puts his head down and he works, and that's why he's in Asheville right now doing the best he can in the 4th seed at 41.
And Aldo trying to keep his foot in for as long as possible to ride out that time. 46 seconds left in the final period. Aldo has 2 minutes and 38 seconds of riding time against Dyson Dunham of VMI. And they're going to give 3 to Nate Higley, who was up 8-4 at getting a takedown, and gets another one to further with 4 seconds left. But Aldo on 4-1, but also on mat 3 we have Caden Keyser versus Phoenix Alea of VMI. And Caden Keyser is one of 3 ranked App State wrestlers going into this tournament. I think Jarvis is still ranked going into on Intermat.
I think there's 2 ranked in coaches, Steph and Tomas, and then Keyser, Canetta, Little, and Eller are all ranked in the RPI. Eller might be the lone one that I got wrong there.
And Keyser keeping his foot in bounds to try that is a takedown attempt, and wow, and he swears he kept his foot in, but the ref says to go out of bounds. But Aldo, 5-1. Aldo Hernandez wins his match against Dyson Dunham of VMI to go along in the bracket. And he's a little excited, but got to remember, it's the first round, and he knows that, but it's a great first start and a good win for Aldo Hernandez as he's in the middle of the bracket. So He faced off a guy that was right along there with him.
Yeah, he'll go on to face Hunter Mason from Chattanooga, a rematch of that Chattanooga-App State duel that basically allowed Chattanooga and Citadel to sneak in and take co-champions. Aldo probably wants his get-back there. I know everyone in this arena needs a get-back moment. Aldo, a great way to bounce back from that questionable second period from him. Wrestled great in the first period, kind of let it go in the second, comes back. 3 minutes and 24 seconds of ride time for Hernandez there, Dane. What a finish to his match.
That was a great finish as Aldo beat a guy that was a seed above him, I believe. Aldo was number 5 and Dyson Dunham was number 4, or vice versa. Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
Aldo Hernandez was 5 and Dyson Dunham was 4. He beat a guy that was ranked higher than him, and that already shows that when he interviewed him, he agreed with the coach's sayings that seeds don't matter, and that he will definitely be looking for that philosophy next period as he wrestles the number 1 guy in the entire weight class from Chattanooga. But we have blood time here on mat 3 of Caden Keyser versus Phoenix Alea. But on other mats right now, on mat 1, we have Anderson Heap, like you mentioned earlier, and Charlie Sly, the brother of Bentley Sly, a top 6 ranked wrestler in his weight class on Flow Wrestling, who signed on to App State recently. And being in, I don't believe they're in the same weight class as Charlie Sly is in 149, and Bentley Sly is near like the 155 section, but they might, who knows, he might cut weight and be in the same weight class as his brother. But, they will give 3 to Anderson Heap of Davidson versus Charlie Sly. As we were talking about him, he got taken down.
It happens.
It happens.
It happens.
And Carson DeRoser of Citadel is facing off against Joseph Morris of Presbyterian. He gets that takedown to make it 3-0. Start off that first period. But Caden Keyser starts off. Caden Keyser goes for that near side cradle. Has those back points. Has the 3. He's not waving. Now he is. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 4 back points for Caden Keyser. Keyser has that far side ankle. He's flipping Phoenix Alea from VMI on his back right now. Alea is doing very good job at staying 50-50, but Keyser gets that takedown and looking for more points. 40 seconds left in this period after a stoppage due to blood time, and gives him the 4 back points after both men go back to neutral, and that'll make it 7-0. 30 seconds left in Caden Keyser versus Phoenix Alea.
Yeah, Phoenix had a shot in. Keyser, great takedown defense. That's Caden Keyser. You know, he ain't letting a takedown go down like that. Flips him over into the pin. Could have been a freaking 10-point near fall. Dane felt like that ref started counting a little late, but Keyser gets it. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Keyser get one of those patented second period pins.
And Keyser still on top, just collecting riding time as he gets 1:09 minutes of riding time to end that period. And they will flip the good old wrestling coin and go to VMI. VMI defers to App State, and App State chooses. They will choose bottom for Keyser, as Diaby and Bianchi are the main coaches here. And as on mat 1, after the Anderson Heap and Charlie Sly match, will up next be Jeremiah Price versus Davidson's wrestler Peak. And Keyser lets that escape point for Phoenix Alea fly. and they give the escape point, my bad, to Keyser. I said that wrong. And Keyser goes for the body lock, double underhooks, and gets the takedown with the double underhooks. Good body lock by Keyser.
Keyser came into this new weight class. He came into App State at 41, moved around at 57, really one of those floaters, but he's found his spot at 49 so heavily. A guy that Bentley would always talk about, he gets in his own head too. Absolutely pure domination for most of the season. That one slip up against Davidson about halfway through February allowed Keyser to slide to the number 2 seed, let the Davidson wrestler go to number 1. But Keyser's here to prove I should be that number 1 spot. I should have been ranked all year. You know, that was just a slip up for me. Had really good matches against Virginia Tech, NC State, West Virginia. These high-ranked duels, Keyser is always in the fight for him. Sometimes can't get it done, other times can. Right now he's 11-0 up against Alea. Again, momentum builders. That's what these App State wrestlers need heading into semifinals and potentially finals. You know, you're going to slip up here time and time. Consolation, third place. It's not necessarily what you need now because only one wrestler is going to go to Cleveland for NCAA championships. But momentum. That's all you need. That's just all you need.
And on mat 2, DeRoser is about to tech fall Joseph Morris of Presbyterian. Carson DeRoser from the Citadel. And he gets it, and that is a tech fall on mat 2 and a dominant win against DeRoser. Or DeRoser gets the dominant win against Joseph Morris of Presbyterian. And Keyser is now up 11-0 on Phoenix Alea on mat 1 of App State. Caden Keyser of App State versus Phoenix Alea of VMI. And on mat 1, we have Anderson Heat versus Charlie Sly, and Charlie Sly's not doing so hot. He's down 10-1.
It happens. We said it happens. But we were talking before, then we were wondering what school would travel the best. The Citadel has really shown out. They're right below us. Got a lot of light blue in the crowd right now. And they're always, it feels like a Citadel wrestler is on every mat at a point. It just feels like they're everywhere right now.
Oh, yeah, that blue is unescapable from the eye. But Caden Keyser up 11-1 as he lets Phoenix Alea up with an escape point after going out of bounds. And the time will expire, and that will give the decision from Phoenix Alea from VMI, and he chooses to go neutral. What do you think about that decision, Trey?
I mean, you need points here. You don't want to get tech fall. You don't want to get pinned. I'm surprised that Keyser didn't get more on the offensive there. I think Alea, we were watching some other matches, but when I tuned over to this one, Alea had really a better improvement of takedown defense. Keyser, you know, Keyser's just going to get what he wants when he wants, but Alea had a really good job stopping that. You know, you go neutral just because I don't want to get tech falled. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. So I agree with the decision. He's going to get a stalling warning there. I like that more than a different VMI go neutral and heading into the third period. Probably would turn out a little better for him too.
And Anderson Heap up 16-2. And a bit of an announcement here saying none of the consolation will go through until all of the first round will happen.
I think it's going to be a long day, Dane.
It's going to be a pretty long day, but we're here on 90.5 WASU, the App FM, for any updates on the SoCon Wrestling Championships of 2026. And on mat 2 for an update as Carol Lavelle is about to pin Christian Hale Anderson. Very close, but Anderson gets bellies down, but looks like Lavelle's looking for that pin.
Yeah, already 10-1. Hasn't even hit halfway through the first period yet. Just pure domination from Lavelle from the Citadel. We said it, Dane. That light blue has been everywhere to start this day.
And Caden Keyser needs one more takedown to get a tech fall against Phoenix Alea. And that is 3 for Caden Keyser. And that is a 15-point tech fall for the ranked wrestler from App State. 17-2. And I believe Caden Keyser will go along and have a rematch, I believe, against the Citadel zone of Carson DeRoser. And that will give a rematch for Keyser. I believe DeRoser is the person who upset. No, that's
it was
not.
Heap.
Oh, it was Heap?
It was Heap.
All right, but he had a very good match with DeRoser as well at App State, as I believe it was a 1 or 2 point win for Keyser.
But Keyser's always got those low.
Oh, yeah.
Low. He's in the trenches 24/7, and it's nothing but business. He got up, threw his headgear off, and said, all right, who's next up? That's just his mentality. He's got the perfect mentality for it. It's going to be a really good quarterfinals going into the 49. Both guys with the tech fall. DeRozier had a little better time getting his guy down, only needed it in 4:30. Keyser got it about 10 seconds after that, about 4:40. So pretty equal heading into the semifinals matchup. You know, both guys, Nate Higley looked really, really good on the second mat against Otero from Chattanooga, but Heap's the guy to go after. His head is on. Everyone's got their bullseye pointed at Heap there for that number 1 spot. Again, only one wrestler going in from 49, only one wrestler going in from each weight class. So everyone going for that title.
But an interesting match that's happening on mat 2 right now is, it was just up. Sorry, it was just up, and now it's not, but that's great. But on mat 2 is a VMI matchup of Thomas Snipes versus Ryan Vigil, a match that everybody's looking at in the center mat right now.
Especially Dane.
Oh, yeah.
Dane loves Thomas Snipes, his favorite wrestler in all of the SoCon.
He is a wrestler. But he's looking to have a SoCon title today. And on the mat right now, Thomas Snipes versus Ryan Vigil. And on mat 1 is Jeremiah Price for App State. And on mat 3 is Jeb Pretchel and Joseph Gordano of Gardner-Webb.
I think this is a huge matchup for Jeremiah, a guy that came into last year's SoCons, you know, top 3, top 2, made it to Conci semis, then comes into this season, doesn't really have the season that people would think he would have. Comes into this at the 5 seed. We thought he could be 6th. That's what he was slated as in the Flow Wrestle rankings, was the 6th spot for this. He would have wrestled the number 3 seed, but gets Tanner Peak from Davidson, a guy that I'm pretty sure did not give Jeremiah easy work. I think he pretty much dominated him in their matchup. It's going to be a good one on mat 1. Jeremiah's just got to get his confidence back. That's the main thing. That's what me and Dane have been talking about all season. I know that's what the coaches have been talking about. Bentley and Schott, the coaches in Price's corner. He's just got to get his head back into this. We've been talking about, it's been a bit of a switch. Aldo Hernandez locked in a little bit. I'm not going to say Jeremiah Price isn't locked in, because he obviously is. All these wrestlers are locked in. That's why they're here, but just not the season he wanted.
And Jeremiah Price got 3rd place in last year's SoCon Wrestling Championships. Looking to place again. And they're going to stop as the headgear of Tanner Peak comes off for Davidson. But Jeremiah Price will face off against Tanner Peak of Davidson. And I believe that these guys faced off in the in the varsity gym, where I believe that Tanner Peak got the win, I believe.
Yeah, and it was not close, Dane. It was that was kind of the story. We were talking about Foster earlier. That was like his kind of story. He couldn't finish matches. Price just couldn't start matches. I mean, to be honest, it just was barbecue chicken for whoever was going up against Jeremiah Price to start. But he's a veteran. I mean, he's a redshirt sophomore at the 57 spot. He's wrestled with guys like Anthony Canetta, who's going to come up on mat 2 after the Snipes Vigil match is over, which is at 0-0. Heading into the second period. That's huge for Ryan Vigil from VMI, the true favorite at 65, the number 2 highest ranked wrestler in all of the SoCon, Thomas Snipes. It's got to be good if you're a VMI wrestler. It's got to be really good if you're Ryan Vigil.
And Ryan Vigil staying in there against Thomas Snipes, as Ryan Vigil chooses to go bottom to try to get that escape point against Thomas Snipes. And to update everyone on mat 3, Joseph Gordano is up 6-1 against Jeb Pretchel from Bellarmine. Jeb Pretchel has had a rough time this season, but he is still facing off against a top guy like Joseph Gordano on mat 3. But in the other brackets of 157 is Jeremiah Price, still 0-0 against Tanner Peak, both just hand fighting and trying to fight for position, as Tanner Peak gets the underhook and Thomas Snipes goes for a mat return to really emphasize that Ryan Vigil.
I just want to point this out then. Tanner Peak does not have a head guard. His head guard continues to fall off. Got to get him a new one, and that's what the Davidson coaches are going to do. I saw that fall off, and the refs don't stop play. And Vigil's going to get a takedown on Snipes there. Dane, I think we have an upset brewing here on the number 2 mat.
And there they're going to get a reversal. Ryan Vigil gets the reversal after being on bottom, down 2-0, and they're going to take time. And it looks like it's blood time as Thomas Snipes' right eye is bleeding a little bit, or has a little bit of a cut. It may be from a crossface, but who knows. But yet, Ryan Vigil's up 2-0 against Thomas Snipes right now.
Dane, I'm going to say that if this stands, it's 2-0, Thomas Snipes with 40 seconds of ride time. Obviously, Thomas Snipes, the favorite in the middleweights. Like I said earlier, second highest ranked in all of the SoCon at 19 in the 65 class. But if this stays, this would be the upset that no one would have believed. Now, Snipes does have an auto bid, but if you go to the consolation semis this early, I don't know if that auto bid will stand.
And Snipes trying to escape, down 2-0. But Snipes on bottom, Vigil trying his best to stay on top, tries to put in a leg. Snipes tries to flatten out, Vigil staying on top. Snipes sits out, tries to turn back in. Vigil goes along with them, stays on his back. 50 seconds left. And Vigil separates, and Snipes gets the escape point to make it 2-1. Snipes staying in the middle, kind of saying Vigil, like, come here. Kind of saying, hey, let's wrestle.
Vigil can't allow him to do that. He's the #1 ranked guy at 65 for a reason. Vigil's got to go out and do what he needs to do, not wrestle Thomas Snipes' match. We always say that. These guys have to wrestle their own match. Feels like Vigil's doing a really good job about that, but when you wrestle a guy like Thomas Snipes, it's hard to fall into his trap.
And both men, 15 seconds left. Short time on mat 2. Seems like this is the match that everybody's watching right now. Ryan Vigil up 2-1. Thomas Snipes has 11 seconds of riding time. And Vigil staying in the middle, hand fighting, and that's going to be the end of the period. And Vigil up 1 against the #1 ranked in 150 and 165, Thomas Snipes. And Thomas Snipes chooses to go bottom as he has that decision, and will try to get that escape point to try to tie up this match.
And interesting on mat 1 with the Price matchup.
And I believe
Tanner Peak is still getting his headgear checked out.
And I believe if the headgear goes off again, they might have to go for a stalling point, as that's an equipment stalling. But I've only seen that once happen, where in high school, where a guy's headgear just literally kept falling off after every go. But if that happens here, I would not be surprised if a stalling point got called.
Peak's just got too much hair, man.
It happens.
It does happen.
And both men go neutral on mat 2 as Snipes gets that escape point to make it 2-2. And Thomas Snipes having the reputation right now to have match close. And Vigil keeps that leg, so no takedowns happens for Snipes. Snipes trying to pull that leg away, having a leg of his own, going to north-south. Vigil trying his hardest to trying to go for a stalling call, I would assume, and they're going to go potentially dangerous on the leg. And they're going to start neutral. That's the best position that Ryan Vigil could have possibly asked for in the final minute of this match on mat 2.
What a match for the #9 seed in the entire tournament, excuse me, the #8 seed, second to last seed in this entire tournament at 65. And Snipes goes a little early there, doesn't get the caution call, but a minute left in this matchup, as you can probably hear the Gardner-Webb student section go crazy for their wrestler, but everyone's got their eyes on mat 2. Thomas Snipes, Ryan Vigil, we got less than a minute left. Snipes goes for a shot. They're going to get a stalling warning on Vigil here. Interesting to call. Snipes is going for a shot, and Vigil was just waiting for it, but refs see it differently.
And 45 seconds remaining in the match on mat 2. Vigil goes for a blast double. Snipes stays in front. Vigil staying in front also, and they're going to call a stalemate. 30 seconds remaining. And it's still 2-2. Thomas Snipes has 5 seconds. And Jeremiah Price starting the second period on bottom after being 0-0 on mat 1. And Vigil tries to go. And, oh, we might have an upset on mat 1. And what an upset. As Jeb Pretchel gets the last second pin with 7 seconds remaining against Joseph Gordano. Joseph Giordano was up 13-4, and Jeb Pretchell pins him with less than 10 seconds remaining. What an upset.
Wow, Dane, that is crazy. Jeb Preckle, the winner, down 9 at the buzzer. Joseph Giordano had riding time in his pocket. Doesn't matter. He's going to the losers consolation bracket, I should say, in the Gardner-Webb student section. Hits the bathroom. They don't even want to stay out here. What is going on? And we're still on mat 2 in overtime as Thomas Snipes and Ryan Vigil are still in head-to-head, tied up 2-2, and some Bellarmine fans in front of us can't believe it. They've got their hands on their head. I can't believe it either. I wasn't even looking at it. I look over, I think it's Giordano, and then I see Jeb Pretchell getting his hand raised. I was dumbfounded, Dane.
Yeah, Jeb Pretchell getting the last-second pin. What a match for Jeb Pretchell against one of the top seeds. And right now, Jeremiah Price is up 1-0 with an escape point, or a stalling point, and Price got an escape point, and Price trying his hardest to not get taken down right now. Price has that leg, and Tanner Peak also has a leg, and they're going to go stalemate. And Tanner Peak is hurting right now. He's grabbing his arm. And right now, Thomas Snipes in overtime, both men trying their hardest. Still 2-2. Ryan Vigil trying to get that 3, but Thomas Snipes still has that foot. He's holding it on for dear life. If Thomas Snipes lets go of that leg, Ryan Vigil will get that takedown. And still no takedown called. And VMI trying their hardest to plead a case, and they're going to give that 3. Thomas Snipes is out in the first round, and the Citadel is going to have their challenge. And Thomas Snipes gets taken down in overtime. The #1 seed from the Citadel, if this challenge stands, will be a huge upset against, and what a match for Ryan Vigil from VMI.
This is March, Dane. Chaos happening in Kimmel Arena. We have Joseph Giordano go up 13-4, get pinned. Thomas Snipes, the #2 overall ranked wrestler in the entire SoCon, gets taken by the #8 spot. Dane, there is just chaos happening right now in Asheville. We're getting a challenge, but I think he's got that. I think he had that takedown. I would be floored if they gave it to Snipes, but you know that's exactly what Snipes wants. He had an auto bid. It would be wild to see him drop to consolations in the first round.
And right now the refs are talking about their decision. And on mat 3, a fall happened. And Ryan Vigil being confident with his headgear off. Snipes still has his headgear on. He's a little bit in the dumps right now, but Vigil pretty confident in his abilities to think he got that takedown, but the referees are looking at their decision and what will happen.
I know Anthony Canetta is just waiting. He's supposed to go on this mat next. I think everyone is floor right now. We've got a close match with Price and Peak, but
and they're going to give the takedown. The takedown is confirmed, and it is official. Thomas Snipes goes to consolation as Ryan Vigil takes up the #1 seed. What an upset for VMI. Or what a great match for VMI, and an upset for the Citadel. Thomas Snipes does not look happy, didn't talk to his coaches. Headgear is away, and he's walking back to the locker room.
All I got to say is, Dane, karma is a bad, bad man.
And speaking of the devil, Anthony Canetta goes on the match, and you know he's trying his hardest to stay composed.
Oh, now he's got to be the favorite in this weight class. Now the target's on him. He cannot fall against, Sel, a guy he absolutely dominated. We see Sel with the tape on his elbow. Me and Dane were at that Gardner-Webb match where Sel was injured, and there's a conversation that Sel shouldn't even be allowed to continue to compete in the match.
Yeah, that was a weird decision by the Gardner-Webb coaches, already down. But Sel looking to get a little bit of advantage here as some takedown, but both men are 1-1 on mat 1. Jeremiah Price in the final is 1 3-1, tied with Tanner Peak. Tanner Peak has 30 seconds of riding time left, 50 seconds remaining for Price.
Ride time not going to be a factor here. Bentley on his feet. Price needs this. He needs this for his season. Could need this for his career. If he goes out, we've seen the downslide Price has taken. He needs this for, like I said, his career. Price had really good takedown shots. Peak just really good defense. Seems like Price wants overtime, doesn't want anything. He needs to be safe, though, and not get a stalling warning.
And Anthony Canetta got taken down by Tucker Sell, but gets that escape point to make it 3-1.
Dane, there is dark magic here in Kimmel Arena right now. I'm just saying.
And Price, his hardest, has that leg. But Tanner Peak trying his hardest to defend it. Price, still no three has happened, and they're going to call stalemate. And that is the end of the period. Still 1-1. App State's not going to challenge.
That's interesting, Dane. Feels like Price, he had Peak's back. He had him. Peak thought we were going to overtime. Price straight up attacks. No three call there. I have to disagree with that. That's absolutely.
I don't know what's wrong with Sell. I did not see anything health-wise that could happen, and it looks like he might throw up. They bring over the trash can, and he will. Tucker Sell is going to throw up right on the side of the mat. A wrestling tradition of the good old, at a wrestling tournament, the number one most important thing is tape in a trash bag. But Jeremiah Price on mat 1 trying his hardest to get the takedown, trying to go between the barn doors and turn around. A minute left in medical time. Price trying to circle around. Price has that leg. Price needs to get Peak off of his leg. And Peak almost close to himself. Price almost got a little too high up. But Price tries to circle around and tries to get that three. Price has that too, and Price has the three in overtime with the takedown. Jeremiah Price gets the win over Tanner Peak in a revenge win for Jeremiah Price of App State.
What a battle Price showed. Should have had the takedown at the end of the match. He said, screw it, I'm going to go get the takedown in OT, and Bentley pumps his fist. He's hyped up. Price moving on to the semifinals, and you know Price has got to be feeling good after that one. You have such a bad end of the year, then you get a huge win over a guy who absolutely dominated you in your dual meet. Wow, what a win for Jeremiah Price.
And Anthony Canetta gets another escape point to make it 3-2. Canetta down by 1. Sell has 40 seconds of riding time. Canetta going for that cradle to try to stay in bounds. Canetta has that leg. Sell trying to go out of bounds. Canetta goes, get over here, brings that leg and gets that takedown against Tucker Sell to go into the lead to make it 5-3, and they go out of bounds for a potentially dangerous. And Sell is down again, and they're going to have a potentially dangerous after just throwing up on the sidelines. Trying to face diversity on map 2 here for Tucker Sell against Anthony Canetta of App State.
Canetta, otherwise than the potentially dangerous move. Great job. You called it, Dane. Get over here like he's in Mortal Kombat. Takes his shot and absolutely scores on it. 5-3 sitting right now with about 20 seconds left in the. Well, the clock is still going. I don't know if there's going to be about 20. I think there's about 30 seconds left in that first period. But
I believe while the time is blinking for whose side, that is the medical time that they have left.
Excuse me, my
And
bad.
he has 5 seconds of medical time left. And championships, they don't have that much time left, and it might not look like that Tucker Sell will be able to continue in this match. Anthony Canetta got the last second takedown and tried to possibly, and it looks like it doesn't look like it's the arm from last time. It looks like it's his stomach. It might be his stomach. But let's see what he grabs. And honestly, it might be the arm.
I think it is the arm. Excuse me. The
Canetta having a close talk with him, had a couple words to say, and it might be the arm. Well, as he is not moving that arm quite a bit, as the arm is taped up from both joints. And Anthony Canetta looks like Canetta will get the win 5-3 after a medical, that might be a medical forfeit.
Has to be.
And unfortunately, that will give, in a situation like that, but that will give App State 16 points, I believe, with a medical forfeit. But unfortunate to see in the sport of wrestling where wrestlers aren't able to continue their match. But Canetta getting the last second takedown possibly could have saved him from possibly losing.
Yeah, Sell had a really good first period. I was going to say the Gardner-Webb trainer looked at the head coach and just instantly shook his head. He can't go back out there. We were talking about this. Sell stayed out way too long on the mat in the dual meet. He had a really good first period, and if he would have picked up a win, we would have had back-to-back-to-back upsets, crazy upsets. There's some crazy things going on in Asheville right now. This dang microphone, Dane. I'm sorry, this dang microphone keeps falling off. But, yeah, Sell had a really good first period, couldn't get it. Anthony Canetta pulls the Mortal Kombat, gets the win off medical forfeit.
And on mat 1, Noah Hall versus Bryce Griffin. Bryce Griffin has 3 against Bellarmine's Noah Hall. But now Hall got an escape point. But Anthony Canetto does get the win over Tucker Sell, like we said. And up next will be AJ. Which Ferrari
Anthony.
is it? They're all having
the
A.
Ducker.
Anthony.
The Ducker.
And go Anthony Ferrari will be on the mat now. On mat 2.
He's coming up after this one on mat 1.
Never mind. On mat 1, yes, he's facing off against Reinecke. Or Rinnick.
I'm not saying this. I want all wrestlers to be successful, right? I don't respect a man who ducks a rivalry dual meet.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying.
I can definitely see where you're going. And for context on that, App State versus Campbell, with I believe an hour till the wrestling, Ferrari said he was not able to wrestle.
He was on
the backup was there.
He was a probable starter.
Yeah,
there was no or anything.
He was listed as a starter on Campbell's wrestling story.
Exactly.
I saw it that day, and he was listed as the starter. There was no or. He said his name.
I'm just saying, Dane. I'm not saying he's ducking, but it looks like it.
But trying to look around to see if there's any guys with mullets supporting their wrestler around, and
can't lie, I don't think AJ's here right now.
I don't think they're here, as they're both separate. Big Ten.
AJ's got bamboo underwear to buy.
Oh yeah, bamboo underwear to buy. But for more updates, after Caden Monroe, Tech Falls Ryan Bulletino of Campbell. After on mat 3 will be Colt Campbell versus Isaiah Guerrero. And that match was the second ever loss in the SoCon for Colt Campbell. And Colt Campbell is up next against a guy who dominated him in the last dual meet in App State Varsity Gym this season.
But we've seen it, Dane. We've seen multiple matches today, not just holding App State wrestlers. We saw Vigil versus Snipes. Sell came out with a really good first period against Canetta, and Canetta had him like 27 of 12. It was something wild. And all 12 of those points were, I think he had one reversal and then all escapes. So this is a whole new thing. And Colt was another guy saying, hey, seeds don't matter. I'm here to wrestle. I don't care who's in front of me. You can put anyone in front of me. You could put Steph in front of him. You're not going to get team-on-team action, but you could put a heavyweight in front of him. And he's going to go out and wrestle his match. And Colt looks hyped. He's hyped to be here, his first ever SoCon tournament. And he is ready to go.
And Isaiah Guerrero, I was really impressed with him during the match. No one did what he did against Colt Campbell that entire season, and absolutely makes Colt seem a little let down. But it was a very good match nonetheless, but not a good match for Colt. But Colt has the leg right now, trying to finish. Guerrero grabbing the crotch, having the crotch grab right here, or the crotch grip. Campbell's trying to circle around to the best of his ability. Has the leg. Mike, he's trying to go for a stalemate. Guerrero's trying to go in for, and might get it soon. Circling around. Campbell's trying to get it. I'm surprised a stalling call isn't called, or at least a stalemate right now. And they're going to call that stalemate, no stalling called.
I like the no stalling call. Feels like both wrestlers were working. They were doing what they needed to. Just go back up into the middle, restart this match.
And to go back into the middle And both men at neutral, trying to test each other. And goes in for a takedown attempt, and Colt Campbell from App State tries to defend it.
I saw what you were doing, Dane. That was some pure arm strength to plug your computer in.
Oh yeah,
these
and
while
outlets.
Commentating.
Oh yeah, and while commentating. You got to do it
demon.
all.
Yeah, Colt coming to this matchup didn't have the end of the year he wanted, like what we've been talking about, but he had a really good start to the year. Not expecting he was one of those guys in the 74 spot taking over for Luke Giuliano. That Bentley said it coming in. We're really young. We need time to grow. And Colt Campbell hit the ground running. Had a really good matchup against Maddie Singleton from NC State. I believe it was Maddie Singleton. I think Singleton 65. Excuse me. I think Will Denny's there 74. Still another top 15 ranked guy. Had a really good match. Did get tech fault, but when it's your first ever career match in college and you go up against a top 15 guy, a guy who's a blood round competitor, a potential All-American, and you lose and you get a takedown and you show good takedown defense, that's a win in your own. That's why Bentley schedules these schools like NC State, Virginia Tech, sometimes Carolina. I'll throw Duke in there just to be nice. He schedules these high major schools to get these guys ready for tournaments like this. And Colt Campbell showing really, really good poise right now. He's not worried. He's not stressed about anything right now. He's just there to wrestle his match.
And Isaiah Guerrero trying to fend off another takedown, grabbing the leg. Colt in the exact same position as his other takedown, just trying to circle around. Guerrero just holding on to Campbell's leg, trying to prevent the takedown. Colt trying to step over. And might call stalemate soon. Yep, they're going to call it. And Campbell, after being deep in on 2 takedown attempts, Guerrero defends them deeply with a stalemate. And Bryce Griffin will win against Noah Hall of Bellarmine on mat 1. And Mark Koch is up against Grant Odell of Bellarmine. Mark Koch being from Davidson. So 2 Davidson guys up on 2 mats, and Colt Campbell trying to wrestle Gardner Webb's Isaiah Guerrero, but does not get any takedown, and they'll go to App State for the decision. Defers to Gardner Webb, and they will choose bottom for Isaiah Guerrero to get that escape.
App State been very lucky with the coin flips. I don't know if they've lost one. It feels like every time they defer, go into it. Been great luck for the Mountaineers thus far.
I believe Hunter Schott in the regular season was 6-1 with coin flip decisions.
Crazy.
Insane decision making.
Hunter Schott, a first-year coach, too.
Oh, yeah, first-year coach. Great coin flips. It was so good of a record, they even made a graphic for the coin flips.
That's how you know
That's
it's
how you
something
know
crazy.
It's good. Yeah. And Canetta behind us.
Shout him out. Dude, he
shout out Canetta
match.
for a rough match. A great match by Canetta.
Hey, all I'm saying, Dane, I said it on the DJ hour. I'm not going to say it right here. You knocked on wood. And
yeah,
what I said happened. I just want to say.
Oh, yeah,
I just want to say. But, hey, if it ends up and Vigil keeps on this run, Canetta's got his hands full. Ryan Vigil from VMI looked really, really good. Wrestled his own match, looked completely into it the entire time. Wasn't scared of Thomas Snipes. And that's what you need to do. You got to be locked in 24/7.
And Colt, to try to stop the escape from Guerrero, goes in front to go for a double leg positioning. And they're going to go out of bounds, and Colt is still on top. 1:25 remaining in this second period. Colt has 35 seconds of riding time. And Anthony Ferrari is down by 3 against Mason Renique. I believe that's how you say it. But Mason Renique from Chattanooga.
Hey, I'm going to say this, Dan. A Corolla looked like a Ferrari when you put it in a bad neighborhood. Just putting that out here. And he's down to another Corolla.
And Ferrari gets the escape point to make it 3-1. But Colt Campbell, and they will go. Colt gets that single leg attempt, and Guerrero does the same. Guerrero gets that escape point, and both men were neutral. Colt goes for that takedown attempt, and Guerrero gets that leg again. Campbell trying to circle around, but Guerrero just keeping hold of that leg. And Guerrero trying to grab both the legs to try to get a takedown of his own, and that might happen. And yes, Guerrero will get a takedown to make it 4-0 against App State's Colt Campbell.
Colt Campbell wrestled really good there. Thought it was going to go into another stalemate. Every time Colt went for a shot, Guerrero grabbed that back leg and went. Colt's going to get an escape here. A great poise from Campbell there himself. He's going to go in neutral again. But Guerrero, really good offense to go there. Stopped really, really good Campbell defense. Ends up for a takedown form. We go to escape, and we're back to where we started, almost a stalemate.
And Colt trying to go for that crossface spin around, but another 3 for Guerrero to make it 7-1. Guerrero getting 2 takedowns in 30 seconds, eliminating Campbell's riding time down to about 24 seconds. And that'll be the end of the second period. What a rough second period for Colt Campbell.
That's what we saw a lot, a takedown for Guerrero. Guerrero just looks a step better than Campbell. He looked 2 steps better, and their dual meet looks about 1.5 steps better in this one.
And Ferrari is down. Looks like it's his eye possibly, but Ferrari is down 6-1 against Mason Reinecke.
Reinecke did get a takedown right before Ferrari did go down with a bit of an injury, and we have Brooker stepping on to mat 2. The #1 seed in all of the 184 class has an auto bid to the NCAA qualifiers. Unless something goes bad, we've seen some devil magic go on the mat 2 thus far. Hopefully that doesn't happen with Brooker.
And Campbell trying to get a reverse here. Campbell being down 7-2 needs to make some magic happen for the App State Mountaineers. Colt needs to get his leg out of Isaiah Guerrero's arm, bottom. And Campbell trying to circle around, but Guerrero just keeping hold of that leg. Campbell for App State has a minute left for a comeback against the man who beat him in his final home duel of the season, Isaiah Guerrero. Guerrero's down 7-2, and they're going to go another stalemate. John Mark Bentley saying that he needs to get up. And Tomas Brooker of App State is also on mat 2, facing off against Andrew Wilson of Gardner-Webb. And Andrew Wilson has that, trying to get his wrist out of Tomas Brooker's grasp. Brooker staying on that offensive, keeping Wilson on the outside. And they're going to go out of bounds, and both men will start neutral, but trying to avoid the media people getting hit.
Shout out Athletics Media. Shout out App State Media.
Shout out App State Athletics for sure. Shout out.
Just want to say Campbell is probably going to lose this match 7-2 with about 25 seconds left. Bentley has his hands crossed and is now screaming. You know Bentley is an emotional guy. Colt does losing this match. He'll face Rowe from Presbyterian in the Concy quarterfinals. Possibly move on to the Concy semifinals. Top 3 would not be a bad spot for Colt to take in his first ever trip to Asheville.
And Colt trying his hardest to go around, but Guerrero still on top. And Guerrero wins 7-2 and will move along, and Colt Campbell will go to consolations for App State. And Isaiah Guerrero gets Gardner-Webb's first win at 174 of the day. But more App State action on mat 2 as Tomas Brooker is still 0-0 against Andrew Wilson of Gardner-Webb. Tomas gets that single. Wilson does it for that Grammy roll and almost has a pretty good takedown defense, but Tomas rolls with him and gets that takedown.
Tomas, just an absolute force. I don't know how else to describe him, but Thomas Brooker is a force of nature, gets what he wants, when he wants, however he wants. Not really a pinner, but if you want a tech fall, you want some bonus points, Tomas Brooker is going to go get him. A guy he absolutely dominated in Andrew Wilson himself in that Gardner-Webb duel. Brooker, no losses in the SoCon, 7-0, did have a slip-up against the backup of Virginia Tech. Beat Don Cates of NC State. He's got some big wins on his resume. Had a okay Cliff Keen Invitational in Las Vegas. Won, I believe, the Southern Scuffle or the Southeast Open. But Brooker just does what he needs to do. That's just flat out what Tomas Brooker needs to do. You tell him what to do it, he goes out and do it. Nothing but business for this man from 184.
And Anthony Ferrari down 8-1 on mat 1 for Campbell. And Mason Reinecke of Chattanooga is up big against the brother of national champion AJ Ferrari.
Do you think Anthony has bamboo underwear on?
Maybe koala fur.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, maybe cool
It's a
off
solid
or,
one.
yeah.
It's a solid one.
And for those who don't know what we are referencing, AJ Ferrari, after losing in last year's NCAA's semifinals, said that God told him he needed to win and that he did or God told him that he was going to win and that he did everything right, including wearing bamboo underwear.
That's not cheap.
And it's not cheap, but also doesn't make your winning percentage go higher in any way.
That's true. That's true.
But Tomas Brooker on mat 2, trying to defend his top-ranked spot as a couple guys in multiple weight classes who are number 1 seeds got upset by the guys who were on the bottom. So with Tomas seeing that, you know that he is taking no risks, going for pure domination in what he's trying to do since he is up 5 against Gardner-Webb's Andrew Wilson.
Brooker, thus far in his entire career, undefeated at SoCon championships, went, I believe, 3-0 or 4-0 in his first year. Started at the number 5 spot, went all the way to take it as a true freshman. Wasn't able to compete last year due to a torn ACL, but he is here to defend his crown that he technically never really lost.
And it looks like Ferrari's just going to stand there. And that'll be the end of the second period. And Ferrari was a little bit taunting a little bit. It was honestly weird to see. But Tomas has a cradle. Has the rolling cradle. Has that 2-on-1. Andrew Wilson is on his back. And that'll be back points for Tomas Brooker. Brooker going for that cross face as he just got 4 back points to make it 9-0.
A good job for Wilson to stop that pin there. Brooker really had him in position to do it. Wilson rolls really nice. Does give up 4 back points, but hey, don't get pinned yet. You have 44 seconds, and Tomas Brooker has you in prime position with the cross face like Dane mentioned. There's still time, 40 seconds. Tomas Brooker pushing about 2 minutes and 45 seconds of ride time, just adding points to this 9-0 score line right now.
And Tomas on top, 9-0, 2 minutes going on 3 of riding time, and they got a stalling on Wilson. Goes for another rolling cradle, but Wilson bellies down almost instantly. Goes for the rolling cradle again. Goes for more back points. Wilson on his back, and that's 3 more back points for Tomas Brooker. Oh, no, excuse me, 4. That's 14 points. And after this period, with 3 minutes of riding time for Tomas Brooker, that'll be the end. And Wilson not out of this match just yet. 1 more point till a tech fall. And they're going to go neutral as Tomas gets the last decision.
And he looks like a shark swimming around his prey right now. Just like I said, gets whatever he wants. App State bench doesn't even call out plays, doesn't even call out what they want him to do. Tomas Brooker gets the final takedown, 17-0 at the start of the 3rd period. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Tomas Brooker moving on to the semifinals, keeps that undefeated streak alive at the SoCon tournament.
And what a big guy that Tomas Brooker is. He was at least an entire head taller than Andrew Wilson of Gardner-Webb. Tomas Brooker wins 17-0 in dominant fashion.
Got a break here, Dane. No App State wrestlers on the mat. What were you saying? I apologize.
No, I was just saying, now on mat 2, it's the Citadel's Porter and Campbell's Craft. As there's a guy from the Citadel on 2 mats. Jacob Silka on mat 3 is facing off against Bo Lewis. Jacob Silka is down 1-0 against Bo Lewis of VMI. And Reinecke is still up 8-2. Ferrari has yet to score in the last period, as Reinecke is, I believe, has ridden him the entire period. And Ferrari was a little bit taunting second period, kept saying, like, come here, like, wrestling, but even then he was down 6 points. So he gets the taunting from his family, but maybe not the winning.
That's evil.
And Reinecke.
That's evil, Dane. I just want to say that.
And Ferrari goes down, and Reinecke just pushes him on the ground and collapse. 3 seconds left. He's clapping in success already. His tongue is out. He just stuck his tongue out to his coaches. Reinecke is happy with his win with a big name like Anthony Ferrari. Anthony Ferrari was nationally ranked this year at one point. I believe he was number 25. I believe he was number 25 on Flow for about a week. And then didn't wrestle against Canetta, and then just lost his ranking and hasn't been in ever since. And Canetta not Canetta, but Ferrari loses his first match of the day to Reinecke. And Reinecke is happy with his decision, winning 8-2 against a big name like Anthony Ferrari. And now on mat 1 will be Ricketts versus Jones. Good old Bellarmine and Chattanooga matchup. A lot of we had today, and one being an upset.
It's weird to say that Bellarmine is in the SoCon. It's still weird to me, because you think Southern Conference, you don't necessarily think Kentucky. You know, you think like North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, maybe some Virginia going on there, South Carolina. It's just weird. Bellarmine's been a really good addition, though. They have a really good wrestling program. We saw Higley, I believe his name was, go out and wrestle a really good match on mat 2 earlier at, I think, 65 or 57. Bellarmine's been really good, but I'm just going to say it's weird to say that they're in the SoCon.
And for those who want to say updated on the team score, App State is tied with Chattanooga and Gardner-Webb at 17 team points. Bellarmine has 14. The Citadel has 13 and a half. So 5 teams are in the front running, but VMI has 9.5, and not a bit of a surprise, but
Gardner-Webb, that's a surprise.
Presbyterian has 0 points.
Okay, that's not a surprise.
Yeah.
That's not a surprise.
And Campbell has 3.
That's kind of a surprise. I mean, Campbell not as good as they've been in years past, but I mean, Campbell's always at the top. To me, it's crazy to see Gardner-Webb at the top, and that's only going to get higher with guys like TK Davis. But, man, Presbyterian, man.
And Cooper Foster, who lost in the first period against a guy who was very close, is facing off against Dominguez, a Presbyterian, for the chance to go off into Concy semis, who will be the winner of Waylon Rogers and Joling from Davidson. And the winner of Joling or Waylon Rogers will face off either Cooper Foster or Dominguez in the consolation semifinals to compete for the 3rd place spot. And at 133, Jarvis Little will face off against Ethan Orchuk of Chattanooga.
That's a matchup.
And that will be a great matchup. Jarvis Little is a seed lower than Orchuk, and that being the matchup to watch for. And whoever wins, this is semifinals upcoming for Jarvis Little. And whoever wins Jarvis Little or Orchuk will have the chance to face TK Davis in the finals.
Hey, don't drop Logan Hale.
Who knows?
He's there.
Yeah, Gardner-Webb has had one upset of their day with one of their number 1 wrestlers getting pinned against Jeb Pretchel of Bellarmine, who is down 13-4. But TK Davis is a dominant wrestler. He is 6th in the entire NCAA in Tech Falls. He will face off against Logan Heel in the semifinals, who will either face Jarvis Little of Appalachian State or Ethan Orchuk of Chattanooga. And at 141, Aldo Hernandez goes through to the semifinals. He will face off Hunter Mason of Chattanooga. Will have the chance to either face AJ Rallo or Dominic DiTullio, and that will be a great match indeed. As is Dyson Dunham, who Aldo Hernandez beat to get the upset win.
And that was a great matchup. Dunham was a really good guy from VMI. VMI's they usually have a lot of good wrestlers, but Dunham's probably one of their top guys, and Aldo Hernandez just came out and did what he needed to do, got it done, wrestled a great match for him, 5-1 scoreline, move on to the semifinals. We hope he can keep doing what he's doing. We just hope for some good wrestling.
And now Caden Keyser will face off against Carson DeRoser. That was a great match in Varsity Gym, so I can't wait to watch the rematch of that. And Anderson Heath will face off against Nate Higley. Nate Higley had a very close match against Yuta Otero. But in the consolations, Charlie Sly, brother of Bentley Sly, did win against Campbell's Phillips in the consolation. But looks like that he will be out. But at 157, Jeremiah Price goes to the semifinals. Will face off against Kyron Lavelle of the Citadel, which did not go well with him last time. But the hopeful matchup, if Jeremiah Price does win against Lavelle, is against Jeb Pretchel. Because Jeremiah Price beat Jeb Pretchel 7-0. Did not let him get a single point in that matchup. And if you're Jeremiah Price, that is the match you're looking for. But both upset wins. Price gets the win over Peak. And Pretchel gets the win over Gordano, and that was an exciting match. That is insane. Had a pin to beat him in the final 5 seconds. And at 165, Thomas Snipes lost 5-2.
Karma.
Big karma for what happened at home against Anthony Canetta. But Ryan Vigil will face off against Griffin, and Canetta will face off against Reinecke. But more matches are coming up soon, but make sure to stay here on 90.5 WASU as we have more matches on the way and more teams to keep you updated. Reed Douglas up 3-1 against Cody Kirk. Gavin Ricketts just started his match, and Brant Kraft from Campbell and Brody Porter from the Citadel are still wrestling 1-1, very close in the final match. So we will be back in a couple minutes. Thank you so much for staying tuned to 90.5 WASU. Stay tuned on YouTube. I'm Dane Maggard here with Trey Blake. Welcome back to 90.5 WASU Sports YouTube page. My name is Great Dane Maggard here at 90.5 WASU here with Trey Dog Blake. And we have exciting things coming up as Presbyterian has not won a match all day, but they might get their first one, but it's coming up very close. As Reed Douglas is up 8-6 as Cody Kirk from Davidson got a takedown, lets him up, and it looks like Reed Douglas is deep on a leg, might get his takedown of his own. Reed Douglas goes for a crossface. Reed Douglas having almost back points, trying to circle back around with his leg, but Cody Kirk keeping that leg. And Reed Douglas just kind of sitting on Cody Kirk's head, using him as a chair, and they're going to use a block to say that, I believe that they're doing the call that is a takedown, I believe. But they're going to be challenging on mat 3.
I'm going to have to disagree, Dan. I know I do that a lot, but I don't think that was a takedown at all. I completely disagree with the Presbyterian bench. I thought Kirk had a leg in the entire time, and I don't know where you can get that takedown. I thought he had really good position. I thought he lucked out a little bit with the stalemate there, or the potentially I think it was a potentially dangerous as Kirk's getting checked out by the athletic trainer from Davidson. But I don't think it was a takedown, and I think that's what the referees are explaining to them right now, that they either cannot challenge or it's just not going to happen.
And on mat 2, Adam Ortega from the Citadels facing off against Connor Maslinek. Adam Ortega is up 5-4 in the third period with a minute 36 remaining. Campbell has had a rough time this season with them being 1-7 in SoCon play. Or 1-8, I believe, in SoCon play. And with Anthony Ferrari, their top wrestler, getting out in the first round, they're trying to get some more wins as Connor Maslinek is very close with Adam Ortega of the Citadel. But on mat 1, Cade Rule just started his match against Hayden Daniels of Gardner-Webb. Cade Rule from Chattanooga, the 197 quarterfinals. But on mat 3 is an exciting match right now, as down 6-9, and Davidson's coaching staff literally jumping up and down, telling him to wrestle.
You know that coach is always emotional. I'm surprised we're not getting a stalling call on Peak right here. Excuse me, on Douglas right here. I'm lost. We're going to get a stalemate, and the Davidson coach is talking to the ref here. We're actually going to get a 1-point red here. That's for Kirk on Davidson here. So technically, all Kirk has to do is get a takedown here, and it's his match.
And that 1 point might be a lifesaver for Reed Douglas, because worst case possible, he gets taken down in 2 minutes. He still has that minute of riding time, and he can rely on that 1 point.
Well, he has 59 seconds.
Yes.
He doesn't get a point because he's 1 second short.
1 second short. And defends the takedown, has that front leg, and Davidson's Cody Kirk could not get it done in 184. And at 184, Kirk was number 7, Reed Douglas number 2 for Presbyterian, one of the higher ranked wrestlers for Presbyterian this year, gets the first win of the day for Presbyterian. So getting their first win and getting them on the team board might tie up with Campbell.
We have another guy, that 197 most improved guy in the entire SoCon, Logan Eller, stepping onto the mat right now after Adam Ortega took down Maslinek, which is crazy. Maslinek's been a mainstay of this 97 spot. He was the backup a little bit for Campbell when Levi Hopkins was here, wrestled a little bit last year, didn't showed really good promise, just didn't get it done. Everyone thought this was going to be his division to dominate this year, just doesn't show up like he thought.
And Logan Eller will face off against Smith of Davidson. Logan Eller is the number 2 seed going into this tournament, while Smith is number 7. But App State said it first, seeds don't matter, and every match needs to be played like it's the final one. And on the number 2 mat, like we said, Logan Eller versus Are they going to show? There you go. And they start against Dylan Smith of Davidson.
I think the funniest part, Dan, we can see right at min-mat, I think that's Kai Odell peeking through the curtain a little bit just to watch these matches. That's the best part about this. There's so many moving factors, guys in every little spot, teammates all around, as Stefan Moncherie is actually going to get onto mat 1 when Cade Rule and Hayden Daniels end up finishing their match. But Eller on the mat right now, that is the all eyes on for App State.
And a little bit of a fireman's carry for Dylan Smith, but they go out of bounds and start back neutral. Logan Eller right in the middle of the match, in the middle of the mat, hand fighting. Tries to get hand control. Trying to go in, about 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Dylan Smith tries to get out of that wrist control that Eller has in that inside tie-up. Still going. Both guys are just in front of each other, trying to get each other's wrist control, trying to see what's open. Logan Eller of App State wrestling Dylan Smith of Davidson. Dylan Smith almost got a takedown, but Eller defends it beautifully. And Dylan Smith still has a leg in deep right now. Eller sprawls to the best of his ability and stands right back up with that overhook.
Eller's so good about getting himself out of those spots and then immediately exploding onto offensive possession. It's interesting that he didn't do that there. I felt like he definitely had his opponent in the position to do that. His opponent, Dylan Smith, out of Davidson. Davidson been kind of more mid this year. They're always about mid-table of the SoCon, but they have guys to and from. You have guys, I think their 41 guy is at the top of that spot. But Eller, a really top spot in the 97 class. I'm excited to see him potentially move on and on within this tournament, but Dylan Smith done a great job thus far, and as I say it, Eller gets a takedown.
Eller gets the takedown by that outside single. Tries to go for that near side cradle, but just goes immediately for that takedown. Eller has control of Smith's left leg, keeping that locked, but lets go of it. Tries to go to the opposite leg, try to see if that will be better for a tilt. But he goes for that cross-face cradle, tries to get control of the near side arm, but goes straight to the back, trying to work anything that he can see possible. But Smith is on bottom like a turtle, trying anything he can to not let anything inside his shell.
That's a funny way to put it. I've never heard it said like that.
Oh yeah, when you knock it out, turtle up. You gotta turtle up. Get your elbows to your hips. Don't let those guys in.
Dane is the opinionated one with wrestling. I said that completely wrong, but you're the one that knows everything about wrestling. I did not wrestle. Dane wrestled in high school. So let me give you this. In a tournament style like this, you know it's an individual. It's always an individual thing. But you're also looking at team score.
Yeah.
Do you think bonus points factor in as much as they do in a normal dual meet?
Well, in situations like this where the winning brackets do get more points-wise for wins, and the more guys you have in the exclatives in the actual semifinals and not consolation, you'll get more points. But a lot of guys will have their guys all in third place, and that'll be kind of sneaky to go in. All of their guys in the consolation finals and might sneak in. And with Thomas Snipes losing, he might get some points from the Citadel being around third place around that time. But it looks like Cade Rule and Hayden Daniels is off of mat 1, as Cade Rule will get the tech fall 19-2. And Logan Eller up 3-0, just gaining riding time in this second period, staying on top. Dylan Smith of Davidson chose to go bottom. And Eller says, oh, you want to go bottom? Bet. And the heavyweight big boys are here. Stefan Moncherie walking slowly, calm collectively, walking to mat 1.
Just another day at the office for him, Dane. He doesn't care who you put out in front of him. He's going to just come out when he wants. And look at those calves. I think they just get bigger every day.
And he goes in. Let's see what he's going to do with the ankle tape. Maybe they extended it for him.
Oh, he's going to attempt to put it on.
He's not even going to attempt to put it on. He's giving it straight to the referee.
That's wild to me. I can't believe you're not, like, you can choose not to do that.
I don't think he's choosing. I don't think he can wrap it around his ankle because his calves are just so big.
Stephen Moncherie won the whole championship, basically, for App State last year. Came down to him versus the heavyweight from the Citadel, and Stephen Moncherie, a late takedown, gets it. There's that picture of Stephen Moncherie with the takedown, and the entire App State bench going absolutely bonkers. Steph wants to get his tournament kicked off here, right? And speaking to Steph, you know Steph's a quiet guy. He's not going to say anything crazy, but he says, hey, it's what I'm going to say. It's a business day. We're here. We're here to come do business. We're here to come get stuff done. Nothing crazy. Go in, wrestle your match, and you know Steph wants a pin. So his job is to go out and get a pin.
And Eller just got reversed by Dylan Smith of Davidson, down 3-2 in this second period. Eller has about 2:30 of riding time. Seconds remaining. He got an escape, but Bianchi, or shot on the sideline, a little disappointed he didn't go for that takedown with the final 5 seconds left.
He honestly had it.
He could have had it, yeah.
He definitely had it. His opponent kind of backing off a little bit. Dylan Smith kind of backing off. He almost had that takedown. Just doesn't go for it once this third period. He has time, riding time, kind of locked in, kind of not, but he's got time. Smith starts on top.
And Eller up 4-2 against Dylan Smith in the final period of the 197 quarterfinals. And Stephen Moncherie still working, about 1:40 left. Goes for that double leg and gets the takedown of Stephen Moncherie against Cole Will of VMI.
That's just what Steph does. He starts slow. He gets you into thinking, hey, this guy's not going to go at me. And then what does he do? He's like a sneaky little cheetah. You remember a young Shaq? How he used to just like burst out with energy? That's how I view Stephen Moncherie, just like 40 pounds heavier and about 11 inches shorter. He just explodes with energy, just immediately bouncing onto his opponent and just getting whatever he wants from him right now.
And Logan Eller up 5-2 after escaping on bottom, getting the escape point on mat 2. Moncherie still on top as Cole Will tried to sit out for some escape points but doesn't get it. Logan Eller gets shot on, goes by a double leg, goes for a single of his own against Dylan Smith of VMI, and he gets that takedown to extend the lead to 8-2 of Logan Eller. And with 30 seconds remaining in this match. What are you going to say, Trey?
He could extend that further. He's got ride time locked in, building on it more. When it hit about 45 seconds and ride time is locked in, you kind of heard Bentley go, to try and get those points there. And Bentley wants points here. Him and Schott are yelling at Eller right now. Now, if you are looking at team scores, Chattanooga does sit at the top with 21 points. App State only at 7, so this would move them to a 21-20. Bentley might be aware of that, might be wanting more points. Eller's not going to get the takedown, though.
And Eller defends the last second takedown attempt by Dylan Smith of Davidson, and Logan Eller will win his quarterfinals match against Cole Smith of Dylan Smith of Davidson, and Logan Eller will move on to the semifinals of 197. And now still on mat 1, Stephen Moncherie up 3-0 on Cole Will, has 1:35 of riding time, and App State wrestler left until we move on to semifinals in consolation.
Only 2 guys in the constellations, I believe, are the 2 true freshmen, Cooper Foster and Colt Campbell. So we'll get a little freshman action there. But not to take you away from Steph here, on mat 3 we have Toby Schofstel and Andrew Leiber. The winner of that match will go on to face Logan in the semifinals. Leiber from Bellarmine, Schofstel from VMI.
And Anthony Vergara and Roy Price are aggressive right now. Straight off the bat, Roy Price almost got taken down. Ethan Vergara had an entire leg in there, but Price got that leg out. But like you said, Toby Schofstel and Andrew Leiber is very close right now, 3-2. Leiber has collecting riding time right now as he is actually he's losing riding time right now as Schofstel is trying to get more points on bottom. But with it being the third quarter, Schofstel is down 3-2, and he's on top.
Schofstel's got to let him up. Yeah,
Schofstel needs to let him up. 30 seconds remaining. Doesn't look like that Leiber is going to get flipped over anytime soon. So, they're trying to get a stalling call. They're literally just slamming his head to the ground.
He's not wrestling. I mean, I get it from both perspectives. Lieber's on the ground like this guy's shoving my face into his, and Schoftel's going to get the stalling call there. That is crazy in a 97 matchup that the winner goes on and faces Logan Eller. Dane,
did you see what Schoftel did? He just slammed Lieber's head into the mat as he was doing nothing.
I get it. It's to prove, hey, he's not wrestling. I'm able to do this to him, but I also get Lieber's perspective like, hey, this dude is shoving my head into the mat. There's no way this can be legal. Riding time not a factor in this final 97 match to go on to face Logan Eller. And Schoftel really wants that, Lieber really wants that escape point, not going to get it. We're going to go to overtime as Schoftel gets the mat return as time expires.
And overtime on mat 3 after Bellarmine does not get the win so easily, and Moncherie gets that takedown to finish that second period to make it 6-1. Moncherie has 3 minutes and 30 seconds of riding time against Cole Will of VMI.
I'm surprised. I'm going to be honest. If I'm Cole Will, I just let Moncherie up. I wouldn't even let him. I just let him up. I need points here, not from a, hey, I'm just not going to win this match. I need points here. I need to go for it. Moncherie gets out of his hold super simple. I'm feeling a huge shot from Moncherie coming up very shortly, and potentially, there we go. We get a stall call on Will as Moncherie goes for a takedown. He gets that single leg banged down. Moncherie takes a shot and scores.
And Moncherie, like you said, gets that takedown. He lets Cole Will up for a takedown. And on mat 2, Roy Price versus Vergara. Vergara got a takedown for Chattanooga against Citadel's Roy Price. And on mat 3, we still have a 197 matchup of overtime, Andrew Lieber and Tovi Schoftel. And we get back points. Vergara on mat 2 got some quick back points in the last second. And the next period on mat 2, the second period will start. But mat 3, deep in, Cole Will tried to take down the attempt, but Moncherie escapes it. And Lieber has a cradle in. No back points have been counted yet. Needs to run to his head, and what a flip! As Schoftel gets taken down in overtime, very close on getting back points. Very close of getting back points. Toby Schoftel gets flipped by Andrew Lieber last second. Gets the takedown and rides near fall for a 10-3 win. With that 4-point back points, that is a major decision.
That's got to be a rough heartbreaker for Schoftel there. I mean, he runs into overtime basically and sends it to overtime with a crazy final couple seconds, then just gets absolutely flipped and sent into oblivion.
And Stefan Moncherie, after riding time, gets the tech fall. Time ran out. It was 17-3, and after the 18-3. And now, consolations, I believe, are about to happen up next.
I think we're still rolling at 85. We're 285.
I believe on mat 1. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I was reading mat 2. Mat 2 up next. I was 141. But mat 2 still has Ethan Vergara and Roy Price 4-0 as Vergara is up on Citadel's Roy Price. Vergara wrestling for Chattanooga. And mat 3 has Sawyer Van Ryder and Josh McCutcheon. Sawyer Van Ryder from Campbell and Josh McCutcheon from Gardner-Webb. And for the heavyweight bracket, since both heavyweights are wrestling right now, Stefan Moncherie looks like will face the winner of Van Ryder and McCutcheon. The match is happening on mat 3 that just started.
Pretty sure Stefan Moncherie absolutely dominated both of these guys. Stefan Moncherie dominated the entire SoCon, sub the heavyweight from Bellarmine.
who made it pretty close.
And it was really close. That gave Moncherie a scare, and Moncherie has just been leveling up consistently as the season goes on. Lost to a non-D1 wrestler early in the season, and that's the reason why you kind of see him not in the coaches' rankings. But, Dane, we just got a big pin on that one.
As we were talking about him, Dalton Mayer pins DJ Spring of Davidson really fast. Dalton Mayer, the 2nd seed. Last year was number 1. And this year, number 2 behind Stefan Moncherie, and quickly gets it done against the 7th seed DJ Spring of Davidson. And he will go to consolation. And Dalton Mayer, he looks like he would have went off a boat in Vikings days. And had a pickaxe. Had an axe in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Asking the captains how many goats for his daughter.
Yes.
You ever seen Vinland Saga? you know the guy.
I haven't seen him. I know what the main guy looks like.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Exactly. If anyone listening has watched Vinland Saga, Dalton Mayer is Thorfinn. I'm just letting you know. He is an absolute unit. Now, Stefan Moncherie, I think Mayer's got about 3 or 4 inches on him. Moncherie is easily still bigger. Mayer's got the thighs. Steph's got the calves. I think if you put them together, they'd probably have the most perfect legs in human existence.
And Mat 3, 1-0, Van Ryder versus McCutcheon. As Sawyer Van Ryder is up 1-0 via escape point. And to be honest, these guys look like 197ers. I'm be honest.
Yeah, they're small.
These guys are pretty small for their weight, especially Gardner-Webb's Josh McCutcheon. But both of these guys make up for their height and technique. But still on Mat 2, Ethan Vergara is up 9-1 on Roy Price from the Citadel. 40 seconds remaining in the 3rd period there. And it looks like Ethan Vergara will get the win unless Roy Price will get a last-second pin.
Don't think that's going to happen there, Dane, as Vergara almost could be getting more points here. Price goes for a shot. Vergara just shoving his body into the mat. Oh, Price might have 3 here. He's got 3. He's got to let him up, though. You don't have time to just hold him. And Vergara is just going to stay on the mat. Price realizes it, I think, a half second too late. Too little too late. 9-4. Vergara is going to take this one.
And that will be the end of the period for Mat number 3. And it will go into the 2nd period as Ethan Vergara gets the win and gets a point of riding time. Makes it 10-4 against Roy Price and does not get the majority decision for his team. That might come big come team win time. That last-second takedown made that big as the Citadel is behind App State 17-19. But Chattanooga is, I believe, has 21.
I think with that win, they might move up to like 23, 22. But, yeah, Chattanooga really good to start. Unsure if any of their guys are in consolation. I think they had everyone win their first-round matches.
Yeah, that is very important for the team score, but very important for your guys' success. And as it comes to the 2nd round, the only still match that's not consolation, I believe, right now is still on Mat 3 as Josh McCutcheon tried to get a takedown, and they're going to give a stalling point to Stan Ryder, or to Van Ryder.
I believe the lone moccasin, the UTC Mox, their lone guy going down was Otero in that 49 matchup.
Ah. And the Gardner-Webb Rustling guys rooting for their guys, saying, let's go, Josh. And Josh McCutcheon with a minute 30 left in the 2nd period, looking to get a takedown. As Van Ryder is up 3-0. McCutcheon has had a couple attempts, but every time he's been somewhat successful, he goes out of bounds. And trying to do more as Josh McCutcheon tries to go for the shoe buy, but Van Ryder staying in front. Van Ryder goes for the double leg takedown, goes in between the legs. He gets 2. Van Ryder gets 2. I believe that is another stalling point. I believe one more and it's disqualification after stalling 2 points.
Yeah, stalling. Me and you know enough about stalling, Dan. I feel like every time you go to varsity gym, at least 8 times a match, you hear a stalling call from the fans.
Especially from the Citadel.
Especially from the Citadel. Actually ran into Thomas Snipes when we were on break.
Ah.
He was limping a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe he'll try to get an automatic bid and failed on forfeit.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if you can get an automatic bid when you lose to the number 9 seed in the SoCon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I get you're 19th in the country. We saw this with Luke Uliano. He doesn't win his conference last year. He's, 28-11 all year. Doesn't get the bid just because of it. And the Campbell coach just did a little spin.
Bro, I just saw Ray Ortiz from Presbyterian just flip Marley Davidson into the scorer's table and still getting the takedown.
That's wild. There's some wild stuff going around.
This is insane. And still on mat number 3, Sawyer Van Ryder versus Josh McCutcheon still going on. McCutcheon holding on to that leg. Van Ryder trying to cross face and separate his leg. But I feel like Van Ryder's kind of doing strategically as the end of the second period and might have been go for a stalling call, but McCutcheon trying his hardest to stay in this match.
Dane, there's a trivia question on the board. Which athlete won 4 consecutive Southern Conference Wrestling Championships in 2012 through 2015? Dominic Parisi from App State's on that list. I don't think it was Parisi, though.
I believe it's Nick Soto.
You think it's Nick Soto? You can answer and win a lucky prize.
I think it's Nick Soto.
Do we just raise our hands?
I don't know.
I want to know. I want to answer. I want to answer.
And wow. And domination on mat number 1 as Luke Passarelli is dominating Ethan York 11-0 in the consolation of 8s.
Yeah, I mean, that just comes out of guys from Presbyterian. Presbyterian, they're kind of the Duke of the SoCon. If you know wrestling, you know what that means. They have one good guy, and it's a 97 guy, and they have a good 97 guy every year, and then the rest of their lineup is questionable. Very questionable coming from Presbyterian. The guy York did win the pigtail match, though, so he did come out of that first round as the winner. And I think we still have this heavyweight match going on mat 3, Dane.
Oh, yes. Van Ryder he's dominating, but he's taking his time doing it.
Guy from Campbell. Campbell has always had really good 97 heavyweights. They had Levi Hopkins for a couple years. I know they had a good heavyweight a couple years ago when we had Sartorio as App State's heavyweight, and it was just pure domination every year. Sartorio was a really, really good heavyweight. He was just always in that 2 or 3 spot, seemingly every year.
And McCutcheon getting 2 points of his own, being 8-2. And Van Ryder gets the ankle. Tries to circle back around, but Luke Passarelli is absolutely dominating Ethan York right now, 13-0 on mat number 1. But on mat number 2, Presbyterian actually dominating Davidson. Presbyterian's Ray Ortiz is dominating Marley Washington of Davidson. And as Marley gets a caution, and if Marley Washington loses this match, it will be the end of his day already as he lost the pigtails, I believe.
No, you lose the pigtails, you're done. Is that how it is?
Not for this.
Not for this? Okay.
I believe the 8 and 9 go for a pigtail, and the 9 goes to consolation automatically after that loss. So Marley Washington lost the pigtails, and if he loses this will be the end of his day. And with it not even hitting 2 p.m., that'll be disappointing.
I think it hit 1 p.m. Hit 1 p.m. And he gets to stay around because his teammates are going to be in here.
Yeah.
He'll have a good time there. Asheville's a beautiful city, Dane.
He'll get to watch Luke Passarelli.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love watching Luke Passarelli. He is absolutely dominating Ethan York right now as he is getting back points 3, 4. He could get the pin right here. That's really close.
He could get the pin, but he went for the tech fall, which I don't really get. Tech fall is 5 points in a team score, but a pin is 6. So a little bit more dominating fashion, but would a pin be better?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you kind of get both. I mean, it just comes through with the 1 point, but I mean, you got the tech fall, so I mean, it's not like the refs will allow him to keep getting the pin, or will they run it out and let the guy get the pin? Do you know?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I was watching Ray Ortiz.
Oh, no, you're good. So if guys like have a chance to get a pin, but they're also in tech fall territory, will they let it go for a potential pin?
If I was in that position, I would want to get a pin because I think pins are more dominating. I think if you pin a guy than tech fall him, you're just kind of playing with your food, and I don't really I don't really get it. If I'm on the other side of a tech ball, I'd be like, dude, why don't you just pin?
Yeah.
Like, you get more points for your team.
Well, I'm saying,
you're just letting me up.
Will the referees let them go?
Until the person, if they're on doing back points and it's a tech fall,
they'll
still let the pin go.
Okay.
Like until the guy is completely off of his back, they will still let it go.
Okay.
So until the guy is completely belly down and not on his back, then they will call it tech fall. But as Mat 3 comes to a close, Sawyer Van Ryder of Campbell gets the win in heavyweight. And Sawyer Van Ryder will face off against Stefan Moncherie in the semifinals for your heavyweight. But now Consolation is here, and coverage of the Consolation bracket is underway as Ray Ortiz up 13-4 against Marley Washington of Davidson in the 141, Consolation of 8. And wow, Marley Washington has on his back, but what a loss, as that was very close to a pin. But Marley Washington gets the takedown and gets 4 back points, making it 13-11. Being down 13-5, gets it done. Not gets it done, but he's very close in a minute. Ray Ortiz is on his back. And what a day to end the day for Ray Ortiz. Ray Ortiz up the entire match by 10. Marley Washington stays persistent. You might have been dominated the whole match, but you pin your guy last round, you get bragging rights, Trey.
Wow, that was crazy, Dan. We saw the same thing with it was Giordano earlier from Gardner Webb. We saw the same thing, absolutely being dominated all match, turns around, gets the pin. That's one thing. If you're in a film room, you go out and show your guys, do not give up this match. You can't give up. You go down 13-3 in the first period. I'm going to be honest. If I'm out there, this is over. My mind's gone. My head's out of the game. I'm out. My tournament's over. I don't even know why I showed up. I had to wrestle the pigtails. I lost the pigtails. Now I'm in the first consolation. I lose the first consolation. I don't even know why I showed up. Comes around, gets the pin, doesn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Turns around and pins the guy who's just been absolutely dominating him.
That was so impressive from Marley Washington. Marley Washington did not give up at all. He was down 13-4 in the last minute and 15 seconds, and he turns it around, makes it 13-11, and gets the pin.
Wild.
What a match. That guy deserves to go on to the next consolation bracket. But now, Phoenix Alea is wrestling Ryan Phillips on mat number 2, and on mat number 1, we have Joshua Rowe versus Bo Lewis. And Phoenix Alea gets the takedown, making it 3-0. And Joshua Rowe versus Bo Lewis is still 0-0. Joshua Rowe from Presbyterian trying for his day not to end, same as Bo Lewis. Consolation is where people are really grudging to fight, because when you're in consolation, you already lost one, and in tournaments like these, you lose twice and you're out.
Yeah.
Your day is done and your season's over. And in like a big tournament like this where it's win or your season's over, consolation is one of those times where it's like you kind of want to watch those matches because those guys are grudging it out. It might not be the top name guys, but it's going to be a very good wrestling. But Joshua Rowe on bottom, just Bo Lewis collecting riding time, about having 30 seconds left of that. But as the start of consolations come to here in the first round for everyone comes to a close, what do you think of that first round, Trey, for not only App State, but for the entirety of everyone?
I thought it was awesome. If we're speaking about, I'll just start with App State first. Only 2 guys go into the consolation bracket, being Cooper and Colt. Kind of surprised. I thought Colt got a really good draw with that number 3 spot. Ends up going the other way. Guerrero, not the best draw. He got a good seat draw, didn't get a good opponent draw. Cooper, you just wrestle a guy that flat out you just couldn't get the job done against. I mean, that's just mentality. 2 guys that know how to improve moving into that consolation bracket. And they started the season against all the guys in the consolation bracket. So there's a chance they make the run. But a look at the entire tournament, Thomas Snipes losing, wild. Absolutely wild to Ryan Vigil. We got other upsets. The Giordano finish was awesome. The Marley Washington, even though that's consolation, that was awesome. This entire having a dang good time.
I'm having a really good time, too. We're in a great position. I would like to thank the SoCon media team. Also with Brett Strela for the Wrestling SID for App State, hooking us up. We're with a great table. We're right slab dab in the middle.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be awesome tomorrow.
This is going to be absolutely great tomorrow for the championships and the third-place matches. And it's going to be cinema. It is going to be cinema. Cinema.
I have a question, Dane. Did you see the Campbell coach? This dang microphone, man. I'm going to lose it. Did you see the Campbell coach?
I did.
In his pants?
I did not. What is he wearing?
He has a blue jacket on and bright orange pants on.
Huh.
Yeah. Not really looking forward to seeing that for the rest of the tournament. Can't lie.
But my recap of the day is that Chattanooga is having one heck of a day today.
Oh, they've had one heck of a season.
They've had one heck of a day, one heck of a season. They were co-SoCon champions along with App State and the Citadel. They deserve to be here along with their wrestlers, and they're looking for that all right out tournament title as App State is second, with Chattanooga being first, App State being second, and the Citadel being third in team score. That's the top three. But many guys getting a win for the Mountaineers: Tomas Brooker, Stefan Mongerie, Logan Eller, Jarvis Little. A lot of guys, Caden Keister, they need these wins. They need. And for a lot of guys, like Jeremiah Price, who had a win against a guy who was ranked higher than him. Yes, he was the 5, and he's a 4, but that still is a really good upset as he faced a guy that beat him earlier along in the season, gets that tough win. But Chattanooga, the Citadel now having 20 plus, as along with App State and Chattanooga having 20 plus. And Bellarmine goes into third place.
Yeah.
And the Citadel is now tied for fourth.
Gardner Webb. Hey, what a season for Gardner Webb. What a start to this tournament for the Bulldogs. You have guys like TK Davis, but you pick up really big. The Giordano obviously is kind of a head scratcher, but you pick up some really close matches and some really good matches coming into the back half of these weights. Moves you up into fifth, and Gardner Webb's consistently been. We were speaking about how Davidson was mid. Gardner Webb's consistently been at the bottom with VMI. So a tied fifth finish, can't be mad at it.
But a lot of these guys that are sneaky, and Anthony Canetta almost had a scare. What do you think about that match?
Oh my.
As a big Anthony Canetta believer yourself.
I said it. I said it before coming in on when we previewed this on my DJ hour. I think Canetta was the guy at 65, and I think it showed in the Snipes match that Snipes just didn't have his head in it. I don't know if he's nursing an injury. I don't know if just his head isn't in it. I don't know. I'm not going to act like I'm in the locker room with these guys. Had him. The refs weren't calling stallings. They weren't doing this. It felt like they were letting the higher ranked guy get some leeway, which I agree with more times than not. But when it becomes blatant and obvious, you got to call it. And they just weren't. Snipes moves on to the consolation bracket, and Canetta becomes the guy at 65. So I am looking forward to this, but you are completely right. That was a scare. Tucker Sell, a guy he absolutely flat out, no questions asked, dominated so hard. This dude took like 5 medical timeouts, and I'm not saying that he wasn't hurt, but it just looked like some of them he just needed a breather because Canetta was just on him 24/7. So for Sell to come out and immediately shoot a takedown and get it, I don't think Canetta was expecting it, and I know we weren't expecting it either.
And to update a couple peeps, Bo Lewis gets the win over Joshua Rowe, Presbyterian. And Phoenix Alea and Ryan Phillips has come to a close.
Alea got the pin.
With Alea getting the pin against Ryan Phillips of Campbell. Campbell is having a really down year. Can you talk about Campbell's year right now? Because Campbell last year were shared the SoCon title with App State last year. Had a lot of really tough guys out here. 2 of them, I believe 1 or 2 of them being NCAA qualifiers for the tournament. Didn't go far, but qualifying itself is an achievement.
Yeah.
But this year, they only had 1, I believe, ranked wrestler, and that was Anthony Ferrari in the earlier part of the season. And now he's not even ranked on Flow, Intermat, or even coaches' rankings, I believe. So can you just talk about the down year that Campbell has had?
So let me put some context for you. It starts off the mat. Campbell has cut scholarships for every sport that isn't football or men's and women's basketball. The guys that were on scholarship, their scholarships will be honored, but no one is on scholarship that joins the team. Anthony Ferrari, he's not on scholarship. He is at Campbell paying to Campbell. Not going to say that he's not paying to go to Campbell. We don't know, right?
Well, he has national championship
he is a national,
money.
Well, his brother's a national champion.
And now
Can't ride your brother's coattails. Just saying. You can ride them for so long.
The Ferraris have held that coattail and started their own camps and everything.
Okay,
well, getting money.
The third best Ferrari just lost in the first round of the SoCon tournament.
the third out of 3 Ferrari.
Exactly.
But a lot of big upsets today, being Ryan Vigil of the Citadel.
That's the craziest one.
Ryan Vigil beating Thomas Snipes. And Marley Washington saving himself from ending his day early in the final last minute. Great guys. This is March and exactly what you want to see.
I think it starts at Snipes and it starts at Giordano. Those were just shockers. I mean, Snipes lets himself up. I think he's got to be injured. If we're talking, we don't know, pure speculation, Snipes has got to be hurt. I saw him coming back during break, limping a little bit, but hey, Vigil went out and wrestled. That's all you got to do. You just got to go out and wrestle. And that's what Vigil did. Picks up the win, and then the Giordano loss, kind of a head scratcher. You're up 13-4. I didn't see it. I saw it. I was looking over at another match, saw it as Dane came over, and I don't know. I didn't see it. Dane saw it. So Dane, what was your opinion on the Giordano?
On the last second.
On the last second pin.
Oh yes, Giordano against.
That's how you say it, Giordano.
Giordano against Jeb Pretchel.
Yes, Jeb Pretchel. That's who it was.
Yes, it was Jeb Pretchel.
From Presbyterian, or Bellarmine.
Bellarmine.
Bellarmine. And Bellarmine, like what we've been saying, they're number 3 on the standings.
Yes, Jeb
really
Pretchel
good at every weight class other than 57. Jeb Pretchel's been.
Yes, Jeb Pretchel.
He's not been a doormat, but he's been beaten a handful of times.
Yeah, Jeb Pretchel did get the upset win against Giordano of Gardner Webb. He was down 13-4, turns it around and gets the pin. And Pretchel will face off against Cam Liddy of Chattanooga, the number 2 seed, and Kyron Lavelle and App State's own Jeremiah Price will face off. But for those right now, we are going through the first round of the consolation a little bit, and we're in the consolation quarterfinals right here, and we see it potentially dangerous on map 2, but we're going through the consolation quarterfinals, but at 3:30 p.m., the semifinals are happening to decide who is in the finals, who is going to consolation, and what's happening today, and what's happening tomorrow.
And just to put this out there, I don't think some people understand how big of a. I thought that was a dog. It was a baby. I'm sorry. I was taken aback. I thought that was an animal in Kimmel Arena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, just to preface this, I don't think people understand how impressive this is. This microphone, Dane, I'm about to throw it on the mat. I don't think people understand how important this is for a team like App State. You go in, how many years in a row has App State been favored to win this league? 100, dude. It is their conference to win every year. And they go in and they aren't even favored. They aren't even picked to place second. They're picked to place third. And there's not even drawback from the coaches. We're young. But you know what? We're going to go out and show it. We have really good veterans and really good spots. And you know what's crazy? No one on this team is graduating. No one in this starting lineup is graduating.
All the seniors are backups.
Exactly. Every single guy from 25 to heavyweight.
They're staying.
And guess what?
Knock on wood.
Keezer's the only junior. This team is so young and so ready at the same time to show how good they are at such a young age. And you want to know what? You've got to just shout out the coaching staff for that. John Mark Bentley, a hard-nosed, old-school guy, right? But he gets it done every year with no matter what his team is looking like. There are guys on this App State team. There's even questions that, other guys should have been in other positions. We were looking at 57, 74 was a question in the middle of the season as well. And Bentley trusts in his guys, and what happens? They go out. Look at Jeremiah Price. Me and you questioned Jeremiah Price all season. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We did.
Yeah, we did.
We completely did. And what does he do? He comes out, and it doesn't dominate a guy, but gets a huge momentum win against a guy that absolutely dominated him. So you've got to shout out this App State coaching staff for just a wonderful coaching job this season.
And Dylan Smith and Tyler Hornick are having one heck of a match right now. Hornick was down 4-0 and got an escape and quickly got a takedown to make it 4-4 all. But Dylan Smith of Davidson just got a takedown to make it 7-4. And Hornick goes to neutral and escapes.
And hey, Presbyterian Davidson again. Is the consolation first round just the Davidson and Presbyterian Invitational?
And will go on to try to fight for that third place title. But even though they will third place does not get, even though third place does not get an automatic bid for the NCAA tournament, as Southern Conference has one automatic bid in each weight class, I believe, and all of those being set, and none of those guys being from Presbyterian or Davidson. Maybe Davidson has one guy, possibly.
I think their highest ranked guy is the 97, and he's number 2. So I think the 97 auto bid comes from Chattanooga.
All right.
I think the auto bids are TK Davis, a guy at 141. I don't know.
No one at 125.
No one at 25. No one at 49. No one at 57. Snipes at 65. No one at 74. Brooker at 84. The guy from Chattanooga at 97, and then Stefan Moncherie from heavyweight.
And Dylan Smith gets another takedown, make it 8-5. Dylan Smith gets the takedown to make it 11-5.
So let me ask you a question, Dan. You lose your first match, right, and then you move into a consolation first round. Are you down on yourself? How do you keep yourself set and ready to go?
At first, you're down on yourself for a little bit. Lose your first round, just, all right, what could I have done better? Move on, focus on your next guy. But when you're in consolations and you just, you got to work, and you know that you're going to have more wrestling matches than guys in the winner's bracket. Because guys in winners, at least for SoCons, they win once, they win twice, bam, in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in consolations, like you lose once, and like you win once, then you lose, and you have to wrestle 3 more times to even have a chance at third. And it can get a little demoralizing, but it can be a bit of morale win. It's like, hey, I battled through adversity. I lost my first match and got all the way to the third place match and got third place. So I think it can be a little bit of a morale win, but it shows yourself that, like, I can compete with these guys. These guys got the best of me this year, but there's always next year. I placed. It can be more than what that's more than what 6 other people in this conference can say. But on mat 2 right now, Tyler Hornick and Dylan Smith still happening. Hornick was in the match for a solid period. As the second period is about to end, about 10 seconds. And it looks like everyone on mat number 1 is waiting for mat 2 to be done. Interesting decision.
I think this is the final consolation first round. I think that's why we're there, and then we're going to move into consolation quarterfinals. That is why. Smith on the offensive there, but Hornick going to get the escape. Not riding time, not really a factor here. It is 14-7. Hornick is in tech fall range, but it's switched. Smith is in tech fall range. Smith has 55 seconds on the clock for ride time. Apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen, but hey, from what we've seen today, Hornick could flip this on its head. I mean, anything can happen. Dane, what's the trivia question?
Trivia question number 2. Which 2-time SoCon wrestling champion competed 8 times in the Ultimate Fighting Championship? Number A, Javier Maldonado of Chattanooga, Tony Gravely of Appalachian State, Freddie Rodriguez of SIUE, or Clifton Conway, VMI. And I'm honestly going Freddie Rodriguez because I don't think they show a past team. I don't think they'd put in a past team in a trivia. contest, so I'm going Freddy Rodriguez, but
I'm
they
gonna.
did not show the answer last time.
They did not. I think I'm gonna go Javier Maldonado.
And I'm going to do my good old Google scan.
You know, I think there's a way you can win a lucky prize. It says answer and win a lucky prize. I just want to know how to answer. Do I raise my hand? Do I yell it out? Do I Google it? I don't know, but I want to know. Back on wrestling, we've started some consolation quarterfinals matches. DJ Spring with Davidson, Anthony Brown. I think this might stick with consolation first round because I don't remember seeing DJ Spring wrestle. 3-1 on that mat. Anthony Brown gets the escape. DJ Spring had an early takedown. He's got 22 seconds on his clock. The two go head-to-head. Dane, what was the answer?
It didn't show.
Who?
It did not show.
Oh, I thought you said Aiden Show. I was like, I don't think that's a person.
Yeah, it did not say. But consolation right now, Dylan Smith got a takedown, make it 23-10 or 23-11.
And you know what? You can't even count Hornick out of the match. We've seen crazier things.
We've seen very crazy things today. About 15 seconds remaining. Hornacek has 12 seconds to make something happen to stay in this tournament. Meanwhile,
I believe we are in the last consolation first round match on that one.
and consolations still going on, and 3 seconds left, and that'll be the end of Mat 2 as Dylan Smith gets the win by tech fall 26-11.
That's a score.
That is a high score. Tyler Hornick stayed in there but got the tech fall with 3 seconds left in the match. Had got tech falled. Got to be a little disappointing to not lose by decision, but great match nonetheless by both guys. But the last first round consolation is going between DJ Spring of Davidson and Anthony Brown of Presbyterian.
And Spring has been on the offensive this entire time. Brown did get an early escape, but Spring has just shown his domination. Kind of looks like Stephen Montry out there.
And DJ Spring up 6-1 against Anthony Brown of Presbyterian. Both guys on top. I mean, both guys working. DJ Spring on top. Anthony Brown trying to get up, but staying there trying to post up with his arm, but DJ Spring just wasting time and got that stalemate.
I was about to say, you either got to call a stalling or a stalemate here. Neither guy really doing much. Well, Spring's just working on top, Brown on the bottom, but nothing really going on. Got to reset somehow.
And Spring working on top. And Brown still on bottom. And that will be the end of that first period. And Spring will be up by 1.
I just want to say the arena here is really nice. I've never been inside Kimmel Arena. I think a basketball game would be absolutely electric here. It was really loud in here in the middle of when Vigil and Snipes were going at it. It got loud in here. I'm really, really excited for the semifinals later and then moving on to tomorrow.
Yeah, that was a very big crowd reaction. It's not every day the number 1 seed gets struck out by the number 5 seed that Vigil was. Or
8.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure he was 8. He was one because he had to have been in the pigtails.
And let's see, Ryan Vigil was 8th seed when he beat Thomas Snipes 5-2 by decision. And it looks like that is the end of the match of the first round of consolations, as DJ Spring will win 11-2. And now the second round of consolations will start soon here, but everybody's mats are coming to a clean as everybody will start to clean their mats and take a little bit of a break. We are going to take a little bit of a break with you on 90.5 WASU. And we will see you guys in a little bit of a break. We'll be here on 90.5 WASU when the first or the second round of consolations start, but then at 3:30, it's semifinals and exciting matches are going to happen. So stay tuned, 90.5 WASU, the App FM. I'm Dane Maggard with Trey Dog Blake. Hello and welcome back to 90.5 WASU Sports YouTube page. I'm here with a very special guest, former NCAA qualifier and SoCon legend, Will Miller.
How we doing?
How we doing, Will Miller?
Fired up, man. I'm fired up.
Oh yeah, a lot of big things happened today. A lot of big things. App State is 8-2 as of time of recording this. Well, the only two are true freshmen. A lot of guys with their first time getting experience, but a lot of guys got good wins. But out of App State, a lot of upsets have happened.
Oh, yeah.
One of those guys being a former opponent of yours, Thomas Snipes, against got upsetted from VMI. Can you just talk about the SoCons now? Like how seeds don't matter, even guys like Thomas Snipes, who's top ranked, and get beat by the number 8 seed in the SoCon.
Yeah, I think wrestling's kind of one of those sports, where it's a lot different than any other sport. You kind of have like your football or your baseball or all that where money kind of plays a factor. But, I mean, you can be good at wrestling at any school, You can kind of make your own path, especially here at the conference, kind of the end of the season, you're a little bit banged up. You kind of don't know what guys are really going through. And it's completely different at the end of the year than it is at the beginning when everyone's kind of fresh and motivated, A lot of people show up in March and a lot of people fall off in March, so it kind of depends on where you're at.
And like the beginning of the season, John Mark Bentley said that this is a very young team. And you've been with this team this entire year. This is like a very young team, not a single senior on the roster, the highest classman being Caden Keyser with a redshirt junior. And can you just talk about your experience with this team as an assistant coach?
Yeah, it's been awesome. A lot of growth from the young guys for sure. I mean, just being a part of it, kind of not being an athlete and being on the coaching has been really fun. You kind of get to see a lot of kids grow and develop. You get to see a different side of them. But, I mean, dude, I've really enjoyed it. It's been a fun process for me just watching these guys grow.
Heck yeah, Cooper Foster for Appalachian State is fading up against Fernando Dominguez. And Fernando Dominguez wrestled Jarvis Little at 133 when Presbyterian and App State met at Presbyterian. But Cooper had a takedown against the number of one of the bigger seeds here in his weight class, true freshman. He said it himself that he's the best wrestler in the SoCon. And he's a very confident guy, a type of guy that John Mark Bentley wants.
Yeah.
Very confident and doesn't let escape points happen very easily.
Yep.
And have you ever, just like in a very tight, not tight, but like maybe 5-1 and you let a guy up easily, you see him, of course, he's just yelling at you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's happened a couple times. Bentley has the philosophy of if you are going to let a guy out, you kind of want it to, you want him to know that you let it happen, you know? Like, you should probably, mat return him, pick him up, put him down, and then cut him, Yeah. Make it on your terms because it gives, especially in wrestling, it's momentum's really big, and it's when you kind of give away that easy point and that guy kind of really can't tell, if he feels like he earned it, momentum kind of starts going the other way.
No, yeah, we're going to be watching Cooper Foster's match. Should be going anytime now. Cooper Foster is one heck of a young man. As a true freshman from Newland, 30 minutes down the road. Last year, had Bryson Terrell. He went off. Now I believe he's a bull rider now.
Yeah, he's rodeoing up, dude. He's rodeoing up.
Oh, yeah, he's a bull rider. Instead of getting riding time, he wants to ride bulls. That's what he wants to do.
That was nice.
Cooper Foster has taken the mantle as the starter at 125 as Appalachian State egregiously. And at 165, can you just talk about, you being a former 165 and 174, talk about Colt Campbell and at 165 and who's really been impressing you?
Yeah, well, first off, start at 65. Canetta, I think he has stepped in and done a really good job for us. I think he's a guy that always brings the energy when you go to wrestle. He's always someone you can count on, I think he's really stepped his role up, seen a lot of growth in him throughout this year, and he's made me very proud. I like being on the coaching side of it, wrestling him hard, so I like being on the other side of it. And then with Colt Campbell, true freshman, man. That kid, he just lets it rip, and I love it, I'd say sometimes when you're a freshman, I don't mean in a bad way, but you're just stupid when it comes to wrestling, You kind of don't know what you're doing, but you let it fly. So sometimes it's in your favor, and then sometimes you do some stuff that doesn't work. But, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, that kid came in, he's confident, was acting like the man before he was one, and it was beautiful to see.
And a lot of great Sights to see. Everybody's just walking back and forth. And when tournaments like this, a lot of wrestlers most likely succeed in tournament style because that's the way wrestlers have been growing up since you put on the mats before you could even, you put on the shoes before you could even walk.
Yeah.
And tournaments, just constant wrestling, waiting like 2 hours to wrestle, then wrestling, waiting 2 hours, wrestling, then wrestling. But can you talk about like the difference in environment between wrestling in a duel than a tournament?
So for the duel, it's a little bit more like singular focused because obviously you're only wrestling one time, and the atmosphere is electric. You know, especially being in varsity, having that crowd behind you, knowing that those fans are going to be there is huge. That home court advantage is always nice. But the thing I really like, I kind of like tournaments more. You know, I feel like if I'm going to weigh in and cut that weight and kind of make those sacrifices, I feel like I should wrestle more than one time. And I like tournaments, especially at the beginning of the year and in the middle of the year, because like you build momentum. You know, it's you can go out there and you can win 3 matches in a row. You know, you can get hot, but in a duel, it's like you gotta get hot one week and then you gotta get hot the next. And so it's a lot harder to keep that going. But in a tournament, dude, like from all the upsets that we were talking about, it's like you get hot in a tournament, man, you can come in and be the last seed and win it. You know. That's why I like tournaments. I mean, even if you lose, you still wrestle. Like in a duel, you lose, and it's like, oh, this sucks. And then you have to wait a week for your next chance. In a tournament, you just got to wait 2 hours, and you're back up.
And with tournaments, with time, like Cooper didn't. Like Cooper was one of the first matches, and now he's like 5 hours later. How do you stay warm during a tournament? Because it's very hard. You see one like the type of guys that just like they don't talk to anyone. They have headphones in and they're just jumping up and down for like hours straight. Yeah. Then there's some guys like in the stands just taking a full-on nap and taking a side. So how do you stay warm?
The nap approach is much better. Much better. If you kind of got to take time off. So you wrestled, like Cooper wrestled his first match. He was the first match of the tournament or whatever at 11. And you want to get in, you want to be able to have your energy and your focus going for that first match, focus on that, and then take your break, recover, get some food, some water in you and stuff like that, and then focus on the second one.
And now Cooper Foster's getting ready to wrestle Fernando Dominguez, a Presbyterian. It starting out strong. Fernando Dominguez starts out, but Cooper matching that intensity. He gets the 2-on-1. Dominguez gets the post on the head, separates. Cooper initiates the takedown, goes to an outside single, but gets past. Circles around, fails the outside single, but circles right back around. Gets the 3, makes it 3-0 against Fernando Dominguez in tight fashion. Pushing against the scorer's table.
Very impressive. You know what you're talking about. This is beautiful. This is beautiful.
And starting out on bottom, Fernando Dominguez. And we have a caution. And that'll be on Cooper. I thought he was right on time, but, you know, a little eager to get on there, a little caution. But Cooper, he's very straight-faced when he wrestles. I don't see a lick of emotion other than the last 10 seconds when you know the result. But he is a very extreme, just monotone wrestler. And the only thing he's doing and nodding at is looking at John Mark Bentley or Bianchi, who's in the sideline right now.
It's the only way to do it, man. It's the only way to do it.
And Cooper has the chicken wing right now. It's like what I like to call it. He has the outside control of Fernando's left arm. Fernando's just on the bottom. He has a base right now. He's trying to stand up, but Cooper's just staying on bottom, keeping top heavy but not getting too far up front.
He's running out to the side now. Uh-oh.
Driving to the head. He gets the wrist control.
He's
driving
getting
to the head.
He's getting it. Keep running.
It's
there
close.
There it is.
And Dominguez is on his back. In between the legs, Cooper's getting near fall. That's 3, I believe. 3 swipes, but still on the back. And Fernando bellies down, but Cooper keeping that arm. And we saw that move a little bit from Anthony Canetta during the Bellarmine duel, but unfortunately ended with a injury and multiple cautions for some reason, as that move is very basic.
Uh-oh, he's got the half now. That looks good. But that's tight. That is tight.
Has the half.
There it is. That's got to be it.
Has wrist control and has the half. On his back, Fernando Dominguez bridging like no one. And that is a pin by Cooper Foster of Appalachian State.
Coop.
And Cooper gets the win against Fernando Dominguez of Presbyterian State. And Presbyterian is down another wrestler. Yeah. It's not Presbyterian's day, Will.
No, it is not. It is not. Rough day for Presbyterian.
But what did you see in that match that really impressed you from Cooper?
Well, first, he was a lot more offensive. He got to his offense early, got that takedown, and he stayed on the attack. It's kind of Cooper's fault is he'll get up, he'll get a lead, and he'll kind of sit there and just hang out instead of not continue to attack. Right there, you took charge, you know. He made that adjustment from his first match, and that's why he finished it.
And Cooper, a very impressive wrestler, he will go to the semifinals of a consolation and continue to fight his way through third place. But the guy who just went up, Marley Washington, I don't know if you saw his match in consolations. He was down 13-4, then got a takedown, makes it 13-7, then got 4 near fall to make it 13-11, then pinned the guy to get out of elimination.
That's insane.
And
that's insane.
so he's right now, Marley Washington, an absolute dog, even though he's on the downside in consolation, that he's fighting to stay in this
Is that the
tournament.
Davidson kid?
Oh, yeah, Davidson.
Oh, yeah.
But Waylon Rogers of VMI down against Braley Joling, and Dyson Dunham is up 3-0 against Thomas Termini of the Citadel. But thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Will Miller, App State legend.
Appreciate
and
it.
I appreciate you joining for Cooper Foster's call, and we hope great success for the App State team.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And a lot of good matches going on today.
Dane, he's pretty good at that,
Oh,
man.
yeah, he's pretty good.
Dude,
yeah.
I think someone needs to join the radio station. Yeah.
Is that y'all talking about hockey?
Not us.
Yeah, not
Not
us.
us.
but-
Shout out Adam Persico
Oh,
and
yeah.
Nick Norrid.
Oh, yeah.
I hear them every now and then. I get
Oh, yeah.
on, we're talking about hockey. I'm like,
Oh, yeah. Will Miller's a fan of Third Man High.
Shout out.
Love
Shout
it,
out.
Love it. We gotta tell Adam that. 'cause
We've got to. Shout
Oh,
out
yeah.
Adam.
And for those just joining me, just finished an exclusive interview for Will Miller that I will be clipping. And but Cooper Foster got the win at 125. What do you think of that match,
Oh,
Trey?
it was pure domination. I was sitting back here with Bishop, one of the managers on the App State team. We were talking about Cooper and his relationship with John Mark. And, dude, just some high country boys, dude. They get it done. Cooper, bad matchup in the first round. But, man, absolutely dominating Ethan York. He moves on. It's got to be a huge confidence builder for the young man.
And Marley Washington down 3-0 against Xander Vacheros on mat 2. And on mat 1, we got Waylon Rogers versus Brady Jolling. Very close match, 4-3. And right now it's consolations. And AKA, if you don't know what consolation means, that is not persistently what it is, but it's more known as the term, AKA the loser's bracket. The people who lost, and now they're lost one of their first matches, or lost one match, and everyone is fighting for one place, and that is third. And on mat 1, we got a little bit of stalling in a little close match. And Brady Jolling gets the reversal over Waylon Rogers. Waylon Rogers was a little interesting this year. Can you talk about just his position at 125?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he came in as the favorite at 125, or at least at the top of the positionings, and where everyone thought he was going to be. VMI, like we spoke about Presbyterian earlier, they're a little bit of a middling school, but they usually have one weight that is usually in the fight in the SoCon. And Waylon Rogers was really, really good last year. I think he went third, fourth, lost to Gylon Sims when he went and won at 25, and then he came back. Gylon moved up. Everyone was like, okay, this is going to be his conference to run. He loses to Cooper Foster earlier in the year, and everyone's like, well, I don't know what's going on. And then other guys go on. Cooper Flynn had a great season. Cooper Foster kind of tapered off towards the end, but Waylon Rogers just hasn't had the season he wanted. That's kind of been the theme for a lot of these SoCon guys. I feel like a lot of them, there were real favorites in the weight class, and then there was a lot of surprises. And we've seen that today just on the mat with the action. There's been a lot of surprises today, but, hey, we both said it. This is March. This is why people come and do it, and that's why we're in Asheville right now.
Oh, yeah, Asheville is the place right now to make success happen. And Dyson Dunham is facing off against Thomas Termini. Dyson Dunham faced off against Aldo Hernandez earlier today, and Aldo won. And now he's in the consolation, beating up on Thomas Termini as Dunham got a little of near fall earlier. But Thomas Termini might get the reversal soon, but Dunham tries to circle around and tries to get back his position. And he gets his dominant position back. And Marley Washington, I was talking a little bit about Will, and he didn't see the match. And I was
Really?
Yeah, he didn't see the match, and I was catching him up. I was saying like he was down 13-4, and then he goes in, gets a takedown, makes it 13-7, gets forward near fall to make it 13-11, and then gets the pin on top of that with 5 seconds remaining. And you know, it's impressive. What do you have any more thought? He's wrestling right now against Xander Ficheros, trying to get some points. But
I think we got some Marley Washington fans beside us. Marley Washington did just let that take up down to Xander Ficheros. It just shows grit. It shows determination. It just shows the want to continue to be better. Because like what I said, if I was him, man, I'm in the consolation. You know, I lost the pigtail. Man, why am I even here? I'd be down on myself. And for him to come out there and do that, and turn around a 13-3, and it wasn't like he just randomly got the pin like with Jeb Pretchel against Diorganio from Gardner-Webb. Marley came out back points, near fall, back points, near fall, then the pin. He got his points back and then pinned him. It was honestly just dominating to watch. It was so cool to watch, and it goes to show that, you know, we talk down on some of these SoCon schools, and, you know, you can't talk down on some guys. Washington is currently down 5-0 after that reversal from Ficheros. Ficheros almost at 3 minutes of ride time, minute 15 left in their second period match. But it's inspiring a little bit, at least to me. I think it's really cool.
And on mat 1, Waylon Rogers loses to Brady Jolling, and that is the end of Waylon Rogers' day. As Davidson gets a win, but also Davidson is not doing so good on mat 2 as Marley Washington is down 5-0. But if there's anybody in this tournament at 141 that can get down a weight class, and wow, what is happening? Potentially dangerous, and wow, that was an odd little angle, and everybody's screaming right now. And people booing the Citadel right now.
Well, the whistle was being blown, and he continued to hold the dangerous call, and then he got up and was kind of like death stared the ref a little bit, like he didn't understand what was going on. Interesting. No penalty given, no nothing.
Dyson Dunham up 13-3.
Just stays on. That is very interesting, Dane.
And that was extremely a weird call. As 13-3, Termini goes in for a single leg. As Dunham gets the crotch grab to defend it. And Termini very close but escapes away. 5 seconds left. And that is the end of the match. And that is the end of the day for Thomas Termini in a weird call that he had a near side cradle. He had a cradle go in, and he had a weird angle on it. Whistle blew, and he just kept it going. But no points given, but Dyson Dunham gets the win. And next up, Marley Washington got a point on the board as he got an escape. And Xander Ficheros is still up 5-1. But if Marley Washington needs to stay in this tournament, he needs a minute 40 to catch back up.
And he only needs 20, Dane. We've seen 20 seconds, him absolutely turn a match on its head. I think he's got the time here, but 3:18 in ride time for Ficheros. He needs to get points, and he needs to get them now.
And on mat 1, Cody Tanner is being dominated by Trey Seckman. And on mat 3, a VMI and Gardner-Webb matchup is about to happen at 157. And we got a stalling on Xander Ficheros.
It's interesting. He's not really wrestling. You were looking at the other mats. I've been locked in on this one because I'm just waiting for Marley Washington to explode here. I don't know. It looks like Ficheros has his leg here. He might get a takedown. He might hit the Mortal Kombat Granby roll. Doesn't get it. Ficheros looking for the takedown, and he gets the 3. I think that's going to call it in to Marley Washington's time in Asheville. 52 seconds left, 8-1. Xander Ficheros just building ride time, already at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
And in mat 2 that we've been talking about, Marley Washington is down 8-2, trying to go in for a takedown, but Ficheros standing right in front. And they go out of bounds, but 30 seconds left for Washington to stay in this match. He is down by 6, and he's 2 takedowns. And he's going fast. 25 seconds remaining for Washington. Tries the level change. but gets stuffed by Vacheros. 15 seconds remaining. Vacheros just keeping his thing alive, just trying not to end up like Presbyterian where you're down or you have the big lead and last second you're down. Vacheros gets 3 to extend the lead to 11-2, and that will be the end of the day for Marley Washington. And Xander Vacheros will go on. Trace Ekman beats Cody Tanner of VMI 12-2. And Ray Samil and Joseph Gordano is wrestling right now, with Gordano having a 3-point lead for Gardner Webb against Ray Samil of VMI.
Yeah, that mat 1, Ekman versus his opponent, was absolutely dominating, Dane. I don't know if you saw it, pin in about a minute and a half, and he had a 12-2 lead at that point. It was just like a business trip, nothing left to do. Went for it, got it, he's moving on.
And other things that are happening, the team score right now with all the consolations happening right now, Chattanooga is up by a point. And Chattanooga has 26.5. App State has 25.5. And Bellarmine has 23, followed by the Citadel with 20.5. So it's still 4-way close. The Citadel, who's 4th, is 6 points away from Chattanooga. And Chattanooga is 1-9. App State 1-2 to finish. But with consolations going on, more points will happen. But 2 VMI wrestlers currently wrestling right now, one of them being Phoenix Alea, wrestling Joseph Morris of Presbyterian. Yuta Otero, who got upset earlier by not by Charlie Sly, was wrestling Charlie Sly of Gardner Webb. And Ray Samil still wrestling Joseph Gordano on mat 3, and Gordano is up 3-1.
Yeah, Gordano really didn't think he was going to be in the spot. I mean, a 13-4 lead heading into the third period, gets pinned. So we spoke about that earlier, Dane. You know, you move into the consolation semis, you have to lock in. You know, you have at least 3 more matches left to play. But when you get upset like that after a pin, how can you stay locked in? Like what do you have to do? Do you have to like go back and like, you know, smack yourself around and lock in yourself, or you know, you just calm down, get on your phone and do what you can?
You know, just being sorry for yourself isn't really what you can do, and being sorry for yourself isn't really going to do anything. So all you can really do is just look into the future, talk with your coaches, see what you can do, focus on the next guy, and that's really how much and all they can do. And you can't really go back. You're not Doc with a time machine. You can't go back and undo the mistakes. You can just, it's like a piece of lava, you know, or like a rock that's boiled.
Okay.
You cut it open, on the outside it's rough, but you cut it open, there's a little diamond inside, diamond in the rough.
Okay, I see that.
So even though you're not going to get first, that third will feel like gold after all. Because I'd rather get third place than second place if I'm me.
Really?
And wrestling for sure, because that means you went all the way and win. Then your last match is a loss, and you lose and get like, oh, I got second. But then you lose your first match or second match, and you crawl all the way up the rankings, and bam, you won your last match, and you did all you could do. That's personally just me, but second is a lot better than third on the tier list, but third I feel like is more rewarding than second place for sure.
I understand that. That's just weird coming from like someone who's never wrestled before. You're like, you'd rather have third over second. That just sounds weird to me, you know.
Yeah, I get it. But Gordano is up 6-3 against Ray Samil on mat 3. On mat 2, Yuta Otero is up 1-0 against Charlie Sly. And Phoenix Alea is up 12-3 against Presbyterian's Joseph Morris. Not a good day for Presbyterian, Trey.
Yeah, Dane. Is any day a really good day for Presbyterian?
Especially not today.
Especially not today.
I believe they did not win an entire duel, the entire SoCon
You're right.
play.
They went 0-7, and I think they had 2 wins on their entire season. Which, hey, these guys are going to college for wrestling. Shout them out. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy they're here, because if they weren't here, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
If none of these wrestlers were here, I wouldn't be here. I'm not going to act like I'm better than them. I'm not. I'm better than Dane, though. I would whoop him. Why you laughing?
Amazing.
I'd beat Will Miller.
I love the confidence. He's still really close by. I can pull him over if you want.
Let's go. We'll grapple up real
Oh
quick.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Will's a good guy. I think he's got a future in broadcasting.
Oh yeah, you did really good. Will, for those who don't know, Will Miller went on the broadcast a little bit earlier, and he was the color commentator for Cooper Foster's consolation match. And
Yeah.
that was exciting. Hopefully we can clip it and get it up on socials one day. But good matches all around right here. Phoenix Alea is about to tech fault Joseph Morris on mat 1. Otero got another escape point, but if Charlie Sly is very close to getting this takedown.
Feels like he has it right here, Dane. I'm confused how there's no call, I guess.
And there is no total control, and that will be on the way. No total control, has that singular leg, but with that other leg being separated out like a split, that saved Yuta Otero's life in the second period. But still a lot of wrestling to do. They still have about 3 minutes of wrestling left in total. But a minute. Phoenix Alea up 19-4, and he gets the tech fall win. Up next on mat 1 is Thomas Snipes versus Bellarmine's Hall. And Thomas Snipes right now. And it's not about the past, it's how you respond, and we're going to see how he's about to respond in consolations right now. I wonder if he's going to go for a tech fall or a pin.
Gotta go for a pin. You gotta go for a pin. I think you would just go out and finish this match as fast as you can. Because you lose to the number 8 guy, a guy who played in a pigtail. There's no way you lose to this guy coming in. He flips the match on its head and beats you. Now you're facing Hall from Bellarmine, who I'm gonna pull up his seed in a minute. But if you lose this, I mean you're out.
Yeah.
I mean you're out of auto bid contention. And if you end up keeping your auto bid, because I think he's around 19, you're 33. You're 32. You can't lose 2 matches in. You can't lose 2 matches in the SoCon tournament and just be done.
But other things that are happening right now. Charlie Sly still wrestling Yuta Otero, down by 2. Trying to escape. Goes for a big mat return. That was dominant. And a minute 30 left. And on mat 3, the match has concluded with Gordano winning 20-5 in a tech fall fashion against Ray Samil.
Gordano completely flipped that match on its head. It was about 5-4 in favor of Gordano. Excuse me, 5-3. I think Camille had a reversal, and then just Gordano explodes with the points. I mean, he's number 4 in the conference for a reason, and he showed it in that match. Did not show it against Jeb Pretzel, though. But I think that was more of a lightning in a bottle type thing. So give me your perspective. Is that a lightning in a bottle, or is that just, hey, I was better than you in that moment, and you failed because of this?
Well, honestly, we don't know if it's a lightning in a bottle because we don't know if Jeff Pretzel's really hot right now. But in most likely in moments like that, it's a little lucky.
Okay.
It's a little luck. But lightning in a bottle can become a fire if it hits the right tree.
It's true. That's true.
Lightning become a forest fire if it hits the right tree. But Jeb Pretzel has had a lot of downsides this season, I believe. In rankings, he is 7th out of the 9 in rankings for the SoCon Wrestling Championships. But with an absolute upset win against Gordano, who knows about how next match is going to work at 157. But Thomas Snipes currently wrestling right now. 30 minutes gone by. Have no points have yet to happen. Thomas Snipes goes in to the head tie.
That feels like when we watched Snipes wrestle Canetta, it feels like he's a slow-paced guy. He never wants the match to get faster than, one takedown a match. As we have Colt Campbell walking out, he wasn't even slotted to be on the board, but he's walking out to mat 3 right now.
Oh yeah, Colt Campbell is wrestling right now.
Yeah, he's not even supposed to be up next, but he is. But
Guess they said, all right, Colt, you're
all
up.
right. Something must have happened between that, and there he is. Bo Lewis versus Colt Campbell. And Thomas Snipes very close, getting taken down right here. And that's 3. Thomas Snipes gets taken down versus Noah Hall of Bellarmine. Thomas Snipes starting off consolations and not the way he hopes.
Dane, I am absolutely floored. He goes from losing to the 8 seed to down already 3-0 with 26 seconds left in the first period to the 5 seed from Bellarmine. Comes in undefeated into the postseason tournament, already down in this one and lost the first one. 2 guys he absolutely dominated in the regular season.
And Colt Campbell wrestling Bo Lewis from VMI right now. Both still 0-0, about 2 minute 15 remaining. Thomas Snipes got the escape point. Thomas Snipes almost got taken down again, but grabs the leg and goes in a north-south position. Thomas Snipes almost on his back for a quick second. And they are going to stop it. But Thomas Snipes had a great position right there. Almost got the ankle. But they are going to stop and go to the second period as Thomas Snipes is down 3-1. And Colt Campbell defending the takedown with 1:40 left in the first period. He's absolutely sprawling. He's trying to circle around, but Lewis has the leg of Campbell.
This is where Campbell really found himself in a lot of trouble against Guerrero. Guerrero was able to kind of like get the north-south, like what you've been talking about. One guy has each leg. They're kind of more of an east and west position than north-south, but Guerrero was able to kind of spin him around consistently and continuously grow up his point total. If I'm Campbell, that's the exact opposite position where I want to be. But he keeps doing it. Maybe he likes it. It was just a bad matchup against Guerrero.
And Colt Campbell will start back neutral. Campbell goes for a snap down. Really effective, but doesn't do much with it. Lewis goes for an outside ankle pick. Campbell stuffs it. Goes to that front head and arm. It stays in front of Lewis. Snipes gets another escape on mat 1 to make it 3-2 for him. And Colt Campbell still rustling his way with that front headlock. Has the front headlock in an underhook with the right arm. Trying to work. Let's go. That front headlock and just separates.
Colt really been on his back foot this entire match. Not something you want to see as there he goes. He finally grabs that single leg. Does Colt Campbell. He takes Bo Lewis to the ground and gets his first takedown of the tournament. The freshman, Colt Campbell, 3-0, 24 seconds left in the period.
And Thomas Snipes in very deep trouble right here. He's deep in a takedown. He almost was on his back for a couple seconds, but Bellarmine tried to have an argument that he was on his back.
Snipes not liking that Hall is kind of kicking his foot around his head. Wants it potentially dangerous, doesn't get it. It's going to go into a stalemate, and the Citadel coach is honestly furious, keeps turning around, shaking his head. Man, I don't know. Is this a mental thing for Thomas Snipes?
Maybe after losing in the first match in the 8th seed, you know, it's got to be rough to come back, and maybe he's never been in a position like this where he's favored to win the entire conference, and yeah, in the first match he loses. But Colt Campbell got a takedown against Bo Lewis to make it 3-0 to start the second period.
My opinion, Colt's really got to build up this ride time here. Sometimes you let guys up, you get ride time. He has a great return on Bo Lewis right there to almost stop and escape, but Colt's got to build up this ride time right here. Build up, have a short 3-0, 3-1 win. That's all Colt needs right now. If he builds up that ride time and he ends up giving up a takedown, he could use that in his back pocket as some leniency.
And Colt trying to get Bo Lewis back to the ground by resorting to the ankle by going low. But Bo Lewis just standing there and staying on top. Colt Campbell just dominating. And Thomas Snipes goes into the third period down by 1 against Noah Hall.
This is just utterly shocking to me, Dane. I don't know how else to describe it than I just cannot believe that this is. If you ask me who are two guys, I know I picked Canetta, and I still stand by that, and I still would stand by that if Snipes was in the upper bracket. But if I was a betting man, who are the two guys that are going to win their conference? I would say Steph and Thomas Snipes. And for him to be in this position and for Noah Hall to get an escape point up 2 points now with the minute 40 left in third period, I would not believe you. I would not believe you. We are in the strangest timeline.
Snipes on a single leg, but Hall has that whizzer separating. But Snipes faces Hall, having that underhook. Hall in a little bit of a disadvantage here, but Hall is also having a bit of advantage by staying on the outside because he can just go out of bounds. See, like this, if he has a leg like Thomas Snipes has now, he can just go out of bounds. Thomas Snipes, he can just walk out. Thomas Snipes, other than if Snipes pulls him back in like he does here. And we're going to have a stalling warning on Bellarmine. We're going to have a stalling warning. No point given, a minute left remaining. And we got blood time on Colt Campbell's match as Colt Campbell is up 3-2 against Bo Lewis of VMI. But for Thomas Snipes' sake, down 4-2, a minute remaining. Snipes is defending right now. Hall has a leg, might go for that front trip, goes to the back leg. No takedown given, and we're gonna go out of bounds. And they're trying to call stalling, and Bellarmine's trying to have a case to call stalling on there.
If they're going to call stalling on Hall in front of the clock bench, they've got to call stalling on Snipes there. He completely does the exact same thing Hall just does. If they're going to call it on him, they got to call it on Snipes. Maybe another position where they see a higher ranked guy down a little bit, need to get him back in this match.
And Thomas Snipes goes in to the hand tie. 30 seconds remaining. Snipes has it, but Hall goes for that whizzer and trying to go. He's defending, has that whizzer. Another stalling call. Another stalling call, and that's a point given to Thomas Snipes, making it 4-3, and Bellarmine's sideline is irate. And with 28 seconds left, Noah Hall is still up 4-3. And Snipes goes in for a takedown, goes in. Hall staying in front, trying to go for a trip himself. And Hall down, he's defending, goes for a takedown of his own, but defending, stays in the middle. And they're stopping the time for headgear.
Dane, I have never seen this in my life. I've never seen this amount of leniency in my life.
And another stalling, Thomas Snipes close to getting the takedown, escapes it. Snipes stays in front, and Thomas Snipes is down 4-3. Thomas Snipes is out of this tournament. Thomas Snipes is 0-2 on the day. The man who got an allocated automatic bid in the NCAA goes 0-2 on the day.
Wow. I'm floored. I don't know what to say. I mean, he was given everything he needed, wasn't able to do anything with it. Snipes, just not his day. 2 matches, 2 losses, an allocated bid in the SoCon, out in consolation quarterfinals.
And Thomas Snipes, he doesn't even go near his coaches. He just walks straight to the back and doesn't get it. Walks by the Bellarmine bench.
Yeah.
He even just doesn't say a word, just walks right past. And if I've ever had satisfaction like right now, it's a good day. But Thomas Snipes, bad day for him.
Very, very bad day for this favorite at 165. It just goes to show this was always Canetta's bracket to win.
And this
Always.
165 is wide open right now with the number 1 seed of that Thomas Snipes being gone. His day's rustling today is gone. And Thomas Snipes, the number 1 seed, is eliminated. And Colt Campbell up 4-2 against Bo Lewis.
I think there's got to be a conversation that his season is over. I understand
his season is without a doubt over.
You're an allocated bid. You have an allocated bid, and you lose 2 matches to the number 8 seed and the number 5 seed in the SoCon. I don't understand how you get an at-large bid in that position.
And Bo Lewis trying to defend a takedown, has the ankle
goes in, and Colt Campbell has the takedown to extend the lead 8-2 with a minute and counting of riding time, a minute 20. Colt Campbell, after losing in the first round to Isaiah Guerrero, trying to bounce back against Bo Lewis of VMI.
Perfectly sizes up Bo Lewis, gets the escape. That's when he sizes him up, gets the leg, goes for the shot, takes it, scores 3.
And Bo Lewis, and I believe Colt beat Bo Lewis, but
He
still he was one of those guys that had a little bit of trouble with Colt. And Colt having a dominant win like this, possibly, it could be weird, but there still is a minute left. 8-3, anything can happen, but this win must be very important to Colt. But a lot can happen right now as Bo Lewis has deep in a leg, but Colt trying to defend. Colt has his leg up, trying to defend. Bo Lewis has Colt Campbell's leg, but Campbell has that whizzer, pressing down on it immediately. We might go out of bounds, and my takedown might not even go. And that is a takedown. 20 seconds left. 8-6 working. Campbell grabs that leg to try to reverse, and very odd move by Bo Lewis.
That was very smart from Colt.
He tried to let Colt up, and Colt is on the outer skirts, making it seem like he's working. Very smart from Campbell to eliminate time. And an escape point for Campbell. And that'll go an escape point for Bo Lewis. And Colt Campbell wins 10-6 against Bo Lewis of VMI. And Bo Lewis's time here in Asheville is done. And Colt Campbell continues to wrestle throughout the day.
Talk about some wrestling IQ. Doesn't let his guy get away from him so he can potentially score another takedown. Colt Campbell just stays on his legs, almost gets to take another takedown himself.
Yeah.
If I'm Coach Bentley, probably didn't wrestle as best as he wanted to towards the end of that match, but what a smart move to not even allow your opponent to get a chance back into the match. And Coach Bentley looks a little happy, gives him a slap on his butt and says, good job.
That was a very smart move. Colt Campbell, after getting taken down, he was having 8-3, then getting taken down, being 8-6. His guy lets him up to try to get him takedown, but instead of separating and going neutral, he just hooks on to that leg and just stays holding. And Bo Lewis was a little bit on his hips and trying to defend, but Colt, you couldn't calling on Colt. He was seen working. He was moving the leg multiple ways. It was very smart wrestling from him. And like Will Miller, who was on the broadcast earlier, said, like, you know, like he didn't say it to try to demean, but freshman Russell's stupid. Like he said that freshman Russell very dumb.
They
but
do.
That was the complete opposite of what he said. He wrestled extremely smart.
So Dane, no more App State guys in the consolations. Both freshmen have won and are moving on to consolation semis as a huge pin for Ryan Bellantino. He got taken down by Mark Koch earlier in the match, flips it on its head for a pin. Wow. I know you were looking away, Dane, but that was a crazy, it was Connor Masalinek. I was looking at Mat 1 over
Connor.
Hayden Daniels.
Yeah.
Got a huge pin there.
It was a mean head and arm, and
It
he got
was.
him mean down to the mat, and that was clean back. There was nothing that Hayden Daniels could do about it. But we have another Price wrestling, but it's not Jeremiah Price. It is the Citadel Price.
What I was going to ask you was, what match in the semifinals are you looking most forward to?
I'm really looking forward. I'm looking forward to Jeremiah Price's. Because
Interesting.
Jeremiah Price, he's wrestling someone that I believe beat him earlier on this year, and he faced another guy that he lost to also. And Jeremiah Price needs that get back. He honestly needs it. And with him having third last time and him beating Tanner Peak, he has a chance to face Cairo Lavelle. And with that match earlier on in the season, with him being dominated, I think he has a chance to make some history. And last year, with him getting third in the SoCon, he has a lot of high expectations. So I want to see what he does. I'm excited to see what he does and what he does different than the first time he wrestled to Lavelle. And updating everyone, Gavin Ricketts on mat 2 is wrestling Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson lost to, Andrew Wilson lost to Tomas Brooker earlier on in the day. And Mark Koch
is down. I mean, Mark Koch is beating Ryan Bolletino 5-0 on mat 1. And on mat number 3, we got DJ Spring versus Roy Price. DJ Spring from Davidson and Roy Price from the Citadel. This is heavyweight. And at 174, Mark Koch versus Ryan Bolletino. And 184, Gavin Ricketts versus Andrew Wilson. And what a scramble on mat number 2, but eventually gets the takedown. Great scrambling from Andrew Wilson to try to defend it, but Gavin Ricketts gets the domination. And right after the good scramble, Gavin Ricketts puts Andrew Wilson on his back for 3 back points to make it 9-0. But what do you think of the wrestlers right now wrestling? There's DJ Spring and Roy Price from the heavyweights. There's Mark Koch and Ryan Bolletino, Gavin Ricketts, Andrew Wilson. All these guys are in the constellation. They need to work up. And who those out of those 6 do you think have a chance of getting at least 3rd or 4th?
I would have said DJ Spring. I liked what I saw from him in that at the end of that at the first one. I thought he lost a really hard-fought, tough match. It just didn't really go out for him. What I'm seeing right now, I know it's 9-0, and he's absolutely dominating, but Gavin Ricketts is wrestling like a madman right now. He looks really good against Andrew Wilson. You were talking about it. He was Wilson was sprawling really nice. Did I say that right, Dane?
Yes.
Nice. Dane, if anyone listening, Dane is the technical guy here. I kind of just bring in my opinion when I want. But Gavin Ricketts wrestling really, really nice right now. 84 isn't as stacked as it has been in years past, at least in the consolation. You know you have guys from like Chattanooga and then Brooker at App State, but Ricketts really looked like he could absolutely dominate this consolation bracket.
And speaking of Mark Koch and Ryan Bolletino that we talked about earlier, Brian Bolletino got a takedown to make it closer to 5-3 in the later parts of this match with a minute. And they will go neutral. An escape point is given to Mark Koch as Ryan Bolletino with a minute 30 will try to tie everything up.
Bolletino needs a takedown here. Koch really kind of settling with that ride time. He's got about 2.5 minutes. He's going to get a point back on that. So Bolletino really needs a takedown and another point to even remotely think of overtime. But if he just has a takedown, it's not going to matter because Koch is going to win on ride time.
And Mark Koch has almost 2 minutes and 30 seconds of riding time. And if he can get his head out, which he does, gets another takedown to make it 9-3. And with less than a minute remaining in this third period, all hope that Bolletino had for himself has to be lost at this point.
Yeah, another Campbell guy that just hasn't had the season that him and the Camels have wanted, as, dang, Mark Koch threw him out of bounds.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Bolletino was trying to escape, and he really pushed back on Mark Koch. And Mark Koch, you want to push back on me? Okay, we can go out of bounds.
Yeah.
And just, that's what happened.
I guess I got a bad view of it. Looked like he basically pushed him out. But like what I was saying, we were talking about it, Campbell just not having the season that they wanted, even at all. And it's got to be a little tough for the Camels. It's got to be a little hard. If you're a Campbell fan, got to be a little tough.
Are y'all on air?
Yeah. But with down 9-3, Andrew, or now 9-4 as he gets that escape. But Gavin Ricketts gets the win 16-1 against Andrew Wilson. Goes to absolute tech fall in the consolations. And up next on mat number 2 is Anthony Ferrari versus Presbyterian Zone Jacoby. And they might skip that match.
I was looking at this in the bracket. It was, if you look, it says a 0-0 Jacoby moves on. It says M for L.
So did Anthony Ferrari, I don't know.
That's a 0-0, not even played M for L.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never-
a little confusing right there.
I've never heard of that. Cannot lie. Maybe an injury or medical forfeit. Thanks to our stats guy over here. Shout out.
Yeah, medical forfeit by Anthony Ferrari after having the rough first match of the day. He had his first match didn't go according to plan. If older brother AJ is watching, you got to be a little disappointed.
I don't think AJ cares. I'm not going to lie.
And on mat number 2, Josh McCutcheon and Cole Will are wrestling right now. The two defeated opponents against the top 2 opponents of Moncherie and Mayer.
I just got to talk about how dominant Mayer was. I mean, Moncherie looked really good, but if anyone impressed me out of the upper weights in that, it was definitely Mayer. I had never seen him wrestle live. The Bellarmine match got moved around. I had class. But, man, Mayer, he is a threat. Now, Moncherie did win this over Mayer last year, but, man, Moncherie's going to have his hands full if they do clash in that final tomorrow.
And DJ Spring up 4-1 against Roy Price of the Citadel. Roy Price has not been having a good day. If the match goes the same way it does for the entire period, it will be the end of the day for Roy Price. And with the Citadel being kind of in the top 4 for a little bit, does not look like that some of their wrestlers will be able to go on. But a lot of good wrestling coming out from the day, but the good wrestling has not came from Anthony Ferrari.
Okay, you don't have to keep beating him up while he's down.
Hey, you did too.
No.
You're the one who said he's ducking, and he was doing the conference too.
I just thought it was weird.
And he medical forfeited.
I just thought in his match, he was hurt. He had an eye poke, and he looked legitimately hurt. All I said was, an hour before the biggest rivalry in the SoCon happens, you get hurt. I just think that's a little strange.
All right.
Team score is still App State 26.5. That is second place Chattanooga 27.5. 9 guys still in the upper bracket to App State's 8. That's the most of any team. Just one guy in the lowers, as we saw it earlier.
And Toby Schaafstel gets the win over Dylan Smith for VMI, making it 17-0 win.
Whoa.
For
That
Toby
match
Schaafstel.
just started. And he scored 17 points. That is dominating.
And Dylan Smith didn't have a single point.
I literally looked down to look at the team score and looked up, and it was 17-0.
Yeah, that is very rough.
Wow. Okay, so you lose 17-0. I know it's the end of your season, and you're really not thinking about anything else but ending your season. Let's talk about this match on mat 3 first, though. DJ Spring versus Roy Price. Davidson and Citadel. DJ Spring of Davidson, 4-2. No ride time, not a factor. Both teams really going for it. No one's getting points. They're kind of north, south, east, west, like what we've been talking about all day. Looks like DJ Spring has the advantage here. I don't know, though. It looks like neither guy has the advantage, and we're going to go to a stalemate, Dane.
And that is a stalemate. Both guys at each other's ankle, but if you're DJ Spring, you really got to be careful here, as you almost just lost. You was one shoelace away from losing. But Roy Price, trying his hardest, goes for a single. We get a stalling call on DJ Spring. 5 seconds left. Doesn't look like it's going to do much. Roy Price trying to go in, and looks like that DJ Spring is just going to sit there and wait to the end of the happening. But very bad stalemate for Roy Price, as Roy Price was very close to getting the takedown on DJ Spring. But due to the stalemate, it's the end of the day for Roy Price.
And you were exactly right. I called that wrong in the broadcast. DJ Spring was literally a hair. I could pick a hair off your head. And that's how close it was for him to get taken down and lose that match.
And in the middle, which I believe is the last consolation match of today, it goes Josh McCutcheon versus Cole Will.
McCutcheon just absolutely dominating Will here. No Will to even be in the match. It's 7-0. About to move into the third period. Just 20 seconds left. Josh McCutcheon couldn't get anything.
Is it just me, or is every Josh McCutcheon match today has been slow as a snail.
Yes. You are 100% right. It's been him and Thomas Snipes. Their matches are super slow.
Yeah.
Honestly, Colt Campbell's matches have been super slow as well.
I believe that I forgot who it was who got the 17-0 just now.
Dude from VMI, Schaffel something.
Yeah, Schofstel.
Schofstel.
Yeah, Toby Schofstel started after Josh McCutcheon.
I think you're right.
And then got a tech fall, 17 points, and this match is still going on.
I just want to point out that he got that tech fall in 1 minute and 16 seconds.
That is insane.
I've never heard of that.
Those back points, man.
I've seen some high-rated teams versus low-ranked teams. I've seen some falls, some pins in 45 seconds. I've never seen 17-point tech fall in 1 minute and 16 seconds.
And an escape as apparently Cole Will got hit in the nuts.
That's never good.
And Cole Will got hit in the nuts while Josh McCutcheon was escaping.
Josh McCutcheon is also, I'm thinking about Andrew McCutcheon. You know, that's who I'm thinking about. I was like, do you think this dude's a dual sport athlete? I mean, they let NBA players play college basketball. They might as well let MLB players wrestle.
Yeah. But I don't think Andrew McCutcheon is 285 pounds.
You don't know what he's doing in his free time.
But Cole Will having a minute left in this match to stay alive. But Josh McCutcheon goes for a takedown. Cole Will tries to retaliate but doesn't. And Josh McCutcheon isn't really taking his match seriously right now. He's kind of just trying to keep his lead and just staying there. Cole Will has the single. And no takedown for Cole Will, no go neutral.
It's always so interesting to see how flexible. Like, you never think like a 285-pound grown man can hit the splits like a 16-year-old ballerina.
Yeah, it's insane. You see the 285, like the number, and just think these guys aren't flexible for nothing.
Exactly.
These guys about to be slow, but you'll see like the heaviest guys do a split,
Yeah.
and it is insane. And Josh McCutcheon goes for the outside single. Cole Will defends. He grabs that front overhook. Cole Will tries to go to the side. He tries to take down, but is not successful. Josh McCutcheon good with takedown defense against Cole Will.
You're completely right. McCutcheon just not taking the end of this match seriously. Feels like he just wants his day to be done. He's been up, and maybe a post-match injury. McCutcheon went down hard grabbing that right knee. Did you see that? Will went at him, and then McCutcheon fell to his back holding his knee. Seems to be okay, though. Kind of bracing that knee a little bit, though. Interesting.
And Cole Will. And he does look a little in pain as Cole Will walks off. Shook hands off the mat.
Yeah.
They shook hands off the mat. He just walked straight to his coaches. But, yeah, Josh McCutcheon is limping a little bit. And a couple of the staff members kind of pointed to the trainers to kind of meet us one way. But, yeah, Josh McCutcheon is not looking the brightest. He's squatting down on the ground right now, trying not to put pressure on. But what did you see there, Trey?
With his injury?
Yeah.
I'm worried for him. I thought he wrestled a really good match. I thought he absolutely dominated Cole Will, and if that ends up, he's not being able to compete, someone just moves on to the third place match. Let me look at who he's going to wrestle. We're starting the semifinals. I think someone is here. They are honoring someone.
We have an NCAA Hall of Famer here. Forgot who it was.
Well, Will Miller's not in there yet. So it wasn't him.
Maybe the App State Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Josh McCutcheon does not have an opponent just yet. He will face the loser. I'm sorry, this is confusing.
Go to the other side.
The loser of Vergara Mayer. And I'm gonna just say right now, it isn't gonna be Mayer.
Ooh.
We're gonna see this later. I think if Mayer impressed me like the first time I watched Vince Robinson, I'm not saying they're on the same level, but the first time I watched Vince Robinson, I was like, dude, this dude is gonna be a problem. He walked out to Bang Bang by Chief Keef, and I knew that this dude was a dog. Bye. I'm not gonna say what another lyric of that song just popped in my head, but I'd like to hear what Mayer's intro music is. I'd love to ask him. What do you think his intro music is?
Mongolian throat singing.
Dude, that would be terrifying. If I'm on the mat and someone walks out with that, I would be terrified.
Terrified, dude.
Terrified.
But we have semifinals on the way coming up soon. But we're going to take a tiny bit of a break, just small. We're going to take a couple minutes, drink some water, recap some thoughts, see who's wrestling in the first 3 matches of the semifinals. But a lot more action as the leaders of the team score right now is with Chattanooga on top, App State behind by 1 point, and App State is tied with Bellarmine with 26.5 points. So it is still anybody's tournament to watch. But thank you for listening to 90.5 WASU, and we will keep you guys tuned in a couple minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Stay tuned, 90.5 WASU.
And welcome back to Kimmel Arena in Asheville's first SoCon Championship Wrestling. I'm Trey Blake with my main man, the playmaker, Dane Maggard. I just score the baskets when it's easy. Dane finds me with the pass. We've got semifinals at 125. We got Gylon Sims versus, Cooper Flynn in the middle. That is the matchup to watch. Also in the other semifinal, Joe Calvin of Bellarmine versus Tyson Lane. Cooper Flynn is of Chattanooga. Gylon Sims is of Citadel in that first one. And Tyson Lane got his match started fast with a takedown. Joe Calvin got out quick. Gylon Sims and Cooper Flynn both starting at 0. Dane, of these two, why are you watching Gylon Sims and Cooper Flynn over the other one?
Because Cooper Flynn almost got a takedown on Gylon Sims for a quick second, but went out of bounds. And these Bellarmine head coaches have been constantly out, like I think every time they've been trying to plead a case for stalling against one of their guys. And a lot of times I see it. But in that case, maybe. But Gylon Sims right now is favorited to win this entire tournament. Beat Cooper Foster in dominant fashion in the first round. Cooper may have gotten the first takedown, but didn't get the last laugh. But as Gylon Sims goes in, still hasn't scored. Cooper Flynn staying in front. It looks like Cooper Flynn's on the defensive right now. Sims went for a takedown, and Flynn went for the arm drag, but both men stay in front. Sims tried to go for takedown. Flynn tried to retaliate, but couldn't. And one of them has wrist control, separates. And both men just staying in front of each other, trying their hardest. But Joe Calvin down 1-3 against Tyson Lane of Gardner-Webb. Gylon Sims staying in front of Flynn. Flynn more on the defensive. Knows that Sims is very fast and can do anything at will, so he needs to stay sharp.
Yeah, Sims always feels like he's on the offensive in any match he really wants to. Flynn been on his back foot, but he's done really good in defense, stopping Sims' fakes. He's not been faked out by anything, as we have some action going on in the Lane-Calvin match. People are yelling, and Calvin's going to get the takedown and possibly move into the lead with about 30 seconds left in that first period.
And they will go out of bounds, and they will go to the center of the mat. And a challenge block is out.
They called Lane still in possession of Calvin, and Lane was going to go down to start that back to center.
And a little bit of an odd decision, as they will go as Gardner-Webb challenges the takedown.
To me, it looked like a reversal for Lane.
They might be challenging for a reversal. They might be challenging the reversal while going out of bounds, while one of their foot is still in bounds.
You saw that too, right? Lane's foot was in bounds, and they called him out of bounds.
Yes, they did. But they are indeed reviewing and talking things over. But it doesn't look like they're not even reviewing. It looks like they're mostly just talking things over.
Yeah, they've been doing that a lot. No video replay in the SoCon, apparently. But, talk about it a little bit, figure it out. Old school.
And goes for the arm drag. Sims down 1-0 after Flynn got an escape point. Flynn takes down Gylon Sims, makes it 4-0. The two top dogs in 125 are wrestling right now. Cooper Flynn from Chattanooga and Gylon Sims from the Citadel. And Sims, bottom, building his base slowly but surely, but Cooper Flynn staying on top, getting possession of a 2-on-1. Sims on bottom. Flynn working with wrist control and chicken wing. Sims on bottom has his leg control. He's trying to swing it. And the referee going to Sims saying that he has to work. Stalling might be called soon. But there's not really much Sims can do other than just wait for a position to open. And Sims, as Flynn tried to push towards the head, and it looks like no reversal will be called, but and we get a neutral standing as Sims chooses to go neutral in the final period.
That is super interesting for Sims. I thought he did a really good job when Flynn had his initial takedown. Flynn just kept going. Sims unable to stop it. Flynn did a really good job of keeping Sims down. I thought it should have been a stalling warning. Sims was told to keep working. He didn't work at all. Goes into the third, with nothing to his name. He's got to do something quick, and Sims is known to do that. He goes quick. He's an explosive wrestler, but he's got to get a takedown and more.
And it looks like all the confusion that happened on mat 3 regarding that out-of-bounds takedown and Joe Calvin in the reversal, it looks like they're giving an escape point to Tyson Lane to tie it up instead of a reversal.
Which at the least you had to. He was out of his place, and they get a stalling on Flynn in the middle match. That's interesting.
And that is the first stalling warning of the match. And one more warning for it to be a point.
That's where Sims could really work here, kind of goad Flynn into this stalling call, because then if Flynn does get it and Sims gets a takedown, it's overtime.
And Flynn trying to defend, he's circling around. Will not be surprised if the referees called another stalling. And they do. That's another stalling. That's 1 point for Sims. Sims still in the offensive, just shooting takedowns left, right, takedown attempt. And Citadel wrestlers beside us yelling for more stalling points as Sims being very close. 30 seconds left for Sims to work, down 4-1. He needs one takedown to tie up this match and to go over overtime. Anything more?
There's their stalling call that they wanted. Sims, and unable to do anything though. Flynn is just thwarting anything that Sims is attempting to do.
And another stalling call, and that's 2 points. Cooper Flynn, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another #1 seed is out of this tournament. And that is Jalon Sims of the Citadel. Jalon Sims dominated all year, being a top 15 wrestler in the nation, and now will have to fight his way in the consolation. Cooper Flynn will fight his way to the finals and will get the winner of Tyson Lane and Joe Calvin. And by the looks of it, Joe Calvin just got a takedown at the end of the first period.
Bring you back to that Sims match. Felt like Flynn kind of took playbook out of a Thomas Snipe. Took a play out of a Thomas Snipes playbook. And we have another challenge on the first mat as Gardner Webb's going to challenge the fact that Calvin got the takedown. It looked like he did get the takedown. But, Dane, you're a wrestler. If a guy wrestles like that, is that a little weak? Like Cooper Flynn did?
Well, back right then I could understand. Well, I don't see a reason for you to shoot a takedown or try to work.
Yeah, but you got to work.
You're up by 4, but you do need to work. You do need to look to the wrestler, to the referee, that you do need to start working. But you're not going to shoot a careless takedown for the chance of Sims to circle back around. But what he did was probably the right move, but not avoiding. He still probably needs to hand fight, stay in front, try to fight for hand defense and just try to work that way, but make it seem like you're working. But does not really seem like the effective move, because one more stalling call and that would have tied up the game.
Yeah.
But they are talking it over once again to see if Joe Calvin from Bellarmine will get the takedown over Tyson Lane.
It's interesting. We've had 2 challenges in just the first period. That entire other 25 match is over by the time that this one has just ended the first period. And we're still getting more drawn-out play because they're still talking about this challenge. And to me, it looked like he got the takedown. I don't understand the challenge. I don't understand blowing the challenge here. I think
they might argue that he was either out of bounds or didn't have full control, and that that Lane possibly had a leg or an arm, something. But up next at 133 is the main man at Appalachian State at 133. Jarvis Little will face off against Ethan Orchuk, and Davis and Logan Heel will fight for the finals also, but Little and Orchuk are the top seeders of those two and the most exciting. And TK Davis versus Logan Heel, and Jarvis Little versus Ethan Orchuk.
Davis just kind of sitting down, locked in, ready for this match. Cannot advance to his match until this 25 match is over. By the looks of it, we might take 30 minutes just to do this one.
Oh, yeah. If Gardner-Webb wins this challenge, you bet they're going to use it again in the later two periods, because it's still the first period.
Yeah.
The first period just ended.
Yeah.
And there is no video review here in Nashville, SoCon, so it looks like they are just going to be thinking it over, unless it's so significant that they might ask for. And it looks like a decision has been made, and let's see what that decision is.
He's going to get the takedown.
And he did get the takedown. And Gardner-Webb, or Bellarmine, will defer to Gardner-Webb. Oh no, Gardner-Webb defers to Bellarmine, and Bellarmine will choose bottom.
An interesting challenge there. It definitely looked like Calvin had the takedown there. I don't understand, like Dane said, blowing the challenge. You could use it later, decide not to, decide to use it there. Early in the match, you still have time to work, still have time to gain points. And now you've used it, and it's over. Can't use another one. So do you get two, or you just get it until you run out?
I believe you get it until you eventually lose.
Okay.
But challenges are somewhat newer, in the newer 5 years within. I believe it's after COVID where that challenge is starting becoming a thing, but that might be wrong. Who knows? And Joe Calvin gets the escape point to make it 8-4, and he goes immediately back into work. Tyson Lane tries to go for a takedown. Calvin circles around. Calvin up 8-4, a minute 20 remaining in the second period. Lane goes for an extreme duck under. His feet are inbounds, and that's 3. What a super duck by Joe Calvin. You don't see a super duck every now and then. That's crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen that, Dane. A crazy move gets the Bellarmine fans hype and screaming.
Yeah, that was exciting.
Joe Calvin.
That goes out of bounds, and Joe Calvin up 11-4 against Tyson Lane. Can you talk about that real quick?
Yeah, Lane did a really good job against Cooper Foster in the App State Gardner-Webb duel, but Calvin's just come out and gotten whatever he's wanted against him. We had a little bit of a drawn-out time in that first period, but when asking wrestlers in the past of, you know, how do you stay ready? You're just like, hey, I'm in my own head. No one else is in my head. I tune out everyone else. I'm in my own match. I'm wrestling my own match. And that's what Joe Calvin's been doing. And with the Bellarmine fans behind him, looks like he could go as far as he wants in this tournament now, because I'm going to be honest, to me, he's put on a better performance than either Sims or Flynn did in their match.
And with the score being 11-5, and the winner of this will face Cooper Flynn in the finals of 125. Bellarmine gets another 3. Goes for a mat return, feet still in bounds. And surprise, surprise, Gardner-Webb's coach, if he had a challenge, he would use it. And down 14-5, 20 seconds left in this match. Or no, in the second period, my fault. I thought it was 20 seconds left in the entire thing, but 20 seconds left in this second period. Calvin pushing his head in that armpit to flatten out. Will he let him up? Nope. Mat return, slammed down to the ground. Joe Calvin dominating Tyson Lane in this match. And that is the end of the second period. And Gardner-Webb gets the decision. And they will choose bottom. And that is the classical move, good old traditional style. But if your guy's losing almost by 9, if your guy's losing by 11 points right now, and it looks like Joe Calvin is going to do the good old triangle. And that means if you show the triangle to the referee, that means that you will instantly let him up. That means you're showing I'm going to let him up, but we're not going to go neutral.
Good sportsmanship for Calvin there to let it know. But what I was thinking in the middle of the change of periods, Calvin's on tech fall watch. Honestly, Calvin's on pin watch, in my opinion. He has been absolutely dominating. Hasn't really been as much of dominating in the back points, but if he gets there, I don't think Tyson Lane has any answer for any offense that Calvin is throwing him at the moment.
And Calvin is up 14-6 after an escape point by Tyson Lane. And they're going to call stalemate. Go back in the middle. And the advantage that Cooper Flynn has right now is insane. Because this match ended and he's just watching the two guys that he could possibly wrestle. And that's an advantage that wrestling tournaments have. You could end your match early and you're seeing the two guys that you might wrestling right beside you.
They do have almost a 24-hour break in between that, though. So you're saying that he can see what, so let's say Calvin wins this match, he can see what Calvin's been doing right, and then scout him better.
Oh yeah, because Calvin, he didn't see the match at all. He didn't see Cooper Flynn's match at all. How he beat Jelon Sims. He's probably going to go into this match and thinking like, all right, let's wrestle Jelon Sims. Like, wait, I'm wrestling Flynn?
Yeah.
And he might be surprised by that, but great advantage by Flynn by seeing his two possible opponents right now. And with it looking like Joe Calvin here getting the win, but with what happened with Marley Washington, I'm never calling anything too short.
It's true. If Calvin does end up, like I said earlier, I think if Calvin does end up, I think he's put on the best performance of these semifinals thus far of the two matches we've seen. I think Sims had a really good offensive performance. He just couldn't get anything going because Flynn was so focused on thwarting his that he was just focused on defense. Calvin might get another takedown here. Not going to happen. We're going to go north, south, east, west, all over the compass, and it's going to be 15-6 in Joe Calvin's favor. We're actually going to get it out of bounds with 1 second remaining. Calvin, I thought that said a minute 42, excuse me. It's going to be 14-6 Calvin. No ride time factor. Joe Calvin in the finals at 125. He's going to show off against Cooper Flynn in 24 hours time in the 125 finals.
And what a match for Joe Calvin. Let's look at Joe Calvin's way. He went in here as the number 6 seed. Goes in. Beats Julian from Davidson as an underdog. Goes in again. Beats Tyson Lane 14-6 as an underdog, majority decision, and goes to the final to wrestle Cooper Flynn. And what a day. As the number 6 seed of 125 goes to the finals against the number 1 Cooper Flynn.
It's crazy. But Calvin, a great performance today. He had a great performance against Lane, a great performance against Bowling. Close in the Bowling matchup, not even a question in the Lane matchup. 14-6, major decision. But we got 33 now, Dane. Jarvis Little up for a chance at a berth in the 33 finals.
Heck yeah. On mat 2, we got TK Davis of Gardner-Webb versus Logan Hale Campbell. And we got Jarvis Little of App State wrestling Ethan Orchuk of Chattanooga. Revenge that Jarvis Little has been hoping for of one of two people. And the Chattanooga people showing love. And Logan Heel gets a takedown on TK Davis to make it 4-3 Heel. And Heel let Davis up to make it 4-4. Jarvis has that 2-on-1 on Orchuk. And Logan Heel makes it 7-4. But I believe they gave the points to the wrong person.
Yeah. I don't think it's 7-4.
And there it is. They're fixing it right now. There it is. Now it's 7-4 TK Davis with Logan Heel getting hot.
Now, if you remember,
And now it's 10-4.
if you remember this App State versus Chattanooga dual meet, Yurichuk had defeated Little in sudden victory after Little had seemingly scored a takedown to win. Chattanooga challenged it. It gets overturned. They go into sudden victory. Yurichuk gets takedown. App State challenges it. It goes through. My opinion, it was not a takedown, but they're going for it. Yurichuk won their matchup in the regular season in some bit of controversy. Little trying to get his get back in what he believed he had won originally.
And with App State and Chattanooga being the two top teams right now for team score is important also. And App State's Jarvis Little and Chattanooga's Ethan Oruchuk. Going toe-to-toe right now. No one has scored yet. A minute left. Jarvis circling around, head tapping. Goes in for a feint. Oruchuk's there. Little has that elbow. Both men just in the head tie right here. And they're going to call stalemate. And TK Davis has heel on his back, and that's 3. Making it 13-5 for heel. Heel was in it, got a takedown on TK Davis, and surprising. And TK Davis retaliates.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, heel came out, guns blazing. Kind of looked like the Anthony Canetta matchup. Gets his opponent gets the original takedown, and then he just comes out guns blazing, gets what he wants. TK Davis, 13-5 right now, not even out of the first period, just scoring in bunches just like he does all the time.
And that'll be the end of the first period. Still 0-0 between Oruchuk and Little. Oruchuk has the decision, defers to App State. App State chooses bottom, where Jarvis will try to get that escape point to get the first points of the match.
A super similar way that their regular season duel had gone. No points until, Jarvis could get an escape here, and then Yurichuk gets an escape in the third. We go to overtime. It's basically like writing its own story right now. This could go either way right now. A slow-paced first period. Jarvis finally gets his point with an escape right there, and they go back neutral right at center mat.
With Jarvis getting that escape point, that brings the first points of the match, as things are very slow right here. Oruchuk trying to retaliate to tie it up, but if you're Jarvis here, you kind of want a little bit more points because you don't want that risk of Oruchuk getting that escape point and tying it up and the last second getting it handled.
Yeah, Jarvis really wrestling a lot slower than he usually does. Maybe he saw something in that original dual matchup that he liked, that he saw Yurichuk was favoring, wanted to go after it, but usually Jarvis is the chaos causer, not really going on in this match.
And Jarvis staying in front. Going again, tries for that 2-on-1, goes for the 2-on-1 wrist. We got stalling on Oruchuk. And a lot of people are mad. Chattanooga fans are mad at that stalling call.
Yeah, especially the UTC coach. He gets up and yells for what? Hard to kind of disagree with him. Kind of felt Yurichuk and Jarvis were doing the same thing. Yurichuk just kind of gets the L on that one, takes a stalling call.
And TK Davis up 13-6 on Logan Heel from Campbell. TK Davis being from Gardner-Webb. And back to App State versus Chattanooga. As Jarvis being close to that takedown, has that leg. Just circle around, and they're going to go out of bounds. With Jarvis being extremely close to that takedown. His foot was out for a second, try to put it back in.
Man, Jarvis had it, finally causes that chaos, gets Yurichuk jumping all around. Here's that fake he's going to throw in, but he had Yurichuk jumping all around, can't capitalize on it, but there he goes. He's going to cause some chaos right here, closing the end of this period. You think he tries to ride him out, or are we going to get more face-to-face?
Well, if John Mark Bentley's watching this, which he is by the sideline, no easy takedowns. And Will Miller was talking a little bit about it. If John Mark Bentley's, apparently his theology is with that, give 2 mat returns to dominate him and then let him up. Apparently, John Mark Bentley likes it when you dominate him and then let him up on your own terms.
Okay, okay.
Not just to let him up when the guy's there. But Jarvis on top trying to get a mat return down and goes for that Granby roll. And what an escape for Orachuk. On the mat return, instantly goes for a Granby roll. Staying in front, and they're going to go for they have a stalemate right here. Makes it 1-1, a minute 35 remaining.
Jarvis needs to start implementing those fakes that he had towards the end of that second period. I think he's on his knees. He's giving Juracek a little bit of, I don't know where I'm going to go, or you don't know where I'm going to go. I'm going to do what you don't expect me to do. That's exactly how he's succeeded and was nationally ranked earlier in the season.
Jarvis trying for that 2-on-1 on Orachuk's left arm. Orachuk trying to post up and push away from it. Jarvis lets it go. Both men go for a little bit of a feint, but neither budge for each other's. Jarvis engages in the tie-in. Both men just pushing back and forth.
I think we're going to see a 1-1 overtime, Dane.
Possibly. Looks like that's what it is. As either that or based on a stalling, if Jarvis can somehow work and get Orachuk a stalling call. Or vice versa.
I don't see that being the case. Finishing this match, just 30 seconds left, nearing short time. Maybe the two want to go. Jarvis and Juracek both look like they want to go. Juracek shoots a fake, doesn't go for it. Jarvis, good job to kind of get out of Juracek's way. Almost looked like he was going to shoot a fake and then go for a takedown, but Jarvis, good job to kind of get out of his way.
A short time remaining. Jarvis has that high crotch. Needs to circle around, has that crotch grip. Tries to go around. And no takedown given for Jarvis Little. Very close for that high crotch. He tried for that last second takedown and the crotch grab not there for Little. And it goes to overtime for Jarvis Little. Orachuk tries to go immediately to get a Little off guard, but Little sees it coming.
You see Coach Diaby kind of head down, yelling at Jarvis what to do. Coach Paul Bianchi right beside him. Jarvis, I'd like to see him fake a little more, then go for a shot. Seemed like he really had Juracek on his back foot. There he goes. There goes the fake. Had Juracek on his back foot at the end of that second period when he was shooting those fakes.
And on mat 2, TK Davis up 17-11 on Logan Heel from Campbell. But Jarvis Little in a 1-1 overtime match. Jarvis has that high crotch, trying to go back around. Orachuk has that leg, trying to get back from it. And Jarvis trying to go back around. Orachuk has a leg. Jarvis needs to work. And they go to another stalemate. Makes it go to neutral. And Orachuk trying to plead a case to the ref for some odd reason. And still 1-1 overtime, a minute left remaining, and then it goes to right outs.
If I'm Jarvis, I do not want to ride out here. Felt like Juracek kind of dominated him when he was on his back period. Jarvis, great job of not giving up a takedown there as Juracek shot the shot he wanted to. Jarvis kind of just skips away like a ballerina.
And 30 seconds remaining for Jarvis Little and Ethan Orachuk in overtime. Unless it goes to right outs, Jarvis needs a takedown. 1-1. Bunch of hand fighting, 20 seconds left. Now 10 seconds. Both men hand fighting. Someone's got to make the last second move. That might be Jarvis. And final going. And no takedown given, but it was extremely close. I wonder if they could have challenged there.
He didn't get it. Juracek had his legs. It was a really good shot. Jarvis, that seems to be what he wants to do. Wait till about 3 seconds left, then shoot. Juracek wins the coin flip and goes bottom first, I should say.
And Orchuk will try to get the escape with 30 seconds. Right outs, gets the Granby roll, gets the leg. Jarvis still has it on the ground. Jarvis, another Granby roll, has the leg still. Jarvis has 18 seconds remaining, still in the back. They might be neutral now, but Jarvis still in front. Are they in neutral? And they are. They are in neutral. Jarvis does not get the right out with 5 seconds remaining, and Jarvis needs an escape point.
That was a great move from Juracek just to go extremely fast, but then a great move from Jarvis to keep him in his grasps. Jarvis just can't keep him too slippery. Man, Juracek, that was a really good and veteran move from a guy who's been in this conference for a long time.
And Jarvis has 30 seconds to work to either get a takedown, get an escape, or a reversal to possibly win it.
See Coach Bianchi and Coach Diaby reassuring Jarvis. Jarvis, we told him he's got to get his get back against CK. He's got to get his get back against Juracek. It's got to start right here. He's got to make that move now. He's just a young redshirt freshman, but Jarvis Little, what you got with 30 seconds on the clock in sudden victory, period 2.
And it'll go to the second or the third overtime period. And it'll go to the second right out time, where he had a little bit of a stoppage because Ethan Orchuk had a nosebleed. Jarvis Little has 30 seconds to get out, and that's caution on Orchuk. And Orchuk needs to stay on top. Jarvis needs to escape. Jarvis has a minute remaining. Jarvis needs to stand up, turn around. And many fans are trying to say he had that tie-in, or he had the illegal grip.
I have to agree with him. Didn't really feel like anything. Coach Bentley on the sidelines, not even on the bench, wants the stall. Feels like Juracek keeps going a little too fast. Jarvis holds his foot there, can't get anything. Fans want stalling.
And less than 10 seconds remaining. And Jarvis has 6 seconds left. Jarvis has 6 seconds left to get a takedown. He needs to be explosive for his chance to get in the finals.
Confused on what Jarvis is doing here. Feels like he's just kind of goading Juracek into a stall call. It's not working.
Gets that escape point to tie it up 2-2. But he has that 4 seconds of riding time, which gives him that last second point. And Orchuk is excited to go into the finals to make it 3-2 last second, and Jarvis is disappointed.
Can't say I blame him. If I'm him, I just don't understand why he's going for a stalling call that early. Try and get the escape, then go for it later in the match if you can't get it. It felt like he immediately went to try and gouge Juracek into that stalling call. It just doesn't work out for him. I don't understand why he continued to go into that after. Coach Bentley didn't understand. You heard him yelling all the way from the other side of the arena. We have some UTC fans behind us. They were hyped for it too. Just doesn't turn out into the redshirt sophomore's favor, redshirt freshman's favor, and he heads into the consolations.
Jarvis does have a long future here at App State, but he'll have to fight his way in the consolation semifinals to fight for third place. And now at 141, we have Aldo Hernandez versus Hunter Mason. Hunter Mason being the number 1 seed here in the 141 matchup, Aldo Hernandez being the 5. And another App State versus Chattanooga matchup, as the top 2 in team score is App State and Chattanooga.
Yeah, Chattanooga it was 35.5 to 26.5 before that match. Chattanooga had to have taken an even bigger lead after the fact. Now Bellarmine moves into tied 35.5 with Chattanooga. I'm sure that does not include the score from the Jarvis Little match, but App State sits at 30.5 in third. Wow, what a rise from Bellarmine.
Yeah, Bellarmine has a person also in the semifinals here at 141, with that being A.J. Rollo. And Alda Hernandez, App State, Hunter Mason, Chattanooga, A.J. Rollo, Bellarmine versus Dominic DiTullio of Gardner-Webb.
Now these two, Hunter Mason did face off in the UTC App State duel. Hunter Mason did take that match 6-4. That's a classic Aldo low scoring match, but we saw Aldo kill some demons a little bit earlier, winning a duel that he had lost earlier in the season. Let's see if he can keep it up against Mason from Chattanooga.
And A.J. Rollo starting off strong with the takedown. A.J. Rollo just dominating on top, but here for Aldo Hernandez and Hunter Mason. His hand fighting, Aldo trying for that power snap.
Really feel like Aldo needs to do kind of similar to what Jarvis did, feel out that first period and then attack in the second. Feels like that's what he's going to do. Hunter Mason doesn't want it though. He fakes a shot. Aldo, one of the guys me and Dane sat down with last week. One of the other guys, seeds don't matter. I just want to go to Asheville. I was at Asheville last year. It didn't go how I wanted to. He went 1-2 on that tournament. Finished top 6, did not place. Wants to change that. This win would catapult him straight into a top 2 finish and would face off against A.J. Rollo or Dominic DiTullio.
Both guys right here just trying to find some type of opening. 1 minute remaining in this first period. And Aldo staying in front, looking for wrist control. Separates, try to get a better position. Tries to collar tie. Aldo goes for that takedown, has that leg, gets that takedown against Hunter Mason in this first period with 35 seconds remaining. Aldo up 3. And keeping his foot in. Just to keep as long time as possible, and 30 seconds left. In this first period, Aldo gets the takedown.
Yeah, Hunter Mason just dragging Aldo as hard and as fast as he can to that outer edge in the perimeter. Aldo, a very strong middle of the mat wrestler, not very perimeter oriented. He likes guys in the middle of the mat, but Hunter Mason just wants it straight into the perimeter, and Hunter Mason gets the stall.
And Hunter Mason gets the stall, and the Chattanooga wrestlers beside us are screaming their heads off.
They do not like it.
And they get a stalling call. And Aldo will start on top again, less than 20 seconds remaining. Gets the mat return, grabs wrist control of Hunter Mason. Aldo staying on top, trying to grab wrist control. Mason trying to build a little bit of base. Aldo's brother here on the sideline. He's standing up more than anybody.
And that's just Aldo's brother. We talked to him. We said, you can usually hear him more than you can hear Coach Bentley, which is not often. Coach Bentley is a loud guy. So to hear someone over him, we're going to go neutral here.
And we're going neutral here.
App State had won the coin toss. That's usually a defer to their opponent. UTC went neutral. Interesting call.
Hunter Mason gets the leg, takes down Hernandez, gets the 3, ties it up. Aldo sits out, trying to break that wrist, and he gets an escape point to make it 4-3. A minute 30. Aldo and Hunter Mason stay in the middle. Mason got that takedown with ease. Aldo escaped. And a little bit of confusion on mat 3 as DeTulio's close getting a takedown, and I think he's a little hurt.
Yeah, they called a potential dangerous act from Rollo. Rollo did not let it up until the refs kind of got in there and broke it. Interesting hold there, but DeTulio's down and looks like he's in pain.
And Aldo had that 2-on-1. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left in this second period. Mason has that inside tie. Aldo trying to get one of his own, trying to break through. Both men separate, go back to the middle of the mat. Aldo has an inside tie-in. Mason goes for an outside shot attempt. Aldo goes for his own, deep in, goes for the trip, but Mason trying to keep his leg in the middle of Aldo's. Mason grabs the arm, tries to get that 3. Aldo tries to go, gets a Granby. Hunter gets that Granby and gets 3. It takes 3 near fall for Aldo Hernandez as Hunter Mason was on his back for about 3 seconds.
What a move for Aldo Hernandez, and the UTC bench doesn't like it. We're going to get a challenge here.
We're going to get a challenge as the referee had 3 non-control swipes.
Yeah.
And gave it to Aldo Hernandez for the points to make it 7-3.
They love throwing that challenge brick here in Kimmel Arena.
Both men are absolutely tired from working. Aldo was on his knees. Hunter Mason had his hands on his knees. Both men are absolutely tired right now.
They're both wrestling really good. Hunter Mason absolutely locked in right now, but so is Aldo Hernandez. A great move to end that last period. A great last period for Aldo Hernandez. A great finish. Aldo just, I'm thinking about that Kobe Bryant commercial. Are you a different animal but the same beast? And that's what Aldo Hernandez feels like right now.
And Dominic DeTulio trying to eliminate riding time that AJ Rollo has right now while he's on top. Has the grapevine in. And after the challenge, they confirm the 3 near fall and give it to Aldo. And Aldo at the start of the 3rd period, the last one, chooses bottom. And Hunter Mason will choose the diamond as to let Aldo up, and doesn't let him up. Tries to go in a better position here for a possible tilt, but Aldo trying to belly down and keep his space.
UTC fans want stalling.
And they want to stall on Hernandez.
I can't say I can't agree with them. Aldo not really doing nothing right now, but he gets the escape. 8-3, we're back neutral in the middle of the mat.
8-3, neutral. Aldo gets that escape point. A minute 30 left in this match. Mason goes for a takedown attempt. Aldo gets 3 more. Another takedown for Aldo Hernandez. Makes it 11-3.
And the UTC
they want
fans,
stalling. App State fans want stalling.
And Mason's not doing anything, and the UTC fans that were super loud go quiet as Aldo Hernandez absolutely balls out at the end of this. And, I mean, I thought Aldo was stalling there, kind of fakes out Mason. What an absolute performance from Aldo today.
Aldo Hernandez, like you said, is such an emotional wrestler, and when he's hot, he's hot. When he's cold, he's cold. But right now, he is hot. But let's see in the final minute on how this match ends, as anything can happen in the sport of wrestling. Aldo goes with another great mat return to keep Hunter Mason on the ground. If Hunter Mason wants to stay in this match, he has 1 minute left to work.
Feels like Aldo is just absolutely dominating him dominating Mason right now. Feels like he can just get absolutely anything he wants.
Aldo goes for near fall. That's 4. That's 4 back points for Aldo Hernandez in a rolling cradle. That's 15-3. Aldo almost has a minute of riding time. Hunter Mason builds his base, tries to build his base, but Hunter Mason with 20 seconds left needs a miracle when he's down 12 points. Hunter Mason looking at his coaches, trying to have any possible last-second thoughts before the last 20 seconds of this match.
I don't know if there's anything he can do. He needs to flip Aldo immediately and get some back points, but Aldo Hernandez not usually the extra point guy for App State, but here he goes, 15-4 in major decision range. Can he hold on Mason? Definitely going on the offensive. Aldo needs to wrestle, doesn't want to stall here.
And 15-4, Aldo Hernandez moves on to the 141 finals to revenge his loss against Hunter Mason in the Chattanooga duel at Chattanooga away. Aldo Hernandez looks at his family in the crowd with joy and happiness, but still shakes the hand of Chattanooga as true sportsmanship in wrestling does. But Aldo Hernandez is ecstatic, but what a match for Aldo Hernandez to completely shut down Hunter Mason in that match, the #1 seed in this tournament.
What a match, what a moment
Yeah.
for the guy who had it, let's say he did not have a good tournament last year, comes out, does what he can, gets the job done at 141. He's moving on to AJ Rollo. Now, if you remember, sudden victory, App State versus Bellarmine. Rollo defeats Hernandez on a Monday afternoon, moving it around because of some snow. Can he get his get back? Aldo Hernandez has taken down, I think, 3 guys who have beaten him in the or 2 guys who have beaten him in the regular season, with a chance at 3 with AJ Rollo tomorrow.
And with a guy who wants to avenge a very close match, Caden Keyser versus Carson DeRoser. DeRoser, I believe, had lost, but I believe it was within 1 of Caden Keyser. But a great match nonetheless. But what a match for Aldo Hernandez. But App State has another match to wrestle against Carson DeRoser, where Caden Keyser defeated Carson DeRoser 3-2 in a very tight match. So this is going to be a very close match, I would assume also.
Keyser getting the winner of the match on mat 2, Heap and Higley. Higley, an absolute dog in his first round matchup. Looked like he could have gone out and wrestled with anyone in his first one. The question is can he beat the #1 guy in the SoCon, Andrew Heap from Davidson, who is the only guy to taken down Caden Keyser all season in an absolute upset when App State went to Davidson earlier in the season.
And everybody getting introduced right now. And everybody wrestling. Starts of the match. No way. Both matches started the exact same time, same whistle. And Keyser, both men start out hand fighting. Tries to shoo away. DeRoser trying to go out. DeRoser's more aggressive than he was last time he wrestled Keyser. Keyser tries to resort that inside tie-in from DeRoser into a 2-on-1, but separates.
Last time out for DeRoser and Keyser, a very slow-paced, methodical match, very technical wrestling. Keyser, someone who likes to get a lot of points when he can, but also is very comfortable wrestling those low-scoring matches that can go to overtime. Coach Bentley said he doesn't necessarily want Keyser to do that, but if it happens, it happens.
And Keyser staying in front. DeRoser trying to work. Goes for a little bit of a feint.
Team score now sits Chattanooga 43.5, Bellarmine 35.5, Gardner Webb 30.5, App State 26.5. App State now sitting in 4th. Chattanooga almost a 10-point lead ahead of #2 Bellarmine.
Keyser almost had the takedown, but DeRoser escapes and lets it go. And on mat 2, they're going to call stalling on Anderson Heap. Anderson Heap is wrestling Nate Higley from Bellarmine. Keyser. Hand fighting. Both men just staying in front, trying to grab wrist control of each other, but separating. Less than a minute remaining. This is going to be a very low-scoring match.
And again, Keyser's comfortable with that. Keyser thrives in every single type of scenario when it comes to wrestling. He's such a good wrestler. He's such a good technical chaos. He does everything so well. We see that constantly. The one thing is he's never dominant, Dane. When is he going to get that dominant win that shows the country I'm here? That could be today, it could be tomorrow, but it needs to come at some point.
And Keyser staying in front, trying to work that inside tie. DeRoser defending takedown attempts. Both men in the tie up. Last couple seconds remaining. And that'll be the end of the first period. And some Bellarmine fans want some stalling on Heap. And it looks like App State goes and defers it to the Citadel, where Carson DeRoser will choose bottom.
Haven't watched much, of the Higley-Heap match, but does kind of look like Heap's a little scared of Higley, man. He wrestled so good earlier, looked good in the couple times I glanced over.
And
Carson DeRoser, man.
DeRoser gets the reversal for 2, and that's surprising because in the way the last time that these teams faced off against each other, Keyser rode him out for the win.
Interesting. Keyser not someone who usually gives up plays like that, but DeRoser found that positioning that he liked and took it, and Keyser kind of just getting dominated by DeRoser right now, but he gets to his feet, Keyser does. Can't get the escape, though. Ref is currently counting. We get a stalling call on. DeRoser, I believe.
And an escape point given from Keyser.
Interesting.
I believe it's because he just kept that waist grip and just didn't let it go, so they wouldn't give him the escape point. But less than a minute remaining, and Keyser is down 2-1. Keyser's going to have to make something work. And DeRoser has 26 seconds of riding time. And this middle mat getting very exciting. And that's 3 for DeRoser to make it 5-1. Keyser down by 4. And Keyser goes for a mat return. Keyser needs to escape and build his base fast. Goes to the side. Keyser grabs the leg, but DeRoser has that leg deep. And Keyser grabs the leg to try to go around for a reversal of his own. Tries to go around, and John Mark Bentley is in shambles right now. And that's the end of the second period. And Keyser being down 5-1. Needs an escape and a takedown.
Not a position you usually see Caden Keyser in the hole, really, heading into the third period, as the middle mat is getting kind of crazy over here. Fans yelling. I'm excited to watch it when this Keyser match ends up, but Keyser, like Dane said, an escape and a takedown would bring him back into it, as unable to get that Granby roll. DeRoser really just dominating Keyser on his back. It's just Keyser cannot do anything at the moment.
And a minute 40 remaining. Keyser trying another Granby roll, but almost ends up on his back. And Keyser has a minute 30 to start to get going, but Carson DeRoser is leading this match 5-1. Keyser, and they go potentially dangerous, and they'll start back in the middle where Keyser will be on bottom. Bentley giving some quick coaching. But this mat in the middle is very close. Anderson Heap is up 4-2 against Bellarmine's Nate Higley. Keyser tries to build his base, escape the grip. DeRoser gets another Granby roll. Doesn't get that escape point again. And it looks like that DeRoser has worked on his top skills. From what it looks like. And Keyser gets that escape point to make it 5-2. And they'll call stalemate to go neutral. With 2 minutes of riding time that DeRoser has, Keyser needs to work fast.
Need one of those late-time Keyser pins right now, or at least back points. Doesn't seem like he's going to get it. Dane, you're completely right. DeRoser completely worked on everything that did not allow him to win that match last time. Just absolutely doing everything Keyser doesn't want him to do, and DeRoser's going to get almost another takedown. Ref saying no. Keyser seems to have DeRoser's leg. Keyser almost has a takedown himself, doesn't get it. Both wrestlers going for it. Keyser has the takedown. Refs don't give it to him.
They have the whizzer. That whizzer saving the life of Carson DeRoser. And Keyser almost had that takedown. Very close. But it looks like Carson DeRoser is going to the final. But oh no! He gets the takedown. Time is out. But that's too near fall. That's too near fall. But will the points be added back? But the challenge block is out.
Caden Keyser, if this stands at the buzzer.
But if this does stand, it will go to overtime because of the 2 minutes of riding time.
But if you're Keyser, that's exactly where you want. That's where DeRoser's absolutely dominated him all day, but that's where you beat him last time out. You've completely given yourself new breath. DeRoser was on the mat. He thought himself what it felt like. Keyser had got him. Keyser looks like he needs an ice bath, to be honest. Hands on his knees.
And looks like for this one, they're going to go for a video review.
Now we get a video review.
Actually,
when it
will
comes-
they? Actually, do they?
I think
no,
he got
they
it.
Don't.
I think he got the 2 points. 2-point near fall. We're going to overtime.
And does this stand? And looks like they've made a decision. Two challenges in both mats.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And let's see what the referees decide to do here.
We have a decision at the board. Ref going over to get the call. We have 2 guys in suits telling the official what they think. I don't know if they're the right people to hear from right now.
It looks like they're reviewing, or possibly, but we will see what has happened.
Still waiting to hear. Official wants to run it back himself, the challenge block.
And it has been overturned.
Wow.
It has been overturned. And Caden Keyser loses by 1 point.
That is absolutely ridiculous, Dane. Keyser had those 2 back points to send this match into overtime, doesn't get it. That is, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's absolutely terrible from the officials, but at the same time, Keyser did not wrestle well until the final 10 seconds, so he has only himself to blame, but it looked like Keyser had him at the buzzer, just doesn't go his way.
And Keyser goes to the buzz, and Keyser loses a nail biter that was overturned. That would have went into overtime, but the official saw different and overturned the decision. And the Citadel have themselves a wrestler in the finals.
I don't understand, Dan. I'm not going to lie. There's a guy in a pink suit standing behind. I don't understand why he's, I don't know. Not going to say it. Never mind. But I can't blame Keyser a little bit because he wrestled so poorly in the second period on. Like DeRoser just dominated him until 10 seconds going. It's just not something, I don't know. I thought he got it. I'm just saying. I thought he got it.
And Nate Higley will get the escape point. Final period, 40 seconds remaining for Anderson Heap of Davidson and Nate Higley from Bellarmine. And tries to go for an head and arm. Anderson Heap tries to go, and Bellarmine trying to have an argument for stalling. Nate Higley tries to start working. Tries to go for a takedown attempt.
Heap not
and they
wrestling
call
here.
for stalling on Anderson Heap, and they give a point to Nate Higley.
It's good. Heap not wrestling here. Understand you're up 4. You have a minute of ride time to spare, but you got to wrestle, man. We just saw in the last match, Keyser almost sent that into overtime with back points. You could be seeing the same problem right here.
Another stalling call goes out, and that's another point, but with 30 seconds remaining, it does not look like that a lock can happen here. And trying to go. And now Davidson fans want to call for a match, but. And another stalling call.
Wow.
And it looks like Anderson Heap will go to the finals.
Higley talking a little bit. Can't blame him. He really didn't wrestle from about 40 seconds on. He's going to go to the finals, though. The lone man to beat Caden Keyser in the regular season heads to the finals at 49. Higley, who to me was easily the most impressive guy of the first round, heads to consolations.
And App State and the Citadel will have another rematch as Jeremiah Price faced off against Kyra Lavelle. Kyra Lavelle is the #1 seed here in the 157 weight class. And on the other mat will be Jeb Pretchel versus Liddy of Chattanooga.
Kyra Lavelle, a 15-7 major decision. Last time these two guys faced off when the Citadel came to Boone. Kyra Lavelle was ranked 25 at the time. Jeremiah Price not ranked at all. I think Price ended the season 4-4 in the SoCon. Not where he wanted to be, but a huge win in the first round in this tournament moves him one match away from the finals.
Keyser trying to work for arm, trying to work for wrist control. Lavelle almost had a takedown there, but Price gets away from it and stays in front. Staying in front, both men in the tie-in. Price tries to circle around. And Price separates both men in the middle. Just waiting for an opening. And Jeb Pretchel about to get taken down, but Jeb Pretchel gets the head and arm. Jeb Pretchel has the head and arm. Jeb Pretchel has Kavarius Liddy on his back. Jeb Pretchel does not need to let this go. Jeb Pretchel is seconds away from the two upsets of the century. Jeb Pretchel has the head and arm. This Bellarmine staff wants that slap on the mat.
He wants it. They need it. Jeb Pretchel. Kavarius Liddy is bridging like a madman. Kavarius Liddy, and Jeb Pretchel gets the pin by head and arm against Kavarius Liddy. Jeb Pretchel gets 2 upsets in a row to go to the SoCon finals.
Jeb Pretchel, have yourself a day. Upsets number 3, Joe Giordano. Then gets the dude from Chattanooga 2 pins in 2 matches. No one thought he was going to come in here and get pinned straight up himself. He gets 2 pins himself, Dane. What a day for Jeb Pretchel.
What a day for Jeb Pretchel. Didn't have the best start to the season, but what a finish. And Price gets taken down to make it 6-1. Price tries to build his base. Lavelle trying to keep Price down with the mat return. He does.
Price does have to work here. He does have a stalling warning. Felt like the Citadel bench wanted to get him one. This really feels like the start of their match when they were in Boone. Price had such a good win earlier. Can't let this momentum stop in the semifinals of this matchup.
I'm still stunned by that Jeb Pretchel match, man. Whew.
Jeb Pretchel. I just want to see the dude from VMI earlier that took down Thomas Snipes. Let's see how far he can go as well.
Price gets the escape point, makes it 6-2. And the Citadel gets the first choice, and they choose bottom. Don't defer, they just choose it.
Interesting. They want the points, I guess, want to break Price's hold as quick as they can and get on the offensive. That's what you think, because if Price is able to kind of ride out this period, then get a break at the start of the third, that really doesn't bode well for the midshipmen.
And Price tries to go for a high crotch mat return, but doesn't get it. Now down 7-2, 1:45 remaining in this second period. Both men just standing in front of each other, trying to work.
Excuse me, Citadel is the Bulldogs, not the midshipmen, my bad. Feels like everyone's just the Bulldogs. Don't know a nickname? All right, we're the Bulldogs.
Price has that overhead tie. Try to go for an opposite ankle pick, but doesn't get it.
Price has to get on offense here. He needs his ability to really create points like he did at the end of last year. That just hasn't been in his bag this season. Questions about if he should be in the lineup or not followed him all throughout the season. We had one guy defy the odds in Aldo Hernandez, who had been questioned all year as well. What Price got, a great fake from Lavelle, gets Price jumping. Lavelle just kind of dancing around him, sizing him up like he's about to break his ankles, and he does. Lavelle takes his shot, doesn't get the takedown though. Ref doesn't want it, gets a mat return, scores on his shot. 3 points for Lavelle, 10-2, 23 seconds left in the second period.
It's 10-2. Lavelle up by 8. Lets Price up, makes it 10-3. Makes it neutral. And that's the end of the second period. Price down 10-3. Price will choose bottom, try to get that escape point. But even with that escape point, if he does get it, we'll make it 10-4. But right now it is 10-3. The final period at 157 for Jeremiah Price.
This is why the SoCon is so cutthroat. Only one guy goes to the NCAA championships in about 5 of these weight classes, and this is one of them. This is how much this means to him. Cairo Lavelle wrestling such a good match right now. Price has to get on his level. He just has 1:45 to do it. We've seen crazier. Jeb Pretchel just picked up a pin over Liddy, and as quick as I could blink, Price could do the same.
And Jeremiah Price down 10-4. A minute 35 remaining. He needs to work if he wants a chance at this match. Lavelle kind of just dancing around Price, just waiting for Price to do the right move. Lavelle just completely on the defensive, but as I say that, shoots for a shot. And Price drags him back in the mat for another takedown to make it 13-4. And Lavelle having pure domination, and they go out of bounds. Looking at the crowd. Carol Lavelle looking at his fan base and dominance. And Price will go on bottom. And he shows the diamond. So Price will get up and get that escape point to make it 15-3. And Lavelle playing with his food. Snap down. Snap down by Price. Price tries to go for a very sloppy shot, doesn't get it. 15 seconds remain. Price is trying to go until the whistle, but with 10 seconds left, I don't see any position for Price to continue with a win with this match. And it looks like that we have a finalist for the Citadel again in 2 straight weight classes. Cara Lavelle will go to the finals to Russell. Can't believe I'm saying it, but Jeb Pretchel in the finals.
Price, everything fell in his favor at 157. Doesn't fall in his favor, though, with Cairo Lavelle coming out absolute domination from bell to bell. Price doesn't even look at the App State bench. He walks to the back. Price headed to the consolation semifinals tomorrow. He's still got a chance for third. But like Dane said, Lavelle versus Pretchel. What a matchup for tomorrow. Let's see if Jeb Pretchel can keep this hot streak up. Let's see if someone can keep this hot streak up right now. Anthony Canetta on mat 3 going up against Reinecke.
And Anthony Canetta facing off against Reinecke. Anthony Canetta defeated Reinecke 3-1 during the Chattanooga meet. But the tournament is for new beginnings. That was a very close match, and Canetta on a hot streak right now, being in the top 25 in RPI rankings. Starts out aggressive, like bulldogs starting to fight. Both men fighting for an underhook.
Reinecke, we saw earlier, wrestled really slow. Canetta has to wrestle his match. Just like always, all wrestlers want to wrestle their match, but Canetta's got to speed this match up. He's got to do what he needs to do and do it as fast as he can. As we see a fast start there, Reinecke looks at position on Canetta. Canetta has the underhook, though.
Those were back points!
Goes for a lat drop, gets the 3, and they challenge the takedown, but don't know what they're challenging. As maybe they're looking for no control and possibly only back points.
Well, if there you go, that's a reversal for Canetta.
But not just yet. Has that, and has that too of a reversal.
The challenge block is still out there.
Those were back points!
You hear the Chattanooga fans.
Yeah, the Chattanooga wrestling team beside us screaming that was back points.
So let me get this straight. If they challenge this and it's no takedown, that means Canetta gets no reversal. We go 0-0 neutral?
Maybe. This is very confusing because I'm confused at this challenge.
Gentlemen, partway through the semifinals, we have the following team scores.
And the team scores are being announced.
Fourth place, Appalachian State, 35
And
and a half.
App is at 4th place, and in 3rd place we have the Citadel, and at 2nd place and we have Chattanooga. And first place will be Bellarmine.
With 54.5 points, Bellarmine.
Wow, the Bellarmine Knights currently in the lead.
They weren't even shared for SoCon title, and they might get
Wow.
an outright tournament title. And it looks like they're reviewing the takedown. They're reviewing the takedown by Mason Reinecke. But a little confused on that call, but App State hasn't thrown really one challenge all day, if
I think you're
believe.
right. I
So-
think that's the first challenge by the Mountaineers today. It comes from Diaby, Coach Bentley on the sideline. It's Shot and Diaby and the trainer Annika on the bench for the Mountaineers. We're about to get a call going.
And what will the decision be? And they say that Canetta has 3.
Okay, so yeah, so
Takedown is removed from Chattanooga.
that still leaves Canetta with the takedown later for 3. Interesting. I would have just gone 0-0 in the
Yeah.
middle. That feels like the easiest way to score that, but Canetta gets the 3. I don't think the UTC fans behind us like that.
Yeah. I don't know if they're fans. I think they're direct teammates.
I don't know, but they're yelling in my ear.
Yeah. Granby roll and goes neutral for Reinecke, which make him an escape point to make it 3-1. A minute 45 remaining in this first period.
UTC fans everywhere. They're like the plague.
And both men in neutral. Tries to push Canetta on the offensive. Has an underhook. And Canetta up 3-1 against Mason Reinecke of Chattanooga.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, Dane. Keep Reinecke on his back foot and wrestle his match. He did exactly what he needed to do. He didn't think, Canetta looked at the ref and said, I don't understand how that's a takedown. Does what he needs to do, gets a takedown himself. That's why he's in this 3-1 position right now. Can he get more before this first period buzzer sounds? 40 seconds left.
And trying to wrestle, tries to go for that underhook, but doesn't quite get it. Goes to that near side. Canetta starts hand fighting. Reinecke almost had that underhook, but Canetta just separates to try to not let that happen. But the first challenge of the day for Appalachian State, and a very smart one. It was a little questionable, but that made that challenge into the way of Canetta's favor. And Canetta still in the middle with Reinecke. And Canetta stops the takedown attempt from Reinecke. And that'll be the end of the first period. And App State wins the toss. App State wins the toss. And they will defer to Chattanooga. That could be a big decision.
Another coin toss win, and guess who's on the sideline, Dane?
Ponder shot.
Connor Shot.
And Anthony Canetta's dad on the side saying stop the first move. But great match. Tries to go for a mat return. Reinecke being very close to an escape.
Still a stall.
Tries to go for a mat return. To go for the double leg. We might almost see a reversal, and that's a reversal.
Not where Anthony Canetta needs to be at all. Went for the mat return. Reinecke just absolutely dominates that positioning, and we're 3-all now. Minute 37 left. Don't feel like riding time is really going to be a factor in this matchup.
And now 3-3, all tied up. A minute 37 in the second period remaining. Canetta on bottom with Reinecke on top. Canetta building his base, sits out,
trying to break the grip, circles back around, stands back up again, trying to break that grip, but still trying to stay in bounds while doing so. He gets that escape point to get the lead 4-3. Canetta goes to that inside tie. Both matches on the map being very close. Both respective fan bases respecting their wrestlers. Canetta almost had that underhook. Reinecke had the underhook and tries to go one way of Canetta. Canetta has the leg. Reinecke almost has that through, and they're going to go potentially dangerous on the leg and go back to neutral with Reinecke, with a potentially dangerous on Reinecke's leg. And Canetta, 40 seconds left in this second period. 4-3. Canetta up by 1. And on the other mat, we have Ryan Vigil, who defeated Thomas Snipes, up 5-4 against Davidson's Bryce Griffin.
The upsets keep going.
And 4-3, trying to get the reversal. Canetta has that crotch grab, but lets go of it. Has that leg. Canetta trying to go through the barn doors, but goes back to the side. And that's the end of the second period, where Canetta almost got out of a nasty takedown attempt by Mason Reinecke.
Saved by the bell, Anthony Canetta, the master from Massapequa. Bentley, tell him, use your heart. That's all you need right now. You got two guys on the other mat, weren't supposed to be here. You're the favorite right now. Anthony Canetta, 2 minutes, up 4-3. You're going down. What you got?
And we on mat 2. We have a challenge with 1 second left. And they will go to review there. And Canetta circles around, has that leg. Reinecke having that torso. And gets that 2. Canetta gets the reversal to make it 6-3. And Canetta on top.
He's got it worked up. That's a count.
And trying to remove that post up. Canetta has that leg.
That is a
Reinecke trying to circle around. And goes to the count. And goes for the stalemate. And Canetta has the 3-point lead, 1:19 remaining. Canetta and Diaby getting the intention to tell Canetta to go for a hard mat return on this.
That's exactly what he needs. Reinecke, he's done so good all day, or all match, really matching Canetta's speed and toughness. Canetta, he has to turn that on now. You said it earlier, Dane. Diamonds are made from rocks. Rocks are hard. Anthony Canetta, you got to be hard.
And Canetta tries and goes for that mat return with a minute left, has that minute of riding time. And by the looks of it, Ryan Vigil has beaten Bryce Griffin to go to the 165 finals for the winner of either Mason Reinecke or Anthony Canetta.
There is just insane things happening in Asheville right now. Feels like anything can happen at any moment. Anthony Canetta has to be aware of that. He's got a minute of ride time built up already. If he rides this out, he's going to get the extra point. Got everyone yelling everywhere. It's loud in here.
And Canetta trying to go for that high crotch mat return, but trying to go in. Reinecke trying to turn back around. Reinecke turn backs around. The referee still not giving him the neutral escape point, and yes, they do. Goes neutral. Anthony Canetta up by 2. Canetta goes for that underhook. Goes for that single to try to push out of bounds. and they're calling stalling on Reinecke.
Wow, that is crazy. I was just about to say Canetta has to watch out for a stall himself. They actually call a stall on Reinecke. Excuse me. I don't know if I agree with that one. Oh, a little fast for Reinecke there.
And Reinecke goes immediately fast, no caution given. 15 seconds remaining. Canetta does not need to give any excuses, and that's a 3 for Canetta. And Canetta screams in excitement. He is excited like no one other. He will go to the finals to face off against the man who beat the man who we wanted to face off in the finals, but Anthony Canetta gets the win to go to the finals, to face off and possibly for his first finals appearance in the SoCon. But what a match for Anthony Canetta. He joins company with Aldo Hernandez to make it to the SoCon finals here in Asheville.
Dan, I'm not going to say I told you so. Told you so.
Not yet.
I told you he was going to get there.
Yeah.
I told you he was going to get there.
Yeah. And now,
UTC fans wanted to stall. What'd they get? A takedown in your face.
but all fan bases were extremely
Yeah,
hyper-active.
Yeah.
Chattanooga fans were screaming their head off. App State fans were screaming their head off.
As they should. Anthony Canetta, great. It was a great match. I think Reinecke wrestled really, really good. Canetta just wrestled a little bit better.
Yeah, Reinecke wrestled very good. Chattanooga fans should be absolutely proud of him.
Yeah.
Both wrestlers wrestled great, but there can only be one winner in wrestling.
It's true.
But I believe this is the first weight class in a hot minute where there is no App State.
Mm-hmm.
But
feels like they had, it was 33. Yeah.
Now Isaiah Guerrero, the true freshman, has made it to the semifinals against Jacob Silka of the Citadel. They are on mat 3, and it looks like someone might get a takedown soon as they're in the north-south position. But Grant Odell for Bellarmine and Camden Monroe for Chattanooga are wrestling. You got to give credit to Chattanooga. I think they had one guy in consolations all year, or not all year, one all tournament. But Chattanooga has wrestled phenomenally. But Bellarmine, who they're wrestling right now, Bellarmine has created a crazy run to the top of this tournament.
Upset after upset for the Knights, but to your point, the Mocs have wrestled amazing today. Haven't gotten wins in some weight classes, but other ones they have just absolutely dominated. Only had one in the consolation, like you said. I think that came from 57. But yeah, Chattanooga putting themselves in really, really good position to possibly win the whole thing. Bellarmine in position as well. 54 points for the Knights, 43 for Chattanooga. Citadel sitting at 39. App State sitting at 35. Unaware if this is updated after that last matchup.
Is a true freshman from Waukesha, Wisconsin.
But no points in all matches, and all matches have had at least a couple minutes in them. But they're going to call a stalemate on mat 1 or mat 3 between Guerrero and Silka. But since there's no App State guys right here, Trey, who you rooting for?
I like Guerrero.
I'm rooting for Guerrero.
I like Guerrero. I think he's really good.
And he really impressed me with Cole Campbell both times.
Yeah.
Campbell got a little bit more fight in this one, but did a little better. But Isaiah Guerrero he's really good.
Mm-hmm. Really excited. I think Silka could really do some work in this tournament as well if they get to the finals. But I'm going to fully agree with you. I'm going with Guerrero. I think this mat 3 matchup is the one to watch. You know, Camden Monroe and Grant Odell sitting at the mat 2 spot. Chattanooga and Bellarmine both at 1 and 2 in team score. This matchup is huge in team score aspirations.
Especially between Camden Monroe and Grant Odell and Chattanooga versus Bellarmine.
Mm-hmm.
And Guerrero being very close to taking down, but he's hoping for that stalemate. He has that leg. The ref pointing out that he still has that leg. Still trying to go for that 3, and no 3 has been given to anyone, but now that 3 is given. Even with that leg, the 3 is there.
Guerrero feels like we've only really seen him wrestle Colt Campbell recently. It feels like he's never really been in this position. Let's see how he responds and reacts.
And that'll be the end of the first period for both the matches. Isaiah Guerrero is down 3-0 against Jacob Silka. And Grant Odell versus Camden Monroe is still scoreless. And 174 is one of those weight classes, along with kind of like 165 and 149, where there's not really like a main guy in that weight class. Like there's not like a guy in the Big Ten who's like the best. There's always the guys who's always top 5. They change around always. And with 174, it's always really close, and especially with Grant Odell and Camden Monroe, both guys really, this match is really important, not only for their team scores, because Bellarmine is up right now with Chattanooga closely following behind. 2 straight mat returns for Chattanooga in dominant fashion. Will they get the third one? Third time's the charm?
Looks like he's gonna.
And
doesn't get it.
Third time is the opposite. But incredible matches. But everybody trying to go in, and we get an escape point from Grant Odell for the first points of the match on map 2. And Isaiah Guerrero still trying to fight. And these Chattanooga guys love calling for stalling, I'll tell you what.
Hey, App State fans love calling for stalling too. I think
Yeah.
every fan base calls for stalling all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
It's one of the one things that, like, when I was really getting into wrestling was like, I don't understand why everyone calls for stalling calls. Like, it's literally like every 2 minutes, like there's someone with their hand in the air, and it's just like, I get it, but let the refs call the match and then get mad at them. Don't get mad at them before they make the call. Get mad at them after.
And now Isaiah Guerrero trying to go for that reversal, has the splits. Tries to circle around, has that leg. Silka having that crotch grab with that one arm is saving his life from no takedown being given. But is any time now, has 20 seconds left, unless they call stalemating. I'm surprised they're not calling a stall.
And there you go. There's the stalemate.
And there's the stalemate as Jacob Silka escapes from a quick one.
I said earlier, we've only ever seen Guerrero, at least me and you, Dane, really wrestle against Colt Campbell. How is he going to react to being down early? Because it feels like he was always on such the offensive against Colt. He always had him really dominated, but hasn't really responded well. He's got moving into the third period right now in a 4-0 hole. How is he going to respond now, knowing that, hey, your back's against the wall? It's finals or consolation right here.
And it looks like that the loser of Camden Monroe and Grant Odell will wrestle Colt Campbell in the consolation semifinals. And Mark Cox will wrestle the winner nor loser of Jacob Silka and Isaiah Guerrero. And a little chant that you hear at basketball and football a lot, you can't do that, is here at wrestling. I kind of wish I was paying attention to see
I know.
who they're doing that to.
I wish I could hear you in moments, Dan.
But great matches all around. But let's look at the upcoming bracket for the upcoming matches of 184. Tomas Brooker wrestling Chattanooga Jones, and Brad Kraft and Reed Douglas of Campbell and Presbyterian. Presbyterian still has their top-ranked guy in the regular semifinals and finals, and the consolation finals. Grant Ricketts or Brad Porter. And they're going to go out of bounds. But many things happening all at once here. Jacob Silka still up 4-2. Jacob Silka up 4-2 against Isaiah Guerrero. Guerrero has a minute remaining to work with. And he's really high. Gets that Granby roll, but rolls right with him. Guerrero goes to that north-south position he's so good at to try to stall a takedown. But looks like that Jacob Silka might find a cure for it as he just grabs both of them.
Looks like Guerrero's just got nowhere to go now. Silka really dominating this entire match. Guerrero at the top. Felt like Guerrero finally had good positioning there, and then he gets a stalemate. Just unlucky for the true freshman from Gardner-Webb.
And Guerrero starts off. Guerrero has 30 seconds to work with. Tomas Brooker's waiting he's itching to get on the mat.
He needs it, Dane.
He is right by the cameras. And Guerrero being very close for a takedown attempt. 15 seconds remaining. Goes for that crossface. Guerrero in that north-south position again. And if get takedown almost there, but it is not there. And Jacob Silka goes to the finals to face Grant Odell from Bellarmine.
Guerrero almost had it. I thought he was going to get it, just didn't allow Silka to not get off of his foot, and it was just there. Silka is on to the finals. Man, Citadel putting up a good battle too. Everyone was saying this is one of the most even years in the SoCons in history. Chattanooga really taking advantage of that, but Citadel, Bellarmine, even Gardner-Webb's putting some points up. App State kind of not being the beneficiaries of that.
Isaiah Guerrero. Isaiah Guerrero should be very proud of himself.
Oh, for sure.
A true freshman, made it to the semifinals, has a chance. He will wrestle in the consolation semifinals to have the chance to wrestle for third. And after a little bit of some more updates, App State is tied for second with Chattanooga at 43.5.
Two guys from both schools right here, Tomas Brooker.
But now Tomas Brooker, the guy at 184 in the SoCon, will be wrestling in the semifinals here against Landon Jones of Chattanooga. App State versus Chattanooga is a very prominent theme right here in the semis.
Been a prominent theme for years, Dane, and Jones gave Brooker his best matchup of the entire season, sitting at 2-0. This is going to be a close one. Brooker been dominant all year. Was dominant in his earlier match, gets an early takedown in just 20 seconds. Brooker's trying to let people know, I'm here. I was hurt last year. I'm back to reclaim my title, like I said earlier.
And Tomas staying on top, tries to go back to the mat, but just lets go out of bounds. Landon Jones, like you said, lost to Tomas Brooker 0-2 in a very close match, and one of the closest match in Booker's record in the SoCon, this season at least. And Tomas Brooker is a one-time NCAA qualifier here at App State. After a very close match 2 years ago in 2024 against the Citadel, where he had a last-second takedown and stopped wrestling and got the takedown there. And Tomas is going to try to make this match in dominant fashion as he does two mat returns, and Landon Jones crawls out of bounds. And that's exactly what happens. And mat 3 is getting very exciting right now with Brant Crackraft and Reed Douglas having a match off here. And a takedown by Brant Crackraft against Reed Douglas. And Tomas staying dominant on top, as always. And Tomas having that wrist control on bottom, pushing Jones up against Tomas, using his left leg to push Jones's left leg up more while he has control of the other ankle. They're trying to make Jones spasm, trying to do something wrong. but it doesn't work. Jones just tries to do as much less movement as possible and trying for the right moment, but Tomas needs to worry about staying too far up, but he has a ginormous wingspan. So
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Dane. He's so long. It's so troubling because, like you were saying earlier, he's so tall. He's a 197er. He's a 184 and a 97er's body, and it just causes so many people problems because he's going to get you on a takedown, and then he's going to just ride you out in the rest of the period and absolutely dominate you and wear you down at mat return, and then dominate you for 40 seconds. Mat return, dominate you for 40 seconds, and it's just. It's bone crushing for an opponent like that.
And on mat 3, they're going to call stalling and give a point to Reed Douglas. Oh, no, actually, no, they're going to call stalling, but 1 escape. But they're going to challenge the stall. And never seen someone challenge a stall before.
They challenge a stall on mat 3?
I believe they challenged a stall and the escape on mat 3. And Tomas having 2 minutes and counting of riding time. Gets that rolling cradle. If this was freestyle, that would have been 3, but it was not. And we have stalling on Landon Jones. Brooker has that wrist control. He's waiting for Jones to make the first move, but Jones isn't making really any moves at all. And that is the end of the first period, and Landon Jones of Chattanooga is down 0-3 to Tomas Brooker of App State.
Chattanooga going to defer here to App State, letting Brooker go into the down position. Could lead to an escape and more points for Brooker, but I just think the only way to describe these matches, Brooker is he's just so wide and long. He can just do whatever he wants at any time. He gets what he wants, when he wants, how he wants, whatever he wants.
And Tomas went for an escape, has a mat return, but then escapes the second time around and gets the escape point, makes it 4-0. Landon Jones down 4. And Tomas has that leg. Tomas has that leg, and Jones has Tomas's right arm locked, and they're going to go for a stalemate and start back neutral. Great decision making by Jones to stop his right arm, to stop that from advancing Brooker to go behind. Jones going for wrist control, goes for an outside single, but Tomas Brooker grabs a leg of his own. Brooker has that arm, pushes, and that's 3 for Brooker. And Jones pushes out of bounds to try for no takedown to happen, but it does. To make it 7-0, a minute left in this second period, and Tomas has 2 minutes and 35 seconds of riding time. And Tomas having 2 fingers taped up right now. And Landon Jones of Chattanooga here in the semifinals. Tried to do a mat return, and they go out of bounds. Landon Jones gets up, but does not get any escape point.
Brooker's like just one of those guys that you don't really need a coach. He just goes out there, knows what he's going to do, however he wants to do it. And you see it right now. 3 minutes of ride time, about to go up. He's at 2:55 right now. He's got 40 seconds left in the period. Looks like he's just going to ride out the rest of it. Purely dominant from the redshirt sophomore.
And gets near fall. Does he? No, he does not. Only for a couple seconds. But on mat number 3, Brant Craycraft is up 3-1 against Reed Douglas of Presbyterian with a minute left in the second period.
It was funny there. Radio, you don't really see it, but Brooker almost had near fall points there. Bentley and Diaby wanted to fall. They look at the other official and point at him and go, "What would you have done?" And he kind of shrugged his shoulders and gave a smile. So I don't know if you know what that means. Other official probably would have called a pin there. Everyone kind of laughed off the situation.
And John Mark Bentley laughing about it. He goes to the referee and talks to him, and the referee has a little smile. And that's the first time I've seen John Mark Bentley smile on a wrestling mat. But the day John Mark Bentley smiles on a wrestling mat, that's how you know either Tomas Brooker is wrestling.
Hey, wrestling coaches have feelings too, man. They have emotions.
It just starts back off. 2 minutes, the last period. Tomas Brooker up 8-0. And 3 back points for Reed Douglas puts him into the lead. At the end of the second period, 5-3. And a team where they didn't win a single duel, Reed Douglas has some type of hope for the Presbyterian. Forgot their mascot.
Blue Hose.
The blue.
The Blue
what?
Hose.
The Blue Hose.
They're the Blue Hose. Swear. Can't trust them.
And goes back to the middle. And Tomas. And they're going to give a point to.
Brooker wants those extra points, man.
Gives a point to Landon Jones for stalling. And Tomas working around. Almost had that outside single. Lets it go. Has that inside tie-in. Jones trying to defend. Jones has a minute left to have any type of hope in the 184 weight class. And he takes Tomas Brooker down.
Wow.
Tomas Brooker down 11-4. And Tomas grabs a leg of his own. And Tomas's legs were still in, but we're going to call an escape point for Tomas Brooker, and we have a nosebleed for Landon Jones. And you can see that takedown was a little weird for Brooker.
Feels like Tomas didn't really expect him to
character.
shoot that. Yeah, exactly. Didn't really think like Jones was going to take that shot, but as they were going out of bounds, Jones did get a stalling warning. So that is in play for the guy from Chattanooga, but I completely agree with you. Very out of character for Brooker. Let's see if he cannot mess up again for the next 45 seconds.
And on the other hand, extremely exciting between Reed Douglas and Bo Crickcraft. As Reed Douglas very close to circling around, but they're going to call stalemate and go neutral as Reed Douglas is up 5-4. And Tomas Brooker tries to go for the mat return. John Mark Bentley tries to raise his finger for stalling, and that's 3 for Tomas Brooker, 16-4.
Brooker wants those extra points. We're going neutral one more time. One takedown only gives you 14, so Brooker would need more than just the takedown for a tech fall victory. And that is it on mat 2. Tomas Brooker is going to go ahead and move to the finals at 84, staying undefeated in not in Asheville, but in the SoCon tournament. 17-5 major decision win for the App State redshirt sophomore.
And they're going to have a challenge, as Presbyterian's last hope is that challenge, as Reed Douglas, at least to the Presbyterian bench, thought about the takedown. The Presbyterian bench thought he had enough to have that takedown, but it is tied 5-5. But Bo Crankcraft has 2 minutes of riding time.
So takedown, no overtime, no takedown overtime, or just no overtime in general?
If there is a takedown, that will make Reed Douglas the winner.
Was locked in on Brooker over here.
Oh, yeah. And last second hope for Presbyterian is happening right now as the review table, as the referees aren't reviewing it. It's and believes that there should have been a takedown. They were challenging that there should be a takedown, but the Presbyterian coach went and kind of laughed a bit, and no takedown given to Presbyterian, as Presbyterian's last hope for a finalist is out. And it's overtime. But I'm confused because doesn't he have 2 minutes of riding time? And apparently he doesn't.
He definitely
Apparently-
does. That's what it says.
But instantly in overtime, Reed Douglas is deep in on an attempt, and that's 3 for Reed Douglas. Reed Douglas shoots his tongue out in happiness. And Brant Crancraft is not happy. He's taking his time to shake hands. And Reed Douglas of Presbyterian gets it done, the only finalist in his team. He has been the sunshine in a cave of darkness for Presbyterian as he comes out and gives Presbyterian's fans to say, hey, we got something.
There's something to show up for on Championship Saturday for the Blue Hose. Reed Douglas, what an end to that match. Dane is exactly right. Sticks his tongue out, lets the crowd know he's here and he's here to stay. And he might be in Cleveland in a couple weeks.
He stuck his arm straight out and just goes like, they stick his tongue out to it. Ah.
He looked like a my player on FIFA. When you score a goal and you just start spamming celebrations.
And now back to the mats. We have Andrew Lieber versus Logan Eller of App State. Another App State versus Bellarmine matchup, and this is very important for the team score as well, as App State is second now, and Bellarmine being first. But Bellarmine is first by a wide margin. So App State's going to need a dominant win here for team score, but just a win in general for individual hopes for Logan Eller.
Saw the same thing last year, Dane. App State was in around second, third place heading into Championship Saturday. And what do? A true freshman gets the job done on Championship Saturday against the team they need to beat. Logan Eller isn't a true freshman, but could have the same deal to follow him tomorrow if needed, if he moves to the finals here over Andrew Lieber from Bellarmine.
And Eller trying to get up, get that escape point. And Lieber trying to have a mat return, and he does. And they're going to stop and give the illegal grip. First time I've seen that call today. An illegal grip against Andrew Lieber and gives Logan Eller a point, which gives Logan Eller another chance to get an escape point and makes the lead less. And Eller, time starts, he tries to get up, Lieber tries to put a leg in, and Lieber up very high, and Eller grabs the leg, puts his leg over, tries to circle around, has the leg, and Eller about to circle around to get a reversal, but that crossface, the only thing keeping it from happening. And Eller needs to crossface and keep circling, and they're going to call a stalemate.
App State bench, Coach Schott and Coach Bentley want to. Ref's not going to give it to him. Dane's exactly right. They got to keep going. Feels like a stalemate is on the horizon here.
And they're giving a count, which they're grabbing a count, and I'm assuming that's stalling, and they're going to stop, and that's a stalemate. And they're calling stalling. And they're calling stalling on Logan Eller.
Interesting.
And I believe, did he raise his hand again? Did he give the stalling to the wrong person?
He raised both hands in a stalling form. Bentley's just as confused as we are.
And what has happened? And a minute 21 remaining in this first period. Logan Eller tries to get that escape point, and he does, makes it 3-2. Deep takedown attempt from Lieber. Eller tries to circle around, grabs a leg of his own, and that's a takedown from Eller. Makes it 5-3. Eller tries to keep that leg in the middle, or at least control of Lieber's left leg, keeping his hand in between Lieber's legs for the chance to keep Lieber around, but Lieber sits back around, but bellies back down, realizing if he sits back to his opponent, he'll get on his back.
These guys did play earlier in the year, as most of these guys have all faced each other at some point this season. Logan Eller did take down Lieber 6-2 in Boone. But yeah, Eller went for his shot, took it, go to town on Andrew Lieber. Logan Eller. Eller looks really, really good, Dane. I keep saying this every time we talk, every time we're on a broadcast, every time we're talking about wrestling. Eller has got to easily be the most improved wrestler in all of the SoCon just from last year to this year. And it all started last year at the SoCons when he placed third at a completely different weight class at 84.
And him being a placer while Tomas Brooker was out for the entire season. That is the end of the first period, and what a first period for that, for the team. And App State wins the coin toss. They defer.
And who's on the bench, Dane?
Hunter Schott.
He's just the lucky charm. He's got to be there the whole time. I don't think he's won one. Well, they're going to go neutral.
And they're going neutral. Andrew Lieber chooses to go neutral to try to get that takedown. And Logan Eller getting the last takedown before that neutral call. And Cade Rule of Chattanooga is dominating Adam Ortega of the Citadel. And that's 10-1, Cade Rule from against Adam Ortega of the Citadel.
Just pure domination from Rule. He's the auto bid coming out of the SoCon at 97. Just nothing but, we keep talking about business trips for Keyser and Brooker. This is a business trip for Cade Rule. He's got more business to do in Cleveland, and it looks like he's getting there with passing colors.
And Logan Eller keeping that leg down. Tries to go for that outside single after stuffing the head for a little bit of a confusion tactic. Gets that 3 again. Makes it 8-3. Extends the lead to 5. And they're going to call a stalemate right after the takedown. That's the fastest stalemate I've seen after a takedown in a hot minute.
What was so good for Eller and into that first period and the start of this period on those takedowns, he killed all of Lieber's ride time. Lieber had about minute and 15 built up. That went down to about 15 seconds at the end of the first period. And then Eller has built up 9 seconds of his own. Eller has fallen Lieber's down to about 5 now. It's going to hit 0 before the time this period is over. And Eller could be looking at about 53 seconds himself. Could be extra points here as well. That's huge against the team Bellarmine in first place ahead of you. But Cade Rule on the other side, on the other mat, he's going to get extra points, what it looks like as well.
Andrew Lieber, while on bottom, tried to do a Granby roll, but did not go his way as Logan followed him all the way through and stays on top for collecting riding time now at 20 seconds. 30 seconds left in the second period. And stalling on Andrew Lieber. And the Davidson fans, I really can't find any. Or not Davidson. The Bellarmine fans. I can't really find them
right now. They were like right there.
Yeah.
I think that's still them. They're just not hyped up. Yeah. They're going to be hyped up for Mason.
Yeah, for sure, for Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, excuse me.
But Andrew Lieber down 5 points. And that is the end of the second period. And with a little bit of a rough start for Logan Eller, comes back with 8-3.
Just going to hit bottom right here. Chance to, add more points. Lieber, if he wants, is going to kind of cut into Eller's ride time right here. Interesting headgear choice. That kind of just caught my eye. I think he has a helmet on.
He does. He might have a little bit of long hair.
Or concussion problems.
If he had a concussion, he would not be wrestling.
Well, I mean, like, for past concussion problems.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
I remember when I wanted to play football, my mom said, okay, that or I could play football, but I had to wear, like, the earliest Guardian cap. It was not cool to look at.
And Logan Eller sits back out, gets the leg, circling around. Lieber has that crotch grip. Without that grip, this would be a takedown.
That's got to be 2 right here for Logan Eller. Grabs right under the legs. Refs don't want to give it, and they finally do.
Gives him 2.
Still sitting at around 52 seconds of ride time. Should be around 12-3. He had 10 before the end of the period, no?
I believe, and they give,
There goes the 12.
and there he goes, now 12-6. And that's a reversal for Andrew Lieber, making it 12-9 now.
Here we go. Lieber's made this a match. Logan Eller has to not do what we've seen from Little and Foster in the past and really wrestle here. Doesn't want a stalling warning because I think he has one warning already himself.
And Eller grabs that arm, grabs the arm of Lieber, and Lieber stays on top, he flats out Eller. He tries to go for that front headlock on Eller, tries to go back. 12-8. And he's gonna have to get back, tried to get up, and Eller's on his back. Eller has 2 back points. No, 3 takedown and 2 back points. Eller's now up by 1. And now they're throwing the challenge call to try to extend it.
Oh, potentially dangerous there. He is ripping Logan Eller's arm, what looks like almost out of his socket. Doesn't get it there. Challenge block on the mat. We're going to go there. I think Bellarmine wants a 4-point near fall, and I'm going to be honest, I believe them. I think they're going to get the 4-point near fall here.
And they are challenging the 4-point near fall. And if that is a 4-point near fall, Logan Eller will come out of here in an upset loss.
4-point near fall, that would be overtime. It was 12-8, correct?
I believe they gave him 2 points of near fall.
I get you.
They gave him 5. He was at 8.
I thought they called a 3-point near fall. We're going to figure it out.
I thought it was 3. And both coaches talking it out on the scorer's table. A little odd situation. And John Mark Bentley trying to plead his case.
I think the score is wrong. I did see the ref hold up a 3, though.
Yeah, the score is a little wrong. And I believe, if it's to my calculations, Logan Eller's down with 5 points. I believe Logan Eller might have lost 13 to 12.
It would be 13-12, yeah.
With the takedown and the 2. And the 2-point near fall. That'll be 5 points. And Logan Eller's decision is based on the referee's decision right now and what the review is.
No matter what the outcome is, someone's going to leave Kimmel Arena today absolutely furious.
But for heavyweight, they're going to do semifinals and finals back-to-back, I believe. Or
Today?
No, oh, never mind, I'm stupid.
I was
They're
about
doing
to say,
semifinals.
dang,
I'm done.
what are we talking?
But Vergara for Chattanooga will face off against Mayer, and Van Ryder of Campbell will face off against Moncherie. For heavyweight-wise. And this review taking a bit as they're trying to see what the score is with the possible review. This is a long review here, folks.
Trying to get the scoring right, trying to get everything right. Interesting that they're going to the scorer's table rather than the big table. That's usually the scorer's table. They're going to the table right to the right of the clock. We're going to get the call here, I believe.
And I believe the winner. Yep. And with that raise, I believe that Andrew Lieber might be the winner.
Well, ref held
with
up
that last
3.
second. With it being the takedown, then near fall with 2,
They never
with 5. And both wrestlers shook hands before the official decision.
Mm-hmm. No bad blood between either of them.
No bad blood. But trying to decide what's happening here. But little confused. Hopefully a decision can be made out soon. And I believe that Logan Eller might be out because Bentley looks a little bit more pissed than the Bellarmine head coach, but we'll
Bellarmine
see.
coach looks pretty upset too. He was
Yeah.
pointing at the clock when, okay, well now we have a 13 up there for Logan Eller.
Yeah, 13 for Logan Eller. And what is this decision? I'm now 10 with the 2-point near fall. And then the 3 with the takedown.
I'm just interested to where this
Yeah.
1 for Eller comes from because he was at 12 for, now he's back to 11. Okay, now we're at 8-12 again.
Nope,
Now
back
we're
to
at
11. Folks, this scorer's table might have had the biggest mess up they've had in a while.
Yeah. I'm lost.
I am also really lost. With the review, we might have a different score, but we're just trying to figure out what the final score is. Being 11-8 on the board now, and will this be the final score? Let's see officially. And Logan Eller's the winner.
Wow. That,
And Logan Eller wins the match in a very tight one that could have, yeah, the score was somewhat wrong, but that could have been very bad. That could have, because the math that the referee said, it was 12-8, and then the 2-point, then a 3-point takedown. That would have gave 13-12,
Yeah.
but after the review and multiple conversations with both
called it-
coaches, they called it an 11-8
yeah.
win from Logan Eller. In a weird fashion, Logan Eller goes to the finals here in Asheville.
A win is a win for Logan Eller. He's going to go up against Cade Rule, the #1 auto bid from UTC. That's going to be a hard one. No matter what way you put it, it's going to be an uphill battle for Logan Eller. But, hey, he wrestled a really good match. Last 10 seconds kind of let up a little bit, allowed that kind of craziness to happen. But, hey, you got 24 hours to lock in and lock up.
But now the big boys wrestle for App State. Big boy Stefan Moncherie versus Stefan Van Ryder.
And
Or
Moncherie had
Sawyer Van Ryder, excuse me.
Moncherie had beat Van Ryder. Steph usually super dominant all over the SoCon, but only had 4-2 victory when App State went to Bowie's Creek for Campbell. But Stefan Moncherie, he doesn't even need any like warm-up gear. He just kind of walks out with a singlet and then hangs out.
And Stefan Moncherie starts out the match strong, and Sawyer Van Ryder starts out pretty aggressive.
Stefan Moncherie, just like you
And
might have
Dalton
heard.
Mayer got taken down by
Yeah.
Ethan Vergara, and they're going to call it potentially dangerous, and a bad sight just happened as Dalton Mayer just got a little bit injured.
That
We're
is
going to
not-
look at his arm, and we're going to see what's happened. Dalton Mayer, an excellent wrestler, being the second in the seeding. If he loses here, there might be a bad win or loss both ways.
Yeah, Bellarmine currently #1 in the team score. If you lose, you're probably your best wrestler. I mean, not going to go well anyway. Medical time currently falling down. But back to Stefan Moncherie. Moncherie did win this weight class last year, then upset over the heavyweight from Citadel. He's trying to go back-to-back, and a guy he only beat by 2 in a rival, Sawyer Robinson, Sawyer Van Ryder, and Campbell. And it looks like Dalton Mayer is gonna keep wrestling.
And no hard feelings there. Both men shake hands, and Stefan, my boy, gets a takedown. Makes it 3-0 against Sawyer Van Ryder of Campbell.
What do you call that, Dane?
A takedown.
3 for Moncherie.
3 for Moncherie.
There you go. Mayer going right back, getting a takedown of his own. Might have been a fluke at the start. No flukes for Stefan Moncherie, though. He's going to start up top. Going to try and absolutely dominate Van Ryder right here.
And a quick cradle attempt by Mayer. Moncherie trying to keep Van Ryder from getting up, and Van Ryder gets up, gets that escape point. 3-1 Moncherie. And a little hand fighting here. Mayer has that cradle. Has Vergara on his back. Very close to that pin.
And Vergara bellies down, but Meyer keeping in between that leg, tries to go for the tilt as he has a very good grip to do so. Vergara's on his back again. Mayer tries to stand back up, and something has happened. And 4 near fall, and it looks like the arm of Mayer is hurt again. He already has a brace on it. I wonder what he's hurting, and some Chattanooga fans are a little upset about that, but the man's hurt. The man's hurt. And he has 30 seconds left of medical time, and they'll stop it. But Moncherie's still rustling. 30 seconds left. Still up 3-1 against Sawyer Van Ryder. Ooh, hard underhook slap by Sawyer Van Ryder.
Possibly a mental thing for Van Ryder. Not going to get in the head of Moncherie. He's just Steph, man. I don't know how else to describe it. He's just locked in 24/7.
And looks like Sawyer Van Ryder's nose is bleeding a little bit. They'll attend to that and give some blood time. And very close. And I believe if Mayer has one more medical timeout, it will have to be a medical forfeit.
I think you're right.
And the score being 7-6 in Dalton Mayer's favor.
I think that really reads 6-7, Dane. Okay, my bad. I was just pointing out the obvious. It's 6 red, 7 green. Red's on the left, 7's on the right.
And Mayer will continue to wrestle even with his arm out. And the ref will go to him saying, hey, you sure you can wrestle? And he says yes. And Vergara goes down and flats out. And that'll be the end of the first period for Moncherie. 3-1. And that'll give the decision for Steph. And they'll defer to Bellerman. I mean, they'll defer to Campbell. Moncherie will start on top. Van Ryder will start on bottom. And it looks like that will be a medical forfeit for Dalton Mayer, as his arm just can't seem to keep hold on in there. He shakes hands with his opposite hand even. But looks like Ethan Vergara of Chattanooga will make it to the finals, the SoCon finals, and Dalton Mayer just is hurt and can't make it, and he runs to the back.
Yeah, I think he was tearing up a little bit. It's a rough go for a guy. 3 for Moncherie, while we're talking about a guy who was really #1 in the SoCon for a lot at the heavyweight division. Falls to Moncherie, and then after that, kind of just season kind of ran away with injuries and other losses, but runs into consolation. If he can still continue, might be a medical forfeit. If he cannot go, looks like it might be.
But Moncherie goes right back up. And Steph. And Stephen in the middle, trying to hand fight. Van Ryder goes for a shot attempt. Goes to that front headlock. Moncherie has that double leg. Finishes. And Stephen running on top. 9-3, 35 seconds remaining.
Stephen does keep up this form. It's absolute phenomenal form from the sophomore from New York. He did beat Ethan Vergara in the regular season in that UTC App State duel, 14-4 major decision. Easy work, like always, for Moncherie. But he's still got Sawyer Van Ryder in front of him. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're good. Van Ryder went for a little bit of a feint, but Moncherie didn't budge for that at all. And they're going to call that the end of the second period, and the start of the third will happen. And Moncherie will choose bottom. These decisions, these coin flips, are very important in wrestling because if you're up and you have the final decision, even by 1 or 2, you get that advantage to have that last say. Moncherie gets that escape immediately. 10-4. Moncherie snaps down. Goes to Van Ryder's neck for a snap down. Takes control of that wrist. Moncherie doesn't take Van Ryder's single leg attempt very seriously. A minute 30 in this match. Moncherie tried to go for a quick double. Couldn't tell if that was a feint. That was a really good one if it was. And Moncherie trips and falls for a quick second, but he stands right back up. No points.
Could have been a little scary if you were Steph there, sitting on about a minute of ride time. You got that sitting behind you, but, man, you trip, fall, get a takedown there. He lets you up. He makes it a match right here. Sawyer Van Ryder did if he was able to get Steph on that takedown.
And Van Ryder trying to hand fight. Moncherie staying in front. Something Moncherie's very good with, just staying in front of his opponent until he decides to go for the legs. Moncherie has that single leg, trying to go for the trip. He lets it go. Goes for that double leg. Gets stuffed by Van Ryder. And 25 seconds left in this match between Sawyer Van Ryder and Stephen Moncherie.
I think we might get a stalling call on either. Nope, Steph goes back to wrestling. I was worried that Steph could get a stalling call, unaware if he has a warning already, but Steph just an absolute tree trunk. Nowhere to move him. Movable force meets unmovable object, and Stephen Moncherie, 14-4, major decision for the sophomore, looking to retain his title and go back to Cleveland.
And Stephen Moncherie gets the win against Stephen Van Ryder. And what a great match. But Stephen Moncherie will face off against Ethan Vergara of Chattanooga. And that will be a match that I can't wait to watch, and sadly it will most likely be the last one. But both guys are very good at their weight class. Ethan Vergara, I was very impressed, even though the match ended in a very weird way. Ethan Vergara was toe-in-toe with Dalton Mayer, even with all the troubles. But Dalton Mayer will have to go, I believe, I don't think he's wrestling for the rest of the tournament.
I don't think he's wrestling either. I think it's going to be
I believe he will be fifth or sixth place. But Ethan Vergara and Stephen Moncherie is the matchup for heavyweight finals tomorrow. And we have a little bit of coaching down there from Van Ryder. Right after the match, goes to coaching, and he is gassed. But like you said earlier, Stephen Moncherie and Ethan Vergara went. They battled at Chattanooga in their home duel that was at Chattanooga earlier. And Stephen Moncherie won 14-4, if I'm not mistaken, by a major decision. And he looks to do the same, but with the role that Ethan Vergara has been going on, defeating Roy Price and Dalton Mayer in back-to-back, it can be very, very exciting. But we still have very close team scores here in the high country, as Chattanooga at top with 63, Bellarmine 62.5, and App State just there with 60.5, and it looks like those are the final three that are going to be making contention, as fourth place is the Citadel with 47.5, and it doesn't look like the Citadel will be able to make it, especially with Thomas Snipes being out. But this has been an emphatically eventful day, Trey. Let's have a quick recap.
It's been absolutely wild, Dane. From 125, everything 125 went pretty chalk. We got Cooper Flynn versus what I believe is the number 2 seed as well. We got 1 versus 2. We actually have 1 versus 6. That's right. Joe Calvin from Bellarmine went in. So chalk on the Cooper Flynn side, but no one really going chalk on the other side. Cooper Foster has to go up against Tyson Lane, a guy that absolutely dominated him after in that Gardner-Webb duel. Gylon Sims also on that side of the bracket, a former NCAA qualifier, 33, gone pretty chalk as well. Jarvis Little unable to do anything in the upper bracket. He will be in the lower bracket. But at 141, Aldo Hernandez, App State, the number 5 seed versus A.J. Rollo. That is an absolute toss-up. They had a sudden victory matchup, and when they were both in Boone, A.J. Rollo took that out. That is anyone's matchup at 49. Caden Keyser, I'm going to say it. I think he was a little screwed out of this position. I don't really understand it, but he did it to himself in the first place. He will face off against Otoro from Chattanooga to potentially go to the 3rd place match at 57.
And if he does win that match, he'll either face Nate Higley or Alea.
Shout out Dane.
But the finals for 149 is Anderson Heap and Carson DeRoser, both guys extremely emphatical wrestlers.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have to go DeRoser there.
Yeah, DeRoser is very.
DeRoser looked really, really good.
Deep. And I don't know what happened because I don't really pay attention between other people's conference duels, but Anderson Heap and DeRoser have faced off before. But very good matchups. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight.